Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was true dragon of domination. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In an unknown cave, a boy lay on the floor, dressed in a tattered white t-shirt and black pants. His brown hair reached his neck, and his body bore the marks of a recent struggle. He had just removed 8 of the evil pieces that had corrupted him, a feat that typically led to the demise of reincarnated devils. This boy was Issei Hayadu, the current host of the Scathach, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor, or affectionately referred to as the Pei Dragon, due to his fondness for BRSS. Issei was an average boy, albeit a bit more perverted than most. His dream was to become a harem king, a typical aspiration for someone his age. Despite his quirks, he was loyal and brave, always ready to put his life on the line for his friends and loved ones. This was evident from his past actions for his teammates, now former teammates. After the sealing of Trihexa, Issei had enjoyed a carefree life with his beloved, but things changed after they graduated from high school. His friends began to ignore him or looked at him with disinterest, as if to say he was just a pervert as always. Unbeknownst to them, Issei's perversion was reserved only for those he truly cared for. He had a crush on Semiramis since middle school and had never looked at other girls while peeping with his friends, Motohama and Matsuda. This secret branded him as part of the perverted trio, but he refused to change who he was for the sake of others. Issei didn't mind how the members of the occult research club treated him. He often spent time with Kiba, while Gasper was at the hospital with Valerie, who he knew had feelings for him. Issei worked harder than anyone realized, taking on various jobs like construction work, cashiering at a supermarket, and delivering newspapers, all to save money for a special purpose. He wanted to surprise his beloved girls with engagement rings, each uniquely colored, red for Rias, raven for Aquino, golden yellow for Ravel, and whitish yellow for Asia. After months of saving, Issei finally crafted the rings he dreamed of presenting to his beloved girls. He felt a giddy excitement as he made his way to their college, eager to see their reactions. However, upon spotting Rias and Aquino, his heart sank when he saw them with another guy. The sight shattered his spirit, and he clutched the ring case tightly, nearly breaking it. Drake, his dragon partner, urged him to snap out of it, but Issei ran away, heartbroken. The same painful scene unfolded with each of his beloved girls Irina, Zenobia, Asia, Ravel, and Kaneko. Each one was seen being affectionate with someone else, leaving Issei feeling increasingly desolate. Kiba, busy covering Issei's responsibilities, remained unaware of the turmoil his friend faced. As the pain consumed him, the corruption from his pawn pieces began to manifest, darkening his aura. Drake urged him to remove the pieces, warning that he would die if he didn't. But Issei felt lost, expressing his despair. He questioned the worth of living when he had sacrificed so much for those who seemed to disregard him. The miasma surrounding him grew stronger, threatening to engulf him entirely. Drake reminded Issei that despite the pain, he was not alone. He encouraged Issei to fight for himself, to seek new dreams and possibilities beyond his heartbreak. Drake believed that true love was still out there for Issei, urging him to break free from his current despair and embrace the future. Drake consoled the broken boy, encouraging him to find the will to live. The boy acknowledged his newfound freedom, expressing relief at being released from the constraints of false love and the manipulations of Rias Gremory. He screamed with vigor, filled with a new determination to embrace life. Drake roared in celebration of his partner's revival, thrilled to witness the change within him. Drake reminded the boy that, despite needing to remove the evil pieces from within him, he would also need to transform his body into that of a dragon to survive. He offered the boy a choice, emphasizing the freedom that Rias Gremory had denied him. The boy, now named Issei Hayadu, declared his intention to become the strongest true dragon of domination, filled with conviction. Drake warned Issei that the transformation would be excruciating and that the chances of survival were low. However, Issei was resolute, believing that enduring pain was necessary to achieve his true destiny. He vowed never to submit, even in the face of death. Drake encouraged Issei to find a secluded place for the transformation process, which would be lengthy. Issei ventured into the forest outside Kuo town and discovered a cave, ready to begin the painful journey. As the transformation commenced, Issei experienced a flood of memories, reflecting on his past and the betrayals he had suffered. After 24 hours, Drake checked on Issei, who was awakening from the process. Issei felt stronger, with enhanced senses, and realized he needed to clean himself. He acknowledged that he had transformed into a dragon, even if not a pure one, and had awakened his unique aura, a rare trait among dragons. Drake explained that only a few dragons in history had awakened their aura, and Issei was now among them, possessing the trait of dominance. Drake needed to rest after expending much of his power during the transformation, leaving Issei to reflect on his new abilities. Issei emerged from the cave and gazed at the night sky, contemplating his next steps. He decided to wash himself in the nearby lake, diving in and enjoying the refreshing water. As he floated on the surface, he considered his future, knowing that the leaders of the factions were likely busy and that he would need to plan his next move. Although Issei's body still appeared lean, the outline of his muscles was evident, especially his toned abs. He realized that with time, he could achieve a physique that would captivate those around him. As he admired his transformation, he was struck by the changes he had undergone, confirming that his journey was real and that he had overcome the pain of betrayal and heartbreak. Although he wished it were a dream, he knew it was real and reality wouldn't change itself. Even now, he still felt a flicker of love for his former beloved, especially his ex-master, Rias Gremory. However, along with that love came feelings of rage and betrayal, and with that he resolved to erase any lingering feelings he had for her, vowing to make them all regret their actions. He felt a pang of hunger and realized there were plenty of fish in the. With that thought, he jumped back into the water, catching several fish and starting to cook them using his newfound ability to breathe fire. At first, he struggled to control the flames, burning the fish to ash, but after a few attempts, he managed to cook them, albeit not perfectly. The fish lacked seasoning and were slightly charred, but he didn't mind and ate with enthusiasm. After satisfying his hunger, he began to contemplate his next steps. He decided he should at least leave a message for Azazel-sensei, but as for Kiba and Gasper, he thought it best they remain unaware of his situation. He didn't want to add to their worries after everything they had been through. He knew Kiba had been covering for him regarding the devil contract, but Rias had never given him one, believing he would mess it up after that one incident where he had run away from someone whose wish was to transform into a magical girl. Kiba's refusal to let him take on some of his work only added to his discomfort, and he preferred not to provoke Rias further. He resolved to leave a message before exploring the world and realized he needed new clothes. He figured he could order them online through the devil service, as he didn't want to walk into a clothing store and be seen as an XHBTNST. While he didn't care much about others' opinions, he still felt a sense of modesty and certainly didn't want to be perceived as a naked pervert, especially given his reputation at Kuo High School. Unbeknownst to him, if any girls or boys with particular tastes saw him now, they might approach him eagerly, but he only thought of himself as handsome, not the most handsome person to ever exist. After returning home to find no one there, he went to his room and ordered some clothes online. He had already recorded a video and left a voice message detailing everything that had happened to him before his transformation. He then attempted to read some books, discovering he could memorize each one after just a single reading. Impressed, he began absorbing knowledge like a sponge, and when he ran out of books, he turned to the internet for more information. Eventually, he felt he had gathered enough knowledge. A flash of light signaled the arrival of his package. He marveled at the convenience of teleportation. He placed his old pawn pieces in a box and stored it in his drawers before opening the package. Inside, he found his new outfit, a jacket with white fur on the neckline and a red dragon motif on the back, a black sleeveless shirt, tight black jeans, a fingerless black glove, and brown combat boots. He looked undeniably impressive. After a few moments of adjusting to his new appearance, he began exploring the new powers he possessed. Suddenly, a black rift appeared beneath him, and he fell through it, leaving the room in silence. When he opened his eyes, he looked around, questioning whether he had entered a dimensional rift and if Ophis or Great Red were responsible for it. As he pondered, a sultry, melodious voice broke the silence, clearly belonging to a woman. The voice teased him, asking why he was there. He demanded to know who she was, to which she responded, reminding him of the etiquette of introductions. She introduced herself as Lady Death. When he finally saw her, he was struck by her beauty. She had an hourglass figure and an aura of maturity. The old him might have been captivated by her looks, but the new him felt only appreciation, not lust. Lady Death found it intriguing that he was able to snap out of his daze so quickly and noted that he was quite handsome. She wondered about his potential, contemplating whether he possessed the same greatness below as he did above. Despite her intimidating presence, she noticed he showed no fear, only shock and wonder. He recognized her as the one who governed life and death, someone even Hades feared. She dismissed Hades as insignificant, questioning why he was there when he was clearly still alive. From her aura, it was clear to the being before him that he was still a dragon hatchling, to be precise, and quite young as well. It was intriguing that he had only recently awakened his aura, and from what she could sense, he was not even a year old yet. She was curious to know his secret. Issei was taken aback, wondering how she knew that. Considering she might be the true LD, it wasn't surprising she had this knowledge. However, he still had doubts about her authenticity and needed more information to confirm her identity. The LD chuckled softly, sensing his skepticism. She began to collect souls on her fingertip, commanding them to do her bidding, making them clash against one another or vanish in bursts of energy actions even Hades would struggle to perform. She spread her aura, showcasing her power. In that moment, Issei realized she was indeed real. She paused her display and asked him again if this proved her identity. With a teasing tone, she inched closer, her soft hands brushing against his cheeks. Despite her display of power, he showed no fear, which intrigued her. Was it ignorance due to his youth, or was he simply brave? Looking into his eyes, she sensed something deeper: pride, determination, and a desire to be loved. She believed he would accomplish great things in the future. To her surprise, she sensed the security within him, despite him being a dragon himself. There was also a strange blend of life and death aura surrounding him, a rarity in a living being. Most who possessed such a mix had experienced death and rebirth, yet here he was, whole and without defect. She pondered how many mysteries he held and felt a strange desire to claim him for herself. The LD had always held a deep distrust of others. Even those who claimed to be her allies were often motivated by their own greed and fear. She had been betrayed by someone who professed love, only to seek her power instead. All she truly desired was to be loved for who she was, not for her abilities. Yet, in Issei, she sensed no greed or fear, only pride and appreciation for her beauty. As the goddess of death, she could read souls, and his was pure, captivating her like none she had encountered before. Her thoughts were interrupted when Issei took a step back, breaking the connection they had shared. Though her expression remained unchanged, she felt a pang of disappointment at the loss of their moment. He introduced himself as Issei Hayadu and admitted he didn't know how he had arrived in her domain. When she pressed him for his secret, he firmly stated it was none of her business. The LD giggled, deciding to call him Ise if that was acceptable. He didn't mind her choice. She then questioned why he showed no fear of her, especially after revealing her identity. Most people she encountered were terrified upon learning who she was. She acknowledged that while it was not her business, she wondered if he was afraid of what she might do to force him to reveal his secret. Issei responded with conviction, stating he had no reason to fear her. He acknowledged her strength, especially in her domain, but declared he would never beg for his life. He would prefer death over humiliation, and he would fight until the end, even if he knew he wouldn't win. His words were filled with sincerity and pride, and the LD could see the truth in his soul. This revelation sent a shiver of excitement through her, awakening feelings she thought long buried after her betrayal. Looking at Issei, who was so much younger than herself, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotions threatening to surface feelings of love. Issei was puzzled by her silence after his passionate declaration. Her expression seemed distant, leaving him to wonder if she was angry. No, she didn't appear angry. If only Drake were awake, he couldn't use boosted gear without him. If she decided to attack now, he wouldn't last long, especially since he hadn't yet gained perfect control over his new body and knew little about his new powers, aside from breathing fire like a dragon. If he could access boosted gear, he might last longer, but he understood that it wouldn't matter if she chose to end him. He accepted that if it came to that, so be it. At least he knew true freedom, albeit short-lived. While he was lost in thought, she spoke again. She asked if he found her beautiful, noting that many men desired her. She wondered why he didn't feel the same and why he didn't want to claim her as his own. Although she disliked it when other men looked at her with lust, she felt irritated that the boys she liked didn't react much to her beauty. Her thoughts were interrupted when he responded with words she never expected. The old him might have been confused by her question, but after his transformation, he understood what she meant. He acknowledged her beauty, stating that she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, but that didn't mean he wanted to claim her. He emphasized that he would never force a woman against her will, as he believed love should be mutual and genuine. He wanted the woman he loved to love him back for who he was, not for what he was. He reflected on his relationships, questioning whether Rias and the others truly cared for him or if they were only interested because he was Drake's host. He felt a lingering fear of love, haunted by past experiences, but he had learned that not everything was as it seemed. He once believed Rias's love would last forever, but he now understood the truth behind their facade after they no longer had use for him. Unbeknownst to him, Rias and the others did love him, but their inexperience in relationships led them to make selfish decisions that they couldn't take back. They should have sought guidance from someone more experienced, but pride had led them astray. They still cared for him but also had feelings for their current boyfriends, creating a conflict that made them feel guilty. This guilt drove them to avoid him, scorn him, and ignore him. All the girls felt the same way, but they knew something needed to change. As they faced the prospect of living for thousands of years, they wanted to gain experience in relationships. Rias and Aquino considered approaching other types of boys to learn and grow. They believed they had time to compensate for any damage done in the future. However, they didn't expect their interest in these boys to develop into something deeper. As they spent time with him, getting to know him better, they gradually began to forget about Issei. One day, he asked if they believed in the supernatural. They answered affirmatively and revealed that they were devils. Since he was aware of the supernatural, he wasn't surprised and continued to treat them like normal girls, which they appreciated. They wanted to be seen as ordinary girls, and Ichiji, being less connected to the supernatural, became a source of comfort for them. They enjoyed discussing everyday topics and going out as friends. His respectful demeanor made them feel at ease, as they were tired of being objectified. While they appreciated the attention Issei gave them, it became exhausting over time. As time passed, they started to replace their memories of Issei with Ichiji, who embodied their ideal man from childhood: tall, handsome, and confident, the dream of any young girl. Their desire to understand the male mind led them to engage more with boys at their college. They hoped that by getting to know Ichiji, they would gain insights into Issei's character. The other girls were surprised by their reasoning, but they saw it as a good idea. However, as they spent more time with the boys, they began to develop feelings for them, inadvertently dismissing Issei and forgetting all he had done for them. They even acted cruelly to ensure he wouldn't interfere with their plans, wanting it to be a surprise. Once their relationships concluded, they intended to get closer to Issei and cross a line. Yet, in their selfishness, they failed to recognize how much Issei was suffering. Their lack of trust in themselves and their inexperience in relationships led them to make choices that negatively impacted him. Lost in their thoughts, they began to compare Issei to the boys they were getting to know, focusing on his flaws and speaking ill of him behind his back. They scorned, insulted, and ignored him, unaware of the pain they were causing. Those words were spoken without thought, yet they believed it to be the truth. Recently, they had been facing challenges with their new boyfriends after some time had passed since they last saw Issei. Ichiji was completely focused on his work, not wasting a moment with Rias and Aquino. When he had free time, he spent it with his friends. However, the persistent attention from the women sometimes caused him to snap, creating tension between them. The same was true for the other girl's new boyfriend, Jeanne, who was entirely dedicated to sports. He played tennis and practiced his swordsmanship, spending much of his time with Kyom Abe. His commitment to tennis and sword practice left him little time for Zenobia, who felt sidelined by Kyom's presence. This often led to arguments between them. Niji and Irina were a different story. Irina's energetic nature was something Niji appreciated, but there were times when he felt overwhelmed and chose to ignore her, which only made her more energetic and, in turn, more exhausting for him. Sanji often found himself caught in the middle of disputes between Kaneko and Ravel, which made him feel awkward. He sometimes felt like he was being treated as a toy, but he hoped it was just his imagination. While training together, arguments occasionally escalated into fights, leaving him feeling drained and annoyed. Goji and Asia were the second-best pair, but Goji's few words and Asia's timidity often led to long stretches of silence between them. Asia would sometimes tear up, thinking she was boring him, which frustrated him. He wished she had more courage, as she often seemed like a small animal in need of protection, making him feel more irritated. All the boys changed their attitudes and treated the girls better once they learned they were devils, fearing what might happen if they revealed their true thoughts and secrets. Now, the Occult Research Club was training them for the upcoming world-class raiding game. When the boys realized the truth behind their facades, it would be too late for the ones who truly loved them to return that love. Regrets, after all, had no remedy in this world. Meanwhile, Issei's mind went blank when LD spoke words that echoed her own desires. When she snapped out of her daze, she noticed the melancholy and betrayal in his expression. It struck her that he might have experienced similar betrayals in love. In a bold move, she approached him and kissed him, a kiss filled with passion and love, their lips meeting softly. Issei's eyes widened in surprise, and he remained still, lost in the moment. After what felt like an eternity, he pushed her back and exclaimed, confused. LD felt lost and sad when the kiss ended, but she quickly closed the distance again, capturing his lips once more. This time, she held his head in place, entwining her arms around his neck as she kissed him fervently. The sound of their kiss echoed, and LD's face flushed with emotion, her eyes filled with love and passion as she realized she had found the man she had been searching for. Issei, too, felt his face heat up as he struggled to push her away, but her strength was overwhelming. Just as he thought he might pass out from lack of air, she broke the kiss with a soft pop, both of them panting heavily afterward. LD sensually liked her lips, savoring the lingering taste, and asked Issei, her face still clouded with passion, if he would be hers, promising to grant him all the power he could desire. Issei's initial reaction was one of shame. He felt dominated despite being the dragon of dominance. Her words reminded him of his old master, someone he once loved but now felt only disgust for. Just as he was about to snap at her in anger, a voice in his mind interrupted him, reminding him to be cautious. Drake, his partner, pointed out that LD was not Rias Gremory and warned him against angering her. Issei took a deep breath and acknowledged Drake's presence, realizing he needed time to heal from his past. Drake reassured him that he was always there for him and noted how Issei continued to attract powerful beings. With a sigh, Issei looked at LD and told her that he would not be anyone's possession after just earning his freedom. LD, taken aback, asked why. She offered him everything he wished for, asking only that he stay beside her, promising not to restrict his freedom in any way. Confusion and fear gripped her as she wondered why he wouldn't accept her offer. She was desperate, afraid he would leave her after finally finding the man she had been searching for all this time. In her desperation, she asked him to be hers, unaware that her actions were making her resemble the very woman Issei had come to hate. Drake's voice echoed from Issei's left hand, accompanied by a flash of green light. He explained that Issei had been through a lot recently. The woman, LD, recognized the name Security and inquired about the details of what Drake had just said. Drake responded that it was not his place to share, only that Issei had experienced betrayal similar to her own. As LD recalled her past experiences, she snapped out of her outburst and realized that Issei must have faced betrayal from those he loved, just as she had. She apologized for her sudden outburst and expressed her desire to understand what had happened to him, acknowledging that it was not her business but hoping he would share his experience when he was ready. She could see the heartbreak and betrayal reflected in his eyes. Issei found himself at a loss for words, his fears and insecurities flooding back. However, that feeling dissipated when LD cupped his face gently in her hands. The tenderness in her gaze conveyed love, passion, and trust, and he felt tears welling up in his eyes. As the tears began to fall, LD's unwavering gaze remained, offering him comfort. Overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions, he began to cry, recognizing the heartache he still carried from his past betrayals. He longed for someone to share his feelings with but struggled to admit it, holding on to the pride he had gained after becoming a dragon. Drake understood this struggle, feeling helpless as he existed only within Issei's body, unable to provide the warmth he needed. At last, Issei found someone who could offer the comfort he craved. LD embraced him, resting his head on her cool chest. Despite the chill, it felt warm to him. She comforted him softly, encouraging him to let it all out, her voice gentle like that of a caring mother and warm like a long-lost lover. Eventually, Issei fell asleep on her chest. LD made a bed beneath them and laid him atop her bier, stroking his hair with a touch filled with gentleness and love. She reflected on how unfortunate it was that someone so young had already experienced so much pain. Drake agreed, acknowledging that no one should have to endure such hardships. LD then turned her attention to Drake, curious about why he pretended to be male. She noted that it was clear from his voice that he was not. Drake hesitated, but LD playfully insisted he share his secret, teasing that she might tell Issei if he didn't. Reluctantly, Drake began to recount his past. He explained that when he first reached his juvenile stage, he challenged every dragon he encountered until he met Albion, who took an interest in him and wanted him as a mate. Drake had no interest in Albion, leading to a rivalry that began with a draw in their battle. Albion continued to pursue him, prompting Drake to change his gender with the help of the Ouroboros dragon to escape Albion's attention. However, their rivalry continued, and Drake found himself enjoying the fights, realizing that Albion was the only one who could match his strength. Over time, he forgot to revert to his original form, and the Ouroboros dragon's indifference didn't help matters. LD couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation, imagining how others would react if they knew the rivalry was rooted in a love drama. Drake felt embarrassed, wishing he could hide his face. LD teased Drake about his feelings for Issei, suggesting that he had developed a fondness for him. Drake requested to be called by his name in front of Issei for now, acknowledging the bond they shared. He admitted that he initially saw Issei as a pervert, even more so than most, but there was something deeper growing within him. His biggest dream was to become a harem king. However, as time passed, he began to see Issei Hayadu in a different light. Issei treated him not as a tool, but as a friend and partner. He witnessed Issei's selflessness towards his friends and loved ones. Issei would risk everything to protect those he cared about, never losing himself in the pursuit of power. Before he realized it, he found himself drawn to Issei's essence and beliefs. The moment he discovered that Issei's supposed loved ones had betrayed him, leaving him to fend for himself, a wave of rage surged within him. It was a deeper anger than he had ever felt, even more intense than when the God of the Bible had sealed his soul. This realization made him understand just how deeply he had fallen for Issei. He had formed a soul link with Issei, transforming him into a dragon at the cost of his own soul. It was no surprise that Issei had awakened his aura as a hatchling. Yet, upon examining Issei's essence, he recognized that he was not purely a dragon. Remnants of his devil and human heritage lingered. This explained how Issei could wield the boosted gear despite his dragon nature. Drake reflected on the situation, acknowledging that if Issei knew the price of his transformation, he would refuse it without a second thought, preferring solitude over dragging anyone else into his troubles. It was foolish, yet it was this very trait that endeared him to Drake. He had no regrets about his choices, knowing he could accompany Issei until the end of his days. The lady mused about their future, suggesting that they could be sisters. Drake was curious about her intentions, and she playfully hinted at Issei's dream of becoming a harem king. She found it fascinating and believed that if Issei desired vengeance against those who had wronged him, she would ensure they faced eternal darkness. She expressed her conviction that Issei would never forget those who had betrayed him. Drake agreed, noting that Issei loved all his partners equally, regardless of their past. Even Ophis, who was typically indifferent, had shown interest in him, going so far as to change her form for him. The lady found it amusing how foolish those who abandoned Issei were. She offered to create a new body for Drake, stating that since she had already bound her soul to Issei, that would be payment enough. Drake was overwhelmed with gratitude at the prospect of being alive again. The lady reassured Drake that it would take time, but they would inform Issei later, allowing Drake to reveal her true identity when she was ready. She planned to separate Drake from Issei temporarily to reform her body, ensuring that Issei would remain safe during the process. Drake expressed her trust in the lady's arrangements, and she playfully insisted that they were now sisters. As they shared this moment, the lady found Issei adorable while he slept, gently poking his cheeks and marveling at their softness. Drake agreed, but then inquired if the lady had a name other than her current one. The lady admitted that she had forgotten her true name and disliked it due to its association with betrayal. She decided she would ask Issei for a new name, one given by her beloved. After some time, Issei began to stir, feeling a soft sensation on his face. Confused, he opened his eyes slowly, wondering about the source of this gentle feeling. The texture felt familiar to him, reminding him of the times he had fallen asleep in the past. His thoughts were interrupted by a sultry, sweet voice near his ear. LD, with a teasing tone, called him brave and suggested they could take things further if he wanted. She whispered and playfully blew warm air on his ear. Issei jolted awake, his cheeks flushed, and quickly turned away, his eyes widening at the sight before him. LD was dressed in a way that left little to the imagination, and he felt a rush of embarrassment. He was taken aback by her beauty, her alluring features captivating him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he tried to cover himself, feeling a surge of awkwardness. He apologized for falling asleep on her and hoped she could overlook the situation. LD playfully accused him of being cruel for not taking responsibility, pretending to be hurt. Issei, however, remained unfazed, blushing slightly but standing his ground. They both knew nothing inappropriate had occurred, and he expressed his desire to move past the incident. LD smirked, suggesting they leave it at that for now. She summoned her dress and put it back on, then called Issei over to discuss something important. When he turned to face her, relieved to see her dressed, he felt a mix of emotions. LD explained that she could release and revive Drake from the boosted gear and asked if he was willing to do so. Although she anticipated his answer, she needed to confirm it to avoid any misunderstandings. Issei's reaction surprised her. He eagerly expressed his willingness to do anything to free Drake, as long as it aligned with his principles. He bowed deeply, suppressing his pride to plead for his partner's freedom. He added that he would never harm innocents, emphasizing his commitment to kindness despite his recent transformation. LD questioned him about the risks of losing the boosted gear and possibly facing death. Issei responded with unwavering conviction, stating that Drake was his best friend and partner, deserving of freedom after all they had been through together. He expressed that he would willingly sacrifice his life for Drake without hesitation. His sincerity and determination left both women speechless, their hearts fluttering at his words. Drake, hearing his declaration, felt overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears within the boosted gear. LD, too, was affected, sensing the powerful aura radiating from him, the aura of a true dragon king. She felt her heart racing wildly, as if it might burst from her chest. Her body trembled slightly, struggling to restrain herself from pouncing on the man before her. She was overwhelmed with desire, and a hint of drool escaped her lips. If Issei had noticed her, he might have realized the effect he had on her. However, he was focused on her, his serious gaze preventing her from acting on her impulses. She felt a wave of shame wash over her at the thought of dominating him again, especially since it would be even more embarrassing for him this time. After a moment, she took deep breaths to compose herself, pretending to cough to wipe away the drool. Despite her efforts, she still felt a lingering excitement. She spoke, assuring him that she wouldn't ask him to go against his principles. All she wanted was a chance to understand him better, hoping he would share his experiences of betrayal, just as she had. She promised that she would still free Drake, regardless of whether he opened up to her. The tension in the air was palpable, and Issei couldn't help but inquire about her feelings. He sensed that she had genuine emotions for him, but he needed to be cautious. He had already faced enough drama in his life and wasn't ready for another relationship, especially after everything he had recently endured. That was why Drake had hesitated to reveal her true identity to him. Trust was still an issue. LD smiled warmly, looking deeply into his eyes, and confessed that she had fallen in love with him. Issei was taken aback, realizing that her feelings seemed sincere. Yet, he wasn't prepared to dive into a new relationship, especially given his past. He needed time to think and pleaded with her to free his friend. A flicker of sadness crossed LD's eyes, but she felt a sense of relief. If he had accepted her immediately, it would have felt strange, considering how quickly he would have moved on from his past. This showed her that he was taking her wishes seriously. She cupped his face gently, maintaining her smile, and assured him that she would honor his request. After releasing her hands from his face, LD explained the procedure to him. She reassured him that Drake would be fine, and after a few questions, Issei agreed to proceed. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, bidding him farewell for now. With that, LD extracted Drake's soul from the boosted gear and outlined the training plans. Issei was eager to accept, knowing he needed to adapt to his new abilities and grow stronger. She presented him with various training options, including the possibility of exploring different worlds beyond his own. This revelation astonished Issei. He had never imagined there were other worlds or universes. LD explained that the strongest being in his world was the Great Red, the guardian of the dimensional gap. She described the wonders of these other worlds, igniting Issei's excitement for the adventures that awaited him. However, she cautioned him that many beings were even stronger than the Great Red or herself, which tempered his enthusiasm and reminded him of the reality that there would always be someone stronger. LD also informed him about his unique life and death aura, which was rare. She didn't press him for details about how he acquired it, knowing he would eventually share his past. Issei speculated that his aura might be linked to the 3 times he had died in his current life. He realized he was an anomaly, having cheated death multiple times, which might have led him to LD's domain. He understood that while LD had a deep mastery of the concept of death, he was still at the beginning of his journey. After some contemplation, Issei decided to focus on understanding his life and death aura with LD. He wanted to ensure he wouldn't accidentally harm anyone due to its unpredictable nature. LD agreed, sharing his concern about the potential dangers of such power, recalling a dark mage she had encountered in the past. Even though Isei's understanding and mastery were still developing, it was better to be safe than sorry. LD spent some time teaching Issei about controlling his aura, and she was pleasantly surprised when he grasped the basics in just a week. This was remarkable, considering that even Hades had spent his entire life trying to understand these concepts. It spoke volumes about Issei's potential, as he had a knack for learning quickly, even without prior training. Drake had confirmed that he was indeed a genius, and the term barely captured his talents. Issei could create new skills in a short amount of time, even if they were often unconventional. Just a week after mastering the basics of aura control, Issei was already able to manipulate it like an expert, though not quite at LD's level. He could absorb life force from his surroundings, albeit slowly. LD noted that he possessed more life force than most beings she had encountered, especially for someone his age, which was impressive. With his newfound focus, unlike his previous self who often acted inappropriately, his perception had sharpened, and she sensed that he would soon reach her level. As LD taught him, their relationship grew closer. Initially, Issei had avoided her except during training sessions, spending most of his time honing his aura skills in his room. However, they began to share small conversations about their favorite foods and other light topics. The way he looked at her had changed. It was no longer cold and detached but filled with warmth and a hint of trust. Though he didn't express it openly, she could see it in his eyes, and it made her happy to see him starting to open up. Unfortunately, LD was not very skilled in weaponry, and she pondered how to address this gap in her knowledge. While searching for answers, she recalled the Queen of the Land of Shadows, who was known for her mastery of weapon arts. LD knew that if she wanted to find the best mentor, the Queen was the one to seek. Upon arriving in the Land of Shadows, LD quickly located the Queen, who seemed to have anticipated her visit. The Queen, with a stoic expression, inquired about LD's presence, expressing a desire to be left alone. LD greeted her warmly, acknowledging the time since their last meeting. The Queen, however, was not in the mood for pleasantries and demanded to know LD's purpose for coming, threatening to end her if she did not leave. LD playfully responded, reminding the Queen that they both knew she couldn't kill her, just as LD couldn't harm her. The Queen scoffed at this, suggesting she could still inflict pain. LD countered, pointing out the cost of such an action, referencing the Queen's trusted spear, Gibalg. She assured the Queen that her visit was peaceful and proposed that she had found a worthy candidate for her to train a student who could potentially surpass her. Intrigued, the Queen asked what would happen if she deemed this candidate unworthy. LD confidently asserted that he would meet her standards and offered to fulfill any request if he did not. The Queen found this interesting, realizing that LD's commitment indicated the candidate was someone special. LD confirmed that he was indeed the one she had been searching for her true love. The Queen laughed, intrigued by LD's passion, but insisted she would judge the candidate for herself. They agreed to return to LD's domain together. Meanwhile, Issei had just exited his room, wondering where LD was, as she usually greeted him immediately. He searched the house and, upon hearing a sound at the entrance, went to investigate. To his surprise, he encountered another woman whose beauty rivaled LD's. She appeared perfect from every angle, with fair skin that seemed to glow, long purple hair that flowed elegantly, and crimson eyes that seemed to understand everything. Her presence exuded grace, and she embodied the essence of nobility. LD felt a twinge of jealousy as she noticed Issei's captivated expression, though she quickly dismissed it, acknowledging that the Queen was indeed stunning. The newcomer was equally taken aback by Issei's looks, realizing he was the most handsome boy she had ever seen. What surprised her most was the way he regarded her with pure appreciation rather than desire, a rarity that left her intrigued. The enchanting wine-red eyes of the boy surprised her a bit. Initially, she thought he was a vampire, but she could feel the aura of a dragon emanating from him. From that aura alone, she sensed an immense will within him, the will to become the strongest, which intrigued her. She also detected a faint aura of a king, suggesting that he might not yet realize he was on the path to becoming a king himself. She had long believed that she could not feel love, as she had never found anyone worthy of it. This was why she sought to shape a man to her liking, under the guise of mentoring a student who could meet her standards, hoping that one day he would be deserving of her affection. Unbeknownst to her, LD was aware of her secret, recognizing the same longing for love reflected in her eyes. She was a warrior queen from Celtic Ulster mythology, the gatekeeper of a haunted realm known as the Land of Shadows. A prodigy in weaponry, she was particularly renowned for her mastery of the spear. Her power was immense, allowing her to rule and seal the gate to the Land of Shadows, a place teeming with restless spirits. She had acquired the trait of eternal arms mastery, enabling her to wield any weapon with the skill of a master. Proud and independent, she was a natural-born ruler. Understanding her own exceptional nature, she held the title of queen with confidence. Overflowing with talent, she recognized that she was different from the ordinary. Alongside this self-awareness, she possessed mystic eyes that allowed her to see the true character and qualities of others, particularly distinguishing the mediocre from the exceptional. Having transformed halfway into a divine spirit over time, she could no longer die as a human. She would not experience a beautiful death, nor a hideous one, she would simply continue to exist until the world and everything beyond it finally vanished. For her entire life, she had searched for the perfect candidate but had found none. This led her to isolate herself within her domain, where she eventually faded from the memories of most people. LD was one of the few who still remembered her. Typically, she would eliminate any trespassers in her domain without hesitation, driven by her boredom and disappointment in never finding the candidate she sought. However, she now realized that the boy before her might be the one she desired. She believed he could fulfill all her requirements. Even if LD had not suggested she teach him, she would have done so regardless, willing to take him by force if necessary to mold him into the person she had longed for. Shaking herself from her thoughts, she addressed the youth in front of her. The youth was taken aback, questioning why he should follow her. His cold tone did not betray her expectations. If he had submitted without question, he would not have been worthy of her affection. LD shared this sentiment. Just as she was about to speak again, LD intervened, introducing her as the one who would teach Issei in weaponry and close combat. Before LD could finish, the newcomer introduced herself. She declared her name was Scathach and asked for his name. Issei was surprised, recalling that he had read about her and recognized her legendary status. However, having spent time with LD, he was no longer taken aback by such powerful beings and responded calmly. He introduced himself as Issei Haidu and acknowledged her as the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Scathach expressed interest in his knowledge of her, and he explained that he had read about her in books. She then stated that now that he understood her purpose, they could proceed, and she would shape him into the best warrior. She instructed him to follow her and to call her Shirsho from that moment on, warning him not to slack off during training or face the consequences. As Scathach turned to lead the way, Issei followed, pausing to thank LD. Her heart swelled with happiness at his recognition of her efforts, prompting her to respond warmly. His small smile, though fleeting, was enough to make her heart race, causing her cheeks to flush and her long ears to twitch with joy. Scathach, observing this from the corner of her eye, felt a twinge of jealousy at the smile that was not directed at her. She contemplated how to elicit such a smile from him for herself, deciding she would wait patiently, having already endured a long search for the man she desired. Some time later, after the leaders of the three factions discovered Issei's disappearance and reviewed the reports regarding him and the ORC girls, a somber atmosphere filled Scathach's Lucifer's room. He sat on the bed with his hands covering his face, looking despondent, while his wife, Graphia Lucifuge, stood beside him. Scathach expressed disbelief that his own sister had acted in such a manner, betraying their future husband and forgetting all he had done for them. From the sacrifice of his left arm to his very life on the line just to protect them, he found himself betrayed. They had the audacity to bring their new boyfriends to his house, as if they didn't care about being discovered. The situation felt like the biggest joke he had ever encountered, and just thinking about it filled him with disappointment. For the first time, he felt let down by his beloved sister for her actions, but he also felt disappointed in himself for not realizing the truth sooner. He had thought they would be fine on their own, but how wrong he was. Graphia reassured him, expressing that it wasn't his fault. They could never have anticipated such betrayal, even in their wildest dreams. She shared his disappointment, feeling the same way about both girls and herself for not uncovering the truth sooner. Scathach felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he considered the possibility of Issei returning to annul Rias's engagement. He had every right to do so, and if their parents found out, they would be furious. The thought made him feel sick again. Graphia remained silent after his outburst, knowing he spoke the truth. Scathach continued, expressing that if Issei ever wanted to harm Rias for her actions, he would still protect her as her older brother. However, he told Graphia that if anything happened to him, she could serve Issei instead. Graphia's eyes widened in surprise, and just as she was about to respond, Scathach continued. He acknowledged her feelings for Issei, revealing his own regrets about being unable to fulfill his duties as a husband due to his condition. He also recognized that she still held some blame against him for the death of her brother, which had created a barrier between them. He urged her to find her own happiness, suggesting that when the time came, She should go to Issei. He reassured her that Rias might not be forgiven after this incident, and if his life was the price to protect her one last time, then so be it. He reminded her that their son, Milikas, was actually his brother and not their child, a secret they had kept to avoid suspicion. Grafia felt speechless as she absorbed his words. She still held some blame against Scathach for her brother's death, which complicated her feelings for him. Their marriage had always been a pretense to protect her from becoming a CNCBN, and there had never been any real love between them. Scathach had become a cripple during the Great War, and the one he truly loved had perished in that conflict. To avoid suspicion from the elders, they had concocted a plan to make Xiaticus drunk and have him impregnate one of his concubines, hiding the truth about Milikas's parentage. The plan had worked flawlessly, but the CNCBN had died during childbirth, leaving only the two of them and the MDWF, whose memories they had erased. Grafia had developed feelings for Issei Hayadu from the moment they met. His bright and honest personality drew her in, especially since most men she encountered acted like gentlemen only to pursue her for their own desires. Issei was different. She found his outspoken attitude charming. After witnessing his repeated sacrifices for his friends, her interest in him deepened. However, recognizing that he loved Rias, she stepped back, feeling unworthy of his affection. She buried her feelings and focused on her responsibilities, but she felt happy when Rias and Issei became engaged, believing that she would still be able to serve him. Tragedy struck, and she felt both sorrow and anger for Issei. If she had known this would happen, she would have confessed her feelings to prevent it. Now, he seemed to have vanished, and despite her efforts to find him, there was no trace. She spent sleepless nights worrying about him, wondering if he was okay and what he was doing. With Scathach now aware of her secret, she felt free from the need to pretend. She spoke calmly, expressing her condolences for his loss and assuring him that she would help protect Rias despite her foolish actions. She considered Rias a little sister and would do whatever it took to shield her from Issei's potential wrath. Grafia believed in Issei's ability to recover and that he wouldn't blame Scathach for the situation. She felt confident that he would not harm the woman he once loved, and while retribution was inevitable, it was not for them to decide. She acknowledged Scathach as a great husband throughout their time together. Scathach thanked her for her kind words, feeling a sense of ease knowing she felt that way. Rias pondered her actions, and the room fell silent once more. Issei and Scathach arrived at the training ground prepared by LD. As they approached, Issei couldn't help but ask her about the cost of the training she would provide. Scathach replied that it was simple. She wanted him to become the best warrior and defeat her in battle. Her tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Issei was momentarily speechless but then took a deep breath and responded with determination, expressing his intent to defeat her and thanking her for the training with a slight bow. Scathach smirked, cautioning him not to thank her yet, as he needed to keep up with her rigorous training or he would regret it. Despite her stern words, she felt a surge of happiness at his unwavering resolve, believing that he might succeed sooner than expected. They began their training. Scathach, without any weapons, charged at Issei, using only her bare hands to strike. Her red pupils seemed to pierce through the soul, radiating intensity. In an instant she was upon him. Issei's instincts kicked in as he attempted to dodge her attack, but it was futile. He crashed against the wall, the impact causing him to cough slightly. Confused by what had just happened, Issei wondered how he had been hit despite his efforts to evade. Scathach explained that what he experienced was her secret technique, reminiscent of the legendary magic spear Gibalg from Celtic myths. She elaborated that this ability was a reversal of causality, making it impossible to evade. She intended to teach him this technique, emphasizing that mastering it depended entirely on his comprehension. He needed to apply this understanding to all his attacks, not just when wielding a spear. Scathach moved closer to Issei, gently pinching his chin to make him look up at her. She warned him that she had never lost in close combat and that defeating her would be a significant challenge. With a playful glint in her eyes, she added that she was waiting for her payment. In a surprising moment, she gave him a quick peck on the lips. Issei was taken aback, feeling a mix of confusion and frustration at being kissed without his consent. While he was relieved it wasn't a man, he still felt annoyed at being treated this way by a woman, especially since he was supposed to be the one in control. However, he recognized her strength and knew he couldn't retaliate, so he chose to endure it for now. Scathach walked away, her cheeks slightly flushed and a goofy smile on her face, secretly reveling in the moment. Issei stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth. He realized that if he could harness such strength, he could consider himself victorious as long as his attacks landed. He expressed his interest in learning the technique, promising not to disappoint her. Scathach regained her composure and told him that since he was determined to learn, he should be prepared for her strict training. She warned him that either he would defeat her or he would face dire consequences. Issei affirmed his commitment, ready for the challenge. In a flash, Scathach vanished, appearing behind him and delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. She continued her relentless assault, embodying a fierce training regimen. Despite the intensity, Issei never protested. He absorbed every lesson like a sponge. As he improved, Scathach adjusted her techniques to match his growing strength, ensuring the training remained challenging. Day by day, Issei's dragon traits began to awaken, making him stronger, faster, and smarter at an astonishing rate. Scathach realized that he might surpass her soon. His comprehension skills were remarkable, and she acknowledged him as the most talented student she had ever encountered, even more so than herself. Learning about his past from LD had ignited her fury. She had wanted to confront those who had wronged him. However, LD had advised her to let Issei handle it himself, which she reluctantly accepted for the time being. Yet, she vowed that if she ever crossed paths with those responsible, they would learn the true meaning of despair. LD expressed her desire to collect souls to place them in limbo. This newfound bond between her and Issei baffled him, especially since they had previously disagreed often. However, Issei was primarily focused on his goal of becoming stronger. One day, LD asked Issei for a favor, which he agreed to as long as it aligned with his principles. She requested that he give her a new name, as she had forgotten her old one due to past betrayals. After considering it, Issei offered the name Semiramis. She found the name intriguing as it resonated with her past, particularly her tendency to poison her enemies slowly. Semiramis was delighted to receive a name from Issei, and she hummed happily throughout the day, prompting Scathach to wonder about her joy. When Scathach learned the reason behind Semiramis's happiness, she felt a pang of jealousy, wishing for a similar gesture from her own apprentice. Initially, Scathach was taken aback by Semiramis's awareness of her search for the perfect apprentice. However, upon hearing Semiramis's past, she felt sympathy for her. When Semiramis proposed a harem plan, Scathach found it surprising yet understandable, given Issei's caliber. Despite her past as a queen, where she was encouraged to build a harem, Scathach had never been interested in such arrangements. She preferred strength over superficial beauty, desiring a partner who could protect her. Unbeknownst to Issei, he would eventually find himself in a harem, whether he wanted it or not. By the time he realized it, he would already have a considerable number of women following him. A month later, Issei and Scathach were sparring in the training ground, but this time, they were evenly matched. Unlike before, when Issei was easily overpowered, he now held his own against her. They were enjoying their sparring session, especially Scathach, who felt that her beloved might soon fulfill her long-held desires. Issei had mastered her eternal arms mastery to an expert level, showcasing remarkable progress. Issei was also pleased with his growth. His control over his life and death aura had reached an expert level, allowing him to absorb life force more efficiently. He could now perceive and interact with souls, a skill he shared with Semiramis. However, she advised against consuming souls, warning him that it could corrupt his own purity. Issei, being a former human, found the idea disturbing and preferred not to pursue it, which endeared him further to both women. Throughout the month, Issei opened up more to Semiramis and Scathach. Drake was still in the process of reviving himself, leaving Issei feeling a bit lonely without his trusted partner. He shared stories of his past, including his first date with Rainier, his revival by Rias Gremory, and his confession during the raiding game. Semiramis and Scathach listened intently, absorbing every detail of Issei's history. When they learned about his betrayal by Rainier, they struggled to contain their anger, with Semiramis mentally noting to seek out Rainier's soul for her own purposes later. They also took note of Rias' gremmery, though they were unfamiliar with her household, having little interest in those they deemed weak. Issei paused his storytelling, but rather than feeling saddened, both women were pleased to be uncovering the truth about his past. They anticipated a time when they would confront those who had wronged him, intending to make them suffer, though they would leave Issei's fate in his hands. Issei had begun to smile more around them, though he often wore a distant and melancholic expression when alone. They both promised to make him the happiest man when they saw his looks, and Semiramis began searching for potential worlds that could help him relax and forget about his past. She understood that staying in one place wouldn't help him much. He needed to experience a new environment. Meanwhile, Scathach started sneaking into his bedroom, stealing kisses while he slept, using her perfect stealth enhancement. Semiramis discovered this and scolded her for not sharing. They decided to take turns kissing him without his knowledge. Semiramis cast a silent sleeping spell to ensure he wouldn't wake up, while Scathach concealed their presence to avoid any mishaps. They indulged in their secret activity, sharing sweet kisses and enjoying the closeness. At one point, Scathach wanted to take things further, but Semiramis suggested they wait until they had his consent. Despite her own actions during their kissing sessions, she felt it was best to respect his boundaries. Issei kept waking up feeling strange, as his mouth often felt sore. He felt embarrassed to find white stains on his pants, assuming he had experienced a wet dream, which he attributed to his dragon energy. Each time this happened, he used cleaning magic to remove the stains. He noticed the girls' faces sparkling with satisfaction, but he shrugged it off, thinking it was nothing to concern him. One day, while doing a handstand with weights on his legs, Semiramis called him to discuss traveling to different worlds. When Issei arrived in the living room, he saw Semiramis and Scathach sitting on the sofa, their eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Over time, his appearance had changed. His eyes now radiated sheer will and determination, enhanced by his wine-red irises. His hair had grown longer, reaching just below his shoulder blades, and it had become smooth and shiny, giving him a charmingly rebellious look. His face had taken on a more masculine quality, complementing his striking eyes. His once skinny figure had transformed into a perfectly toned physique, with defined muscles visible even beneath his clothes. The girls had to suppress their desires, knowing they needed to discuss something serious with him, but they were excited about what the night might bring. Issei didn't mind the looks they gave him. He felt a sense of pride knowing two beautiful women were interested in him, even if he didn't show it. He maintained a stoic expression, but his eyes reflected the trust he had in both of them, even if it wasn't complete yet. He asked them what was wrong. Semiramis spoke first, clearing her throat. She explained that they had concluded he needed a change of pace. She emphasized that it wasn't healthy to train without rest and that simply sleeping wouldn't suffice. They had decided it was time for him to visit another world, assuring him it would be a relaxing place. Scathach chimed in, agreeing with Semiramis. She expressed her happiness that he never slacked off but insisted he needed to take a break. As his mentor, she commanded him to take a vacation, leaving no room for argument. Initially, Issei wanted to reject the idea, believing he didn't need a vacation. However, their genuine concern warmed his heart, and he eventually agreed. He went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone, surprised to find that neither woman knew how to cook, despite their long lives. Their reasoning was simple: they didn't need to eat, so they never learned. Issei, being mortal, needed to eat, so he asked Semiramis if there was any food available. She initially said no, but then remembered he wasn't immortal like her. She returned with a variety of unfamiliar animals, which didn't faze him due to his dragon stomach. However, some of the ingredients looked unsettling, resembling creatures from nightmares. When one of them split its head open, revealing teeth and tentacles, he instinctively burned it to ashes with his fire breath. Fortunately, there were recognizable ingredients like pigs among the offerings. Knowing the girls couldn't cook, he decided to teach himself. Although he hadn't cooked in a while, memories of his mother's lessons came flooding back. After a moment of reflection, he recalled a recipe and prepared stir-fried pork, the delicious aroma attracting both girls. Even though they didn't need to eat to survive, they could still enjoy food if they wanted to. When they discovered that the man they loved could cook, they were pleasantly surprised and thrilled. To them, a man who could cook was quite romantic, and when they tasted his dishes, they were left in awe of the incredible flavors. The experience was so delightful that they shed a few tears, prompting them to ask for more. This was a small way for Issei to repay them for all they had done, even if it was just through cooking. When both women attempted to cook for themselves, Issei was amazed to see that their creations seemed to emit an unusual aura. When they insisted he try their food, he hesitated and suggested they taste it first. Even with his dragon-like stomach, he doubted he could survive whatever they had concocted. The dish looked like a dark glob with floating eyes and a face that seemed to express suffering, and he could have sworn he heard a faint scream of despair from it. After tasting their own creations, they fell into a deep slumber for 3 days, even hallucinating visions of their parents on the other side of a river, despite being immortal. Following that incident, they left the cooking to him and even begged him to take charge, as they seemed to have developed a bit of trauma from their culinary attempts. After Issei finished preparing dinner for the 3 of them, they enjoyed a lovely meal together, sharing stories and laughter, knowing it would be a while before they could dine together again. That night, they even had a small celebration. The night was quite eventful for the 3 of them, except for Issei, who was fast asleep as usual. When he finally opened his eyes, he found both girls sleeping on either side of him, and to his surprise, they were both without clothing. They clung to him like koalas, and he realized he was also naked. Confusion washed over him as he wondered what had happened the previous night, and a sense of panic arose at the thought of what they might have done together. As he became restless, both women slowly opened their eyes. When they noticed they were clinging to him, their beloved, and saw his panicked expression, they decided to tease him. Semiramis playfully remarked on his performance the night before, while Scathach, with a teasing tone, expressed her pride in him. They traced their fingers over his chest, making him feel ticklish, which only led to their laughter. Issei was puzzled by their amusement but soon realized they were just playing tricks on him. He felt relieved that nothing had happened but also a bit disappointed, though he wouldn't admit it. With a sigh, he asked them to let go, as his arms were sore. The 2 women exchanged glances and, in unison, declared they wouldn't let go, hugging him tighter. Issei could feel their bodies against his, and a blush crept onto his face as he became aware of the situation. Just as he was about to react, they finally released him but remained close. He caught a glimpse of their beauty and quickly looked away, suggesting they put on some clothes. They both chuckled at his reaction and, to his relief, got dressed. He was unsure how much longer he could resist their teasing, especially since his feelings had intensified since his transformation into a dragon. After a bit of preparation, Semiramis informed him about the world he was about to visit. She explained that it was a relatively peaceful place, with only weak monsters that even his former self could handle easily. She reassured him that he could relax and enjoy his time there, and that she would send him a note for his next transfer. No matter how long he stayed, only a month would pass in their world. Scathach added her own advice, reminding him to take it easy and not to spend all his time training, or she would have to DSPLN him. She even suggested he bring some girls back with him, though Issei thought she was joking. As for the time difference, he assumed it was just one of Semiramis's powers and didn't think much of it. With a small smile, he bid them farewell, and they returned his smile. Semiramis then opened a dimensional rift and encouraged him to jump inside, and he did. After Issei entered the rift, an anomaly began to occur. He felt a force summoning him, trying to compel him to respond, but he shrugged it off. The compulsion grew stronger, and as his annoyance mounted, a gap opened, and he went through it. When Issei opened his eyes again, he found himself free-falling through the sky. He noticed flames burning all around him and a swarm of wyverns flying nearby. As they spotted him, they attempted to attack, but their instincts warned them against confronting the man before them, making them feel as if they were in the presence of a king. The king of Dragonkin turned and fled as quickly as possible, knowing that if they dared to attack him, they would not survive even a moment. Despite their master ordering them to eliminate every human they encountered, they recognized that the being before them was far from ordinary. Issei watched as the wyverns attempted to confront him, feeling a sense of amusement at their audacity. However, before he could retaliate, he noticed them retreating in fear. Shifting his gaze downward, he spotted a city with a grand castle at its center. Compelled by an unseen force, he spread his dragon wings and descended toward the castle, sensing that his summoner awaited him there. Upon landing in the castle's garden, Issei was taken aback to see a massive black dragon standing before him. He felt no intimidation. Instead, curiosity filled him as he wondered why a dragon was present in such a place. As Issei examined the black dragon, it mirrored his actions. Previously bored with the weakness of humans, it had left the task of hunting to the wyverns. Now, sensing the powerful aura of a dragon above, it had emerged to investigate. To its surprise, the source of that aura was a being that resembled a human, yet it was clear that this was no ordinary human. The black dragon felt an aura far stronger than its own and realized that if this being chose to attack, it would not last long. Fear gripped the dragon as it recognized the immense power radiating from Issei. While Issei continued to observe the dragon, he noticed it bowing and laying flat on the ground. Initially surprised, he soon understood that it must have sensed his aura. He reassured the creature, stating that as long as it did not attack him, he would not harm it. The black dragon nodded meekly, allowing him to pass. Approaching a grand door leading to the heart of the castle, Issei heard the clash of weapons. He pushed the door open, and the sound of metal striking metal echoed once more. Inside, he witnessed two figures engaged in fierce combat. On one side was a young girl wielding a black flag adorned with an ominous dragon symbol, her expression taunting. Opposite her stood another girl, holding a white flag featuring an angelic design with a holy flower pattern, her face focused and determined. Both girls wielded flags of different colors, yet they appeared identical in stature, armor, and features. Issei couldn't help but think of them as twins. His thoughts were interrupted by the laughter of the girl with the black flag, a sound filled with ridicule, as if she were mocking her opponent. The black flag emitted a dark aura as she launched another attack. The girl with the white flag struggled to defend herself, raising her flag just in time to block the incoming strike. The flags collided, creating sparks as they clashed. They exchanged blows, each one defending against the other's attacks in a relentless rhythm. Issei noted that the girl with the black flag fought with ferocity, while the one with the white flag displayed compassion in her movements. It became evident to Issei that the girl with the black flag held the upper hand. While the white flag's strikes were not weak, they lacked the weight and intensity of her opponents. The black flag radiated an ominous aura filled with malice, while the white flag exuded a compassionate energy. Recognizing the symbol on the white flag, Issei realized that it belonged to France. This revelation confirmed that he was indeed in France, and the girl wielding the white flag was none other than Saint Jeanne d'Arc. He had never encountered such a powerful aura in a human before, and only a saintess could possess such strength. But who was the girl with the black flag? As the battle continued, the situation shifted dramatically. Under the relentless assault of the girl with the black flag, Jeanne faltered. Her grip on the holy flag slipped, and the black flag struck her with force, sending her sprawling across the floor. She landed with one hand on the ground, the other clutching her side where she had been hit. Despite the pain, her eyes burned with determination as she maintained her grip on the holy flag, staring defiantly at her opponent. The girl with the black flag sneered, taunting Jeanne. She expressed disdain, questioning whether this was all Jeanne could muster as the saintess of a fallen country. Hearing this, Issei confirmed his suspicions about Jeanne's identity. He wondered why she was still alive, as history had stated she had perished long ago. Had he somehow traveled back in time? The thought of a twin sister for Jeanne lingered in his mind. Biting her lip, gazed at her counterpart and asked who she was, her voice filled with emotion. Jeanne asked once more why this was happening. Outside, a war raged on, with wyverns attacking humans and setting everything ablaze. She questioned her other self, wondering if she truly wanted to destroy their motherland. The black-clad figure responded with disdain, wondering if Jeanne's inquiries were merely foolish talk. She demanded to know why Jeanne could not act as she did. The Black Jeanne expressed her frustration, recalling the sacrifices they had made for their country and how they had been betrayed. She felt a deep-seated hatred for the humans and the nation that had turned against them. Jeanne, listening to her counterpart, fell silent. Her exquisite face bore no hatred, only an overwhelming sadness. She pleaded for her other self to stop, revealing that she had never considered revenge. This realization struck Issei, who understood that while they were the same Jeanne, they were also entirely different. One sought revenge, while the other wished to protect. They had both sacrificed everything for their homeland, only to be betrayed by it. The Black Jeanne questioned whether Jeanne acknowledged her as the same person. Though her expression was hidden, her mocking smile was absent. She declared that if Jeanne denied her, she would deny Jeanne in return. She would lose her title, her name, and her memories, but her hatred would remain. With that hatred, she would find fulfillment. While one sought to protect their country, the other desired its destruction, and they would meet in hell together. As she lifted the flag, a powerful explosion erupted, and the red lotus karmic fire appeared. Jeanne was startled, feeling the intense resentment and negativity emanating from the flame's feelings she did not possess. The Black Jeanne, with a twisted smile, taunted her, revealing that the flame could only be obtained through acceptance of the stake. It was a flame of revenge, one she would use to burn those who had wronged her. The karmic fire surged toward Jeanne like a storm. She braced herself, lifting her holy flag to counter the attack. Radiant brilliance erupted from the flag, illuminating the area with a golden light. The Black Jeanne unleashed her noble phantasm, proclaiming that the time for revenge had come. The flames intensified, scorching the ground and evaporating the air, resembling the breath of a wicked dragon as they advanced toward Jeanne. Jeanne, in turn, called upon her own noble phantasm, and a brilliant golden light enveloped her, creating a protective barrier. The room was filled with light as both Jeannes unleashed their powers. In that moment, the Black Jeanne unleashed her noble phantasm, transforming her resentment and curses into the flaming karmic fire, which spread in all directions while Jeanne stood at the center. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming, even for a saint. The Black Jeanne shouted in fury, venting her enmity and causing the flames to grow stronger. The floor began to melt, and the temperature soared, twisting the space around them into a searing sea of fire, filling the air with thick smoke. In this purgatorial inferno, only one spot remained untouched, where Jeanne stood. Issei, standing at a safe distance, felt no fear from the flames. In fact, he felt a sense of comfort amidst the chaos. The dim golden light created an invisible barrier around Jeanne, protecting her from the raging flames. Jeanne closed her eyes tightly, praying for protection against the formidable fire that threatened to consume everything. Her face showed no fear, only reverence as she offered her prayer, urging her holy flag to shine even brighter. However, she knew that if the flag sustained too much damage, it would become unusable. The Black Jeanne's flames continued to grow stronger, and her laughter echoed through the chaos as she watched Jeanne struggle. The intensity of the battle escalated, and Jeanne felt the strain as the light from her flag began to dim. If this continued, she knew the flag would eventually reach its limit. The Black Jeanne's laughter rang out, cruel and mocking, as she reveled in the sight of her counterpart's struggle. Then, something unexpected happened. She saw a young man standing in front of the other version of herself, completely unaffected by her flames, which made her eyes widen in surprise. Jeanne also realized that someone stood before her, and the heavy burden she had been carrying vanished as if it had never existed. Looking up, she saw a handsome young man gazing down at her, his eyes clear and filled with pity. He spoke, asking if it was worth it. Confused by his question, she listened as he continued, inquiring if it was worth sacrificing everything for the things she loved, only to be betrayed in the end. He asked if she knew her demise was approaching but never fought back, believing it was her duty, despite having the power to resist. Understanding his inquiry, she responded with conviction, affirming that it was all worth it. Even though they condemned her as a witch and sought to burn her at the stake, She believed it was worth it because the Lord had given her a revelation, and she would follow his guidance. She spoke with the certainty of a true saintess. Issei remained silent, his gaze never leaving her, his pity for the young girl evident. This puzzled Jeanne, but their silence was shattered by a furious scream from Black Jeanne. Demanding to know who he was, Black Jeanne expressed her hatred, furious that this newcomer had blocked her flames and protected the other version of herself. Confused and angry, she couldn't comprehend how he could withstand her fire so effortlessly. Issei did not turn to answer her but continued to focus on Jeanne. Black Jeanne shouted again, increasing the intensity of her flames, but he remained unfazed, as if the flames were non-existent. Frustrated, she abandoned her flames and lunged at him with her flag, attempting to stab him. Jeanne, witnessing this, tried to warn him and stand up to protect him, but exhaustion prevented her from rising. She could only watch as Black Jeanne aimed to strike him from behind. Still, Issei did not turn around. Instead, he extended his hand backward, effortlessly stopping the attack with just one hand, halting Black Jeanne's advance. This shocked her, as she had put everything into that strike, yet it was stopped as if it were nothing. Jeanne was equally astonished but refocused when Issei spoke again. He expressed his pity for both of them, finally turning to meet Black Jeanne's gaze, still holding that look of compassion. This only fueled Black Jeanne's anger, as she did not want pity from anyone. As she attempted to respond, he continued speaking, pointing out that they had sacrificed everything: body, blood, time, and even life to protect something they loved, all for a revelation from something unclear. His words ignited anger in both of them. Despite Black Jeanne's desire for revenge, she still held a belief in the Lord deep within her. They both shouted in unison, demanding he not dismiss their revelation from God as something unclear. Jeanne, despite being a saintess, would not tolerate insults against her Lord, and Black Jeanne felt the same. Issei responded to their outburst with calmness, asking if they had ever seen their so-called Lord. They both hesitated, realizing they had never seen him in person, but they believed they could feel his presence and had heard his voice before. What he said next took them completely by surprise. He revealed that their so-called God had died long before they were born. They were incredulous, insisting he was lying and demanding he refrain from blaspheming further. Issei maintained his composure, stating he had no reason to lie. He explained that God had perished during the Great War between the three factions long ago, and an archangel, Michael, had taken his place. If they still doubted him, he offered to show them. Placing his hands on their heads, he allowed them to see his memories of discovering God's death. They witnessed the revelation from Michael, realizing the truth: God was dead before their birth, and Michael had orchestrated the events, sacrificing them because humanity needed to stand on its own without divine interference. Jeanne collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face, her eyes losing their light as disbelief washed over her. She mumbled in denial, unable to accept the truth. Meanwhile, Black Jeanne's anger erupted as she looked at Jeanne, bitterly declaring they had fought for nothing, burned in the name of a corpse. Her words, though harsh, masked a deep sadness. She cried out that everything had been a lie, her emotions spilling forth as she too collapsed to the ground, holding her face in despair. Issei watched as both of them expressed their sorrow upon learning the truth. He understood the cruelty of revealing such a reality, but he believed they needed to confront it. Because he didn't want them to sacrifice their lives for nothing, he finally spoke again. Issei questioned whether everything had still been worth it. Both Jeannes lifted their heads, anger and tears evident in their eyes as they faced him, aware of the harsh truth he represented. Issei continued, acknowledging that if they wanted to blame him for revealing the truth, they were welcome to do so. He expressed that he wouldn't take back anything he had done, as they needed to understand the reality of their situation. He paused momentarily before sharing his own experience. Issei revealed that he had also sacrificed everything for those he once loved, only to be betrayed in the end. Initially, he felt devastated and wished to end it all, consumed by despair. However, his trusted partner had pulled him back from that darkness and introduced him to the concept of freedom. This freedom allowed him to act for himself, not just for others. He found it amusing how a single word could bring him such joy. Freedom cannot be bestowed, it must be achieved. He reflected on the idea that true liberation comes from within, and that sacrificing oneself for others could prevent them from finding their own freedom. They needed to strive for their own liberation. Michael's approach was neither entirely right nor wrong. While he aimed for humanity's independence, he was misguided in sacrificing them for his goals. Issei quoted, "Everything is permitted, nothing is true," emphasizing that one's true self is defined not by others, but by oneself. As long as they believed in who they truly were, they could find their own freedom. In that moment, both Jeannes began to see the light they thought they had lost. Issei urged them to pursue their own rights, the right to be happy and to be themselves. He offered his support, promising to be there until they were ready to move forward on their own. His sincere smile radiated warmth and care, and he felt a sense of accomplishment in helping the two Jeannes escape the cycle of being sacrificial figures, guiding them toward their own freedom. When they saw his genuine smile and kind eyes, they felt an emotion they thought they had abandoned in service to their supposed Lord love. It was a different kind of love, one that transcended their feelings for their country. They stopped their tears, a blush appearing on their cheeks. Black Jeanne, still harboring some distrust, questioned why they should believe him, fearing betrayal like before. She expressed her apprehension, even as she felt a growing fondness for him. White Jeanne also felt hesitant, but they were taken aback by what he said next. Issei unleashed his dragon aura and swore on his soul and name that if he ever betrayed them, his soul would be destroyed and never reincarnated. Both girls felt a profound connection between their souls and his, realizing they were now bound by an unbreakable contract. They could end him if he ever betrayed them, and they were wide-eyed in disbelief at the oath he had just made. Issei asked if that was enough to earn their trust, his smile unwavering and filled with sincerity. They felt their hearts race at the sight of him, even Black Jeanne experiencing emotions beyond her usual hatred, trust, and love. For the first time, she felt something other than animosity, and she welcomed this new feeling. Meanwhile, White Jeanne clasped her hands together, her face flushed with warmth and her eyes filled with love and faith for the man before her, as if she had finally found her true lord. Issei realized that his feelings intensified when he looked at the two women before him. They reminded him of kin, despite knowing they were not related. Their pride, passion, and determination resonated with him, reminiscent of his own fight for those he held dear. He felt a magnetic attraction to their charisma, which he assumed was linked to their unique traits. Even now, he sensed their allure drawing him in, and he understood why so many wyverns and dragons lingered nearby without attacking. The castle was the only intact structure he noticed during his observation while free-falling through the sky. He understood that if another dragon encountered their charm, that dragon would immediately submit. However, he was a unique case. He wasn't a dragon by birth. Instead of submitting, he felt a certain attraction toward them. His will, influenced by the dragon of domination, prevented him from yielding, adding to his ability to resist their charm. Even without an oath, he would never break the promises he made. Throughout his life, even as a human, he had always fulfilled his commitments, no matter the circumstances. Yet, he sensed something unusual about the Black Jeanne. If they were supposed to be equals, their powers shouldn't differ so greatly. From what he had observed, her abilities far surpassed those of the White Jeanne, resembling an adult battling a child. His thoughts were interrupted when the White Jeanne spoke. She declared her unwavering loyalty, stating that regardless of the trials they faced, she would always be his. As she knelt, her oath manifested as a chain, binding her soul to his. He was taken aback, never expecting her to bind her soul to him. While he was still processing this, he heard the Black Jeanne click her tongue and declare that if he ever betrayed his oath, she would destroy his soul without hesitation. Then, she too knelt and swore an oath to him, promising to become a part of him as he became a part of her. Her words echoed with intensity, vowing to protect him fiercely. Just like the White Jeanne, her soul was bound to his. His mind raced as he struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Suddenly, the Black Jeanne shouted at him, snapping him out of his confusion. He was astonished and questioned why they had sworn an oath to him. He couldn't believe they had chosen to bind their souls to him. He acknowledged that he had sworn an oath to them, but that was because he knew he would never betray it. The black Jeanne, frustrated, insisted that he shouldn't assume they would betray their oath. Her anger was palpable, as she was offended by the implication that they were untrustworthy. The white Jeanne remained silent, but her gaze conveyed unwavering faith, love, and passion for him, suggesting that her feelings would never fade. He hesitated, unsure of what to say, still grappling with insecurities from his past. However, he realized that their actions signified their commitment to never betray him either. His thoughts were interrupted again when the black Jeanne stood up and grabbed his collar, shouting at him at point-blank range. She warned him not to compare them to those who had betrayed him before, threatening that she would take him down with her if he did. Then, she did something that left him speechless. She kissed him while still holding his collar. He was shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. The white Jeanne was equally stunned, her mouth agape at the unexpected turn of events. The black Jeanne continued the kiss, albeit clumsily, as it was her first. When she pulled away, her face flushed with embarrassment, she demanded to know if he believed her now. Before he could respond, he felt someone pulling him from behind, forcing him to turn around. To his astonishment, it was the white Jeanne, who kissed him as well, marking her first kiss. After a moment, she pulled away and apologized for her rudeness, explaining that she didn't want to lose to her little sister. The black Jeanne interjected, questioning who the little sister was. The white Jeanne playfully asserted that since she was the first to swear an oath to their master, that made her the elder sister. She tilted her head and smiled cutely at the black Jeanne, who protested vehemently, demanding a redo of their oaths. Issei finally snapped, expressing his frustration at being treated like a toy. He took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the stress of the situation. He reminded them that they had their own freedom and questioned why they had chosen to bind their souls to him. The two Jeannes exchanged glances, and the white Jeanne explained that they had followed his words, affirming their right to choose their own path. Then their choice was to serve him as their new lord. Black scoffed, expressing her disdain for the situation. It wasn't as if they had anywhere else to go, so they might as well follow him. She assured him that she would cancel her plans against the country, finding it more interesting to watch them crumble on their own. After all, wouldn't it be satisfying to see them continue to worship a corpse for their entire lives? Jeanne responded with a wry smile, knowing deep down that her little sister didn't harbor as much hatred for their country anymore. This was still the place of their birth, and even though their former lord was gone, they had found a new one to serve. Issei accepted their decision but reminded them to inform him if they ever wished to cancel their oath. Both Jeanne and black Jeanne firmly stated that they wouldn't change their minds. Black Jeanne insisted on being called Jalter, not wanting to share a name with someone she deemed foolish. She pointed out that the oath clearly stated it was for eternity, so they couldn't cancel it even if they wanted to. Jeanne playfully urged her little sister not to be shy and suddenly hugged Jalter, rubbing her face against her. Jalter protested, trying to push Jeanne away, feeling a mix of embarrassment and reluctant acceptance. Deep down, she was happy to have someone who accepted her, but she was too shy to admit it. Issei watched them with a blank stare until he remembered the reason he had been summoned. He asked if either of them had called him here. Confusion crossed their faces until they realized he wasn't human. They could sense the dragon aura within him. Jeanne recalled that Jalter might know something about the summoning, as she wasn't the one who had summoned the wyverns outside. Jalter reluctantly admitted that she was the one who summoned them, with a little help from a mysterious object. She revealed a black holy grail, alarming Jeanne. Jalter explained that this object enabled her to summon the wyverns and dragons, but she couldn't remember how she had obtained it. Issei listened intently as Jeanne clarified that it was the opposite of a typical wish-granting artifact. While it could grant wishes, it came with dire consequences. Issei deduced that Jalter must have wished for the destruction of their country, which would lead to the summoning of the creatures. The side effect would be catastrophic, threatening not just their land but the entire world if it wasn't stopped. Jeanne confirmed his assessment, and Jalter lamented that she couldn't cancel the wish once it had been granted. The atmosphere grew tense as Issei requested to see the grail. Jeanne and Jalter warned him against it, deeming it too dangerous. Ignoring their protests, Issei took the grail from Jalter's hands before she realized what was happening. As he examined it, both Jeanne and Jalter shouted for him to be careful. Nothing seemed to happen at first, but then the grail emitted a bright dark light, temporarily blinding them. When they opened their eyes again, Issei had vanished, and the grail floated in the air, still radiating a dark aura. When Issei regained consciousness, he found himself in darkness, with a single throne adorned with human skulls before him. A girl sat upon the throne, looking directly at him with a wicked smile. She had a doll-like face, yellow pupils like Jalter's, pale skin, and long white hair. Dressed in a black priestess garb with red outlines and a pitch-black crown, she exuded an ominous presence. She began laughing maniacally, and Issei remained calm, recognizing her as the Black Grail itself, the source of the dark aura he had felt earlier. After a moment, she ceased her laughter and spoke, sensing the same darkness within him that matched her own. She proposed that if she absorbed him, she would become complete. Issei firmly refused her offer. The Black Grail, undeterred, summoned black tentacles that emerged from around her, aiming to ensnare him. They wrapped tightly around his body, but Issei remained unmoved, his calm demeanor unshaken. The tentacles struggled to pull him, but he stood firm, unaffected. Then he released his own aura, and the tentacles disintegrated under its power. The Black Grail was taken aback by the strength she sensed from him, her excitement growing at the prospect of absorbing him to become even stronger. In response, she summoned thousands of humanoid shadows to attack him, reveling in the chaos. Now let's see how you can handle this. The army she summoned launched their attack at him. After a while, the girl's expression shifted from a smile to a scowl. She was frustrated that the man before her wouldn't fall as she wished. Issei remained in the same spot since his arrival, while her summoned army was scattered around him. He simply launched normal attacks whenever they approached, and they shattered like fragile clay figures upon impact. At one point, she summoned shadowy beings resembling Jeanne and other strong-looking humanoids, but they too were easily defeated by his punches and kicks. When they attempted ranged attacks, they met the same fate. He swatted away every projectile that came his way. Even the few that managed to hit him left no mark on his outfit. Issei maintained a calm demeanor throughout the battle, showing no signs of exhaustion. He asked if she was done, his red eyes glinting slightly. The girl flinched at his gaze, feeling a sense of intimidation for the first time since her existence began. To her, everything was merely a toy, and she enjoyed toying with their so-called wishes. Her desire was to destroy the world, but her power was insufficient for such a feat. However, when she sensed the power from the rift, she became ecstatic, believing that if she could absorb it, her wish would finally be fulfilled. Seeing it firsthand, she became convinced that the man before her was the key to her desires. Yet, she underestimated him and found herself unable to defeat him, no matter what she tried. In her desperation, she remembered a tactic she had yet to employ. She admitted he was strong, but declared that this would be the end. Summoning a black mist, she surrounded Issei within it, proclaiming that no matter how strong he appeared on the outside, he must harbor some negative emotion deep within, and that would be his downfall. As the black mist enveloped him, Issei felt his surroundings shift. He was transported back to the moment he discovered the betrayal of the girls he once loved. He witnessed Rias and Aquino kissing another man, saw the other girls acting intimately with their new boyfriends, and relived the insults and blows they directed at him, all while their new partners laughed in the background. The girls he had once cherished were now unrecognizable, their eyes filled with contempt. Tears streamed down Issei's face as he watched these memories replay. He reflected on the happy moments and the painful ones, arriving at the moment when despair nearly consumed him. He had wished for death to escape the pain of betrayal, and if not for Drake, he might have succumbed long ago. After what felt like an eternity, new memories surfaced, those he had created with the new women in his life. He recalled the time spent with Semiramis, his mentor, Jeanne, and Jalter. Deep down, he still struggled to trust anyone, fearing that history would repeat itself. Yet, as he revisited these memories, he realized he had been wrong to equate every woman he met with his former lovers. He remembered the care they had shown him, the joy they shared, the warmth they offered, and the trust they placed in him by revealing their true selves. He learned of Semiramis's own betrayal and her feelings for him. His mentor, though strict, had never wavered in her affection, sharing her reasons for seeking a worthy student. Even the two new women who had pledged their loyalty to him without hesitation were sincere in their beliefs. Issei understood that they genuinely loved him, but he had been too afraid to accept their feelings, haunted by the fear of betrayal. Now, he recognized how mistaken he had been. He found the courage to move forward toward a brighter future. Unbeknownst to him, the conflicting parts of his soul began to harmonize, achieving a balance akin to yin and yang. He experienced a breakthrough, breaking the shackles that had held him back from becoming the true dragon of domination. He would dominate everything. Dominance and control were what the unjust sought most. Thus, it became the duty of the just to defy dominance and challenge control. He would claim dominance and control over everything, including his own emotions. To know sorrow was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was the realization that one could not return to the happiness that could have been. Fear was not evil, it revealed weakness, and once one recognized their weaknesses, they could grow stronger. Outside Issei's mind, the girl approached him, who lay with his eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. She gleefully proclaimed that at last, her wish would come true, extending her hands toward him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and grasped her hands, shocking her. He thanked her for helping him realize something before throwing her away. She crashed against her throne, coughing slightly from the impact. As she looked up, she saw Issei floating with his dragon wings unfurled behind him. He closed his eyes, placed a hand over his chest, and began to chant. He declared himself the Red Dragon Emperor, who controlled the principle of domination. With infinite hope and dreams, he vowed to protect his loved ones, promising them a future brighter than any light. He would be an ally to good and a nightmare to evil, declaring his intention to become the true Red Dragon King of domination. With a powerful shout, he unleashed Dragon Overdrive. The darkness surrounding him was blown away, revealing a majestic red dragon that stood before her, its mere presence sending chills through her core. She felt tiny and insignificant before him, overwhelmed by the urge to submit. Issei let out a powerful roar after his transformation, causing every wyvern and the black dragon outside the Black Grail to tremble and bow in his direction, as if welcoming the awakening of the true Dragon King. Jeanne and Jalter, still panicking from their new master's disappearance, noticed the anomaly. The Black Grail was shaking violently, threatening to break at any moment. They could also hear the roar, filled with immense power. After a moment, Issei ceased his roar and focused his gaze on BG once more. Her heart raced as his eyes landed on her. Then, she heard his calm voice echo in her mind, commanding her to summon back all the wyverns and dragons she had called forth. BG complied, knowing there was nothing she could do against the dragon before her. Outside, the wyverns and dragons vanished in a flash of light, and the humans cheered at their disappearance. BG questioned what would happen next, wondering if he would kill her. She considered it a fitting end for someone like her, feeling honored to be slain by the true Dragon King. Issei did not respond immediately, he simply continued to stare at her. When BG began to feel irritated, he spoke again, stating that he had no intention of killing her. He explained that even if he did, she would simply be reborn in the future, as she was born from the negative emotions of humanity. As long as humans existed, she would return. He added that she was a necessary existence. BG was at a loss for words, realizing the truth in his statement. It was the first time someone had acknowledged her as needed. She protested, questioning how he could consider her necessary when she had taken so many lives. Issei explained that she served as a reminder to humanity, urging them to unite in times of peril. While a saintess might be beneficial, it would not prevent the inevitable war. He believed it was better for humans to fight a common enemy than to turn against one another, and that made her a necessary evil. He reassured her that it was not her fault for being born, it was humanity's sin. In a way, she was a product of their own creation. BG found herself speechless once more. Issei then transformed back into his human form. BG, looking down, remarked that he would regret not killing her. Issei responded that life was not perfect, but it was beautiful in its imperfections. He smiled as he spoke, and BG, taken aback by his demeanor, scoffed but did not deny the truth in his words. She created a rift below his feet, and he vanished. B muttered a quiet thank you as she watched him go. Outside the Black Grail, Jalter expressed confusion about what had just happened, noting that the Black Grail had suddenly stopped moving. Jeanne speculated that the roar must have belonged to their master. Jalter, frustrated, questioned why their master had not emerged yet, especially since the wyverns and dragons had disappeared. Suddenly, the Black Grail vanished into thin air, leaving Jalter in shock and Jeanne at a loss. Just when they were unsure of what to do, a rift appeared behind them, prompting them to take a defensive stance. Two beautiful women emerged from the rift, one with brown hair and the other with purple hair. They were Semiramis and Scathach. After stepping out, they noticed Jeanne and Jalter. Scathach remarked on their beauty, suggesting they might be their new sisters. Semiramis confirmed this, noting the bond of their souls to Issei. Scathach added that Issei had chosen well, laughing at her own comment. Jeanne and Jalter felt tense, sensing the newcomer's power. When they heard the women speak of Issei, they were surprised. Jalter demanded to know who they were and how they knew their master. Scathach explained that if they called him their master, then she was their grandmaster, as Issei was her beloved apprentice. Semiramis added that she also mentored him in certain magic. Jalter questioned how they could trust them, to which Semiramis replied with a smile, stating that they were clearly stronger and had no need to lie. Although her smile sent chills down their spines, they recognized she had no reason to deceive them. Semiramis reassured them that since they had bound their souls to Issei, they would become sisters in the future, teasing them with her words. Both Jeanne and Jalter blushed, understanding the implication. Jeanne looked down embarrassed, while Jalter turned away with a huff. Scathach laughed, welcoming them to the family. Jeanne quietly responded, while Jalter's ears turned red at the comment. Semiramis continued, ready to engage with them further. Issei found himself once again inside the dimensional rift, pondering the fate of Jeanne and Jalter. He felt helpless, unable to create a dimensional rift on his own. He resolved to ask Semiramis to bring them to him when he returned to her place. Little did he know, they would already be there waiting for him. After a brief wait, he noticed an opening in the rift and stepped through. He emerged in a forest and began to survey his surroundings. He wondered if this was the world Semiramis intended for him. As he continued to explore, he heard rustling from the bushes. Suddenly, a group of goblins emerged, chattering among themselves. Issei recalled Semiramis mentioning that this world was inhabited by monsters. The goblins, shrieking and rushing toward him, seemed intent on attacking. However, Issei remained unfazed. He could withstand their assault without a scratch. With a calm demeanor, he kicked some small stones toward the goblins, and they struck with surprising force. The goblins fell without a sound, and Issei was relieved to avoid any unpleasant mess. After dispatching the goblins, he resumed his journey. Eventually, he exited the forest and spotted a village nearby. As he approached, he noticed the villagers staring at him, particularly the girls, who had flushed faces and looked quite taken with him. The men, on the other hand, glared at him, as if he had stolen something precious from them. A few of the men also appeared flustered, which made him uneasy. He was aware that his new appearance was somewhat handsome, but he hadn't anticipated such a reaction. As he tried to ignore their gazes, several girls approached him, vying for his attention. They suggested sharing tea together, each trying to outdo the other in their offers. One girl even boldly claimed she could provide him with an unforgettable experience. Another girl, seemingly older, boasted about her strength and beauty, making a rather bold statement that left Issei feeling uncomfortable. Feeling overwhelmed, Issei quickly made his escape as the girls called after him, urging him to return. He ran until he was sure he had lost them, panting heavily. He couldn't help but wonder if this was how Kiba felt, dealing with such attention. The mention of the Axis cult lingered in his mind, leaving him puzzled about its significance in this world. Determined to avoid further unwanted attention, He pulled his hoodie over his head, concealing most of his face while allowing his mouth and red eyes to remain visible. He circled the village again, careful not to be recognized, and eventually found a place that resembled an information center. After asking a series of questions, he learned about the nearest city and a profession known as adventurers. The idea of becoming an adventurer appealed to him, as it seemed like an easy way to earn money by defeating weak monsters. He understood that for most people this job was perilous, but he felt confident in his abilities. He decided to hitch a ride with a caravan, agreeing to act as their bodyguard against potential monster or bandit attacks. With a simple demonstration of his strength, he impressed the caravan owner, who gave him a thumbs up. Days later, they finally reached the city. Along the journey, various monsters and bandits attempted to ambush the caravan, but Issei easily dealt with them, using stones to fend them off. Upon entering the town, he was greeted by stone brick buildings and bustling streets reminiscent of ancient European towns. Horse-drawn vehicles filled the roads, and children played joyfully, chasing one another. Shops selling weapons, armor, and various items lined the streets, while stalls offered fresh fruits, vegetables, and snacks. The city thrived with life, and Issei noticed some civilians carrying weapons, ready for any potential danger. There was an unusual calm among the civilians, even with weapons in hand, as if they were accustomed to such sights. This scene created an ambience that felt distinctly otherworldly. Issei observed the beauty of the city known as Axel, located in the border region of the Belzerd Kingdom. Axel also had another nickname, Beginner Village. As the name suggested, it was a haven for newly emerged beginner adventurers. The area was relatively safe, with no formidable monsters nearby, making it the perfect place for Issei to relax rather than venture into the bustling capital. Issei decided it was time to explore. At Azazel's house, he sat in his chair, feeling a deep sense of regret. He lamented his inability to help his figurative son, Issei, who was in dire need. Azazel viewed the others as children, often making mistakes, but the recent actions of some had crossed a line. While he might have dealt harshly with others, he had grown fond of the girls involved, seeing them as potential daughters-in-law. However, their backgrounds complicated matters, as some were from powerful families, including Rias and Aquino, whose parents were leaders in their respective factions. During a recent meeting, they had discussed the sealing of the Trihexa, prepared to make sacrifices if necessary. Yet, the beast had been sealed just as they were about to act, as if it had anticipated their moves. Azazel hoped that their fears were unfounded and wondered where Issei was at that moment. In Kyoto, Kuroka was eagerly anticipating meeting Issei. She rolled around her bed, hugging a pillow adorned with his face, her excitement palpable. Yasaka's voice called from outside, prompting Kuroka to respond cheerfully before rushing out to assist. She was determined to change for Issei and had taken on the role of an ambassador for the yokai faction. Unbeknownst to her, her rival, Chiron, had already made significant strides in their competition for Issei's affection. In Issei's room, Rossweiss curled up on his bed, clutching his clothes and photographs. Her eyes were red from crying, devastated by his sudden disappearance just as she was about to confess her feelings. She couldn't blame him for being hurt. The other girls had betrayed him, and while fear might have driven them to cheat, it was still unacceptable. The audacity of bringing their new boyfriends to his home was infuriating. Rossweiss struggled to contain her anger, recalling the greedy looks the girls had cast her way, looks she had become all too familiar with throughout her life. Issei had never gazed at her with such intentions. His interest felt genuine and devoid of the twisted motivations she had encountered before. She found it hard to believe that those who had betrayed him could treat someone so selflessly with such disdain. She vowed to stand by Issei when the time came, ready to confront anyone who dared to obstruct her path. As she drifted off to sleep, still holding his clothes, she reflected on the tensions between the new boys and the ORC girls. The boys had grown frustrated with the girls' reluctance to engage with them, leading to a rift that pushed them to seek companionship elsewhere. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Valle and his team were training. Valle pondered Issei's whereabouts, while Biko continued to play around. Arthur, curious about Issei due to his sister Lufei's interest, also wondered about him. Vala felt a surge of energy that he recognized as Draig's aura, though it had vanished too quickly to confirm anything. He believed they would reunite during the upcoming world-class rating game, where the truth would finally come to light. Albion, his partner, urged him not to lose in their next encounter with Draig, and Vala confidently agreed, unaware of the surprises that awaited them when they met Issei again. Especially Albion, as he would reunite with his long-lost crush, while Vala felt a wave of embarrassment upon discovering the true reason behind their rivalry. He was even more surprised by the power Issei possessed at that time. In heaven, Gabriel and Michael sat across from each other, both feeling downcast after learning the truth about Issei's disappearance. Michael pondered whether he should make Irina a fallen angel, considering she had just betrayed her boyfriend. Gabriel, however, felt sadness for the boy she had grown fond of, experiencing feelings for the opposite gender that she had never felt before. She wished she could go to him and comfort him in that moment. When Gabriel first saw Issei during his Issei Dragon show, she was captivated by how he was surrounded by children. She loved witnessing their adoration for him, his pure smile, and his honest personality. Learning about his sacrifices for those he loved only deepened her interest in him, and she admired Issei Haidu for his perseverance, even when all hope seemed lost. Michael sighed, contemplating whether to punish Irina for her actions. He acknowledged that while fear was understandable, her choices were disappointing. Gabriel, being the kind-hearted person she was, rejected her brother's proposition, suggesting that it wasn't entirely Irina's fault. Michael conceded, deciding to let Issei determine Irina's punishment later. Unbeknownst to Irina, her angelhood had nearly been forsaken, thanks to Gabriel's intervention. She had come close to becoming what she detested most, a fallen angel. While she accepted the existence of other fallen angels, the thought of becoming one herself was unbearable. In Semiramis's domain, she searched for information in Issei's world and discovered the Azazel Cup. She decided to allow Issei to participate in this world-class rating game, believing it would help him move on from his past. Even Scathach approved of her suggestion, eager to see Issei triumph over all challengers, including devils, fallen angels, and gods alike. Semiramis mused about the upcoming event, confident that the one who had betrayed Issei would be present. She anticipated that he would reveal the truth about their choices when the time came. Scathach expressed her excitement at the prospect of Issei defeating everyone, while the others shared similar sentiments. Jalter, filled with resentment toward those who had betrayed Issei, declared that they would face dire consequences when the time came. Jeanne remained silent, harboring her own feelings of resentment as a devoted believer. As the girls rallied around Issei, Scathach prepared her spear, and Semiramis observed Issei's world with a chilling smile, her eyes glowing like a predator stalking its prey. Somewhere in a hidden chamber, a woman lay in a giant tube, her beautiful face framed by long red hair and a voluptuous figure. A white mark resembling a heart with dragon wings adorned her chest, symbolizing her bond with her chosen mate. If that bond were ever betrayed, the mark would turn gray, leading to dire consequences for the one who possessed it. This woman's body belonged to the old Draig Gooch, now known as Irene Hayadu Belsirian, as she had already chosen her mate. Her mark would only be completed when she fully united with Issei, granting them both a boost in power and ensuring she would not have to return to the boosted gear for him to access her abilities. Back at Issei, upon his arrival, he headed straight to the Adventurers Guild to register. Lacking money, he realized it must have been a mistake on Semiramis's part, as she had never needed currency. He felt grateful for her assistance thus far. As Issei entered the bustling guild, he observed the lively atmosphere filled with men drinking, some engaged in brawls, and others fighting over requests on the board. Waitstaff in matching uniforms took orders from customers, while trophies from defeated monsters adorned the walls. A neat counter designated for registration and requests caught his eye. Upon reaching the counter, he was greeted by a young and attractive staff member named Luna, who had wavy blonde hair tied back and golden eyes. She wore a red ribbon around her neck and a stylish outfit that showcased her figure. Luna introduced herself as a member of the Adventurers Guild, ready to assist Issei with his registration. "How can I be of service?" Issei went straight to the point and expressed his desire to register as an adventurer. His words attracted the attention of those around him, but Luna remained unfazed. She informed him that there was a handling charge of 1,000 eris, the currency of this world. Unfortunately, Issei didn't have any money on him, but he had received some from the caravan leader after protecting them and defeating some monsters. The caravan leader had given him 100,000 eris for his efforts, as he felt it was wrong to take materials without offering something in return. Issei calmly retrieved 1,000 eris from his money bag and handed it to her. Luna accepted the payment and produced an adventurer card from beneath the counter. She explained that in this world, all living beings have souls, and by absorbing the memories of these souls, one can gain experience points. Accumulating enough experience points allows an adventurer to level up, which is a significant achievement. The adventurer card displays the amount of experience points absorbed, as well as the adventurer's ability parameters, rank, and skills. It is an essential tool for gaining power that most ordinary people cannot hope to achieve. Luna placed the adventurer card on the counter and took out a crystal ball with a funnel, instructing Issei to place his hand on top of it. As Issei complied, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light that shot a beam at the adventurer card, revealing Issei's stats. Luna's surprised exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the guild, and they looked on in confusion at her unusual reaction. Issei, puzzled by her outburst, inquired if there was a problem. Luna quickly shook her head, stating that his ability values were astonishing and far surpassed the average, even exceeding those of a first-class adventurer. The guild members turned their gazes toward Issei, doubtful of her claims. Luna continued, noting that every one of his status parameters, strength, agility, intelligence, magic power, and even luck was off the charts. Despite her excitement, Issei remained calm, as if this was all normal for him. Luna realized she had inadvertently revealed his stats aloud and prepared to apologize, but Issei reassured her that it was fine and that he wouldn't hold it against her. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. She then informed Issei that, curiously, his class was listed as, which was unusual since beginners typically had a novice class. Issei wasn't surprised. He knew he wasn't an ordinary human, and it made sense that the card couldn't register his class. He pondered whether the crystal ball could even recognize him as the true Red Dragon King of Domination. He had learned that the strongest beings in this world were the so-called goddess and demon lord, and he felt no threat from the aura around him. Luna, thinking he might be disheartened by the lack of a class, quickly reassured him that even without one, his impressive status parameters would allow him to become an outstanding adventurer. Issei chuckled at her efforts to comfort him and acknowledged that he could still become a top adventurer without a class. Luna's heart skipped a beat at his smile and soothing voice, causing her to blush. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she could tell he was quite handsome. She stammered in response, and Issei requested that she complete his registration as an adventurer. Luna hurriedly finished the process and handed him his adventurer card. With that, Issei officially became an adventurer, marking the beginning of the legend of the strongest adventurer in history. He examined his card, noting that he was at level while he wasn't sure what the average parameters for other adventurers were. The reaction of the receptionist suggested his were quite high. He wondered if leveling up would make him even stronger, realizing there was only one way to find out. Issei approached the request board, and the adventurers standing in front of it stepped aside, unsure of whether Luna's claims about him were true. They weren't willing to test it out as there was no benefit in doing so. However, there was always an exception. A young man with a slender build, blonde hair, and a black mole under his left eye called out to Issei, prompting him to turn and see who it was. The young man wore a neck choker, a red track jacket with cuffed sleeves, bandaged forearms, and brown pants with tucked socks. Now Issei noticed that someone had cash in their bag and, as a senior, he demanded a fee from the newcomer. Before he could finish his sentence, Issei delivered a powerful punch that sent the guy crashing into tables and chairs. Thankfully, Issei had held back, or the outcome would have been disastrous. Even so, the guy had a few broken ribs and foam was coming from his mouth, having lost consciousness long before hitting the ground. The onlookers quickly scattered, and just as they were about to complain to Issei, they caught sight of his glowing red eyes. Fear gripped them, and they redirected their frustrations toward the unconscious man. They kicked and shook him, fully aware that he was truly out cold, but they had no desire to confront the one responsible for his state. They could only offer silent prayers for him, knowing he was genuinely incapacitated. Issei snorted at their antics and turned his attention to the quest board. Crusades against a giant frog. Defeat 5 giant frogs in 3 days for a reward of 100,000 eris. Crusades against goblins. Eliminate goblins nesting in the forest clearing for a reward of 5,000 eris for each goblin killed. Crusades against a cockatrice. Hunt a cockatrice roaming near the western forest of Axel for a reward of 300,000 eris. Crusades against a pack of white direwolves. Defeat a pack of white direwolves for a reward of 1 million eris and 50,000 for each wolf killed. Issei sought out the most challenging quest he could find and took it to the counter. When Luna saw his choice, a quest to subjugate a poisonous wyvern with a reward of 2 million eris for repelling it and 15 million eris for killing it, she was taken aback. She expressed her concern, stating that the quest was too difficult for a beginner. Despite her protests, Issei remained calm and assured her that he was capable. Luna struggled for words, but Issei reminded her of his status parameters, leaving her speechless. He reassured her once more, and she finally relented, albeit with a hesitant warning to be careful. As Issei set off to his destination, he spotted a purplish wyvern perched on a cliff. Initially, the wyvern growled in anger at the intruder, but as it sensed Issei's aura, it froze in fear, realizing he was no ordinary human but a formidable force. Just as it prepared to flee, Issei vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the wyvern. With a swift, precise kick, Issei struck the wyvern's head, causing it to fall lifelessly without a visible mark on its body. This was a technique he had learned from his mentor, allowing him to deliver a seemingly light blow that had devastating effects internally. Although he had not fully mastered the technique, it was more than sufficient for such a weak opponent. A particle of light emerged from the wyvern's body and flew into Issei's adventurer card, signaling a series of level-ups. He had leveled up 5 times after defeating the wyvern, a testament to his unique abilities. Afterward, Issei made his way back to the city. At the guild, Luna was astonished to see him return so soon, having completed the quest in just about an hour. She quickly checked his adventurer card to verify his claim. When she confirmed the truth, her awe deepened. A level 1 adventurer had managed to subjugate a poisonous wyvern, a feat typically requiring a party of B-class adventurers. Luna informed him that the guild would gladly purchase any materials from the wyvern, such as scales, gallbladder, or meat, as they held significant value for alchemy, food, and crafting. However, Issei was not interested in gathering materials and planned to buy a storage ring for future quests. He declined her offer, not wanting to draw any more attention by admitting he had left the materials behind. Luna congratulated him on completing the quest and presented him with his reward. Issei inquired if she sold any storage rings, and she confirmed that she did. He purchased one for 12 million eris. After receiving the storage ring, he asked her how he could learn skills after acquiring skill points. She explained that there was usually a skill tree displayed on a card, but since he didn't have a class, it didn't appear. The only way for him to learn skills was to study from other adventurers, similar to a novice class. However, he could only learn skills that were compatible with him. Given his status parameters, she doubted he would have difficulties learning new skills. Understanding the situation, Issei looked around the guild and announced that he was willing to pay anyone who could teach him skills, jingling the money bag that contained 3 million eris. The eyes of all the adventurers in the guild lit up at the sight. Later that night, Issei felt disappointed because most of the skills offered were not useful for him, such as one-handed sword, two-handed sword, and dagger mastery. He already possessed the Eternal Arms Mastery skill from his mentor, which allowed him to use any weapon proficiently at an expert level. Other weapon mastery types were rendered useless for him. He did manage to learn some basic skills like enemy detection, stealth, and physical reinforcement. However, he couldn't learn any supporting skills like healing, likely due to his life and death skills interfering. Not that he needed healing, as he could regenerate from his wounds as long as he had enough mana, which he could replenish by absorbing life force around him. He didn't bother learning skills such as steal, lockpicking, or Hawkeye. He had no need to steal or pick locks. He could easily break down doors with his bare hands. As for Hawkeye, he already had excellent eyesight thanks to his dragon eye. Unfortunately, there were no capable mages or wizards in the guild at that time to teach him magic. Although he had learned some magic from Semiramis, it was mostly related to his life and death skills. The most basic spell he learned was Clean, which removed stains, likely because she preferred cleanliness. She didn't even know the basic fireball skill, but he didn't blame her since her focus was on life and death magic. She attempted to teach him poison skills, but he struggled with them. However, he did gain poison resistance from his attempts. Issei reflected that at least he had acquired some new skills, which was better than nothing. He decided to take on more quests the following day. He became quite the workaholic, despite Semiramis and Scathach advising him to relax. He couldn't help but feel motivated by the prospect of gaining more strength through leveling up. That night, he found an inn to spend the night. A week passed since that night. Typically, new adventurers were poor and struggled to climb the ranks, often spending nights in stables, on the streets, or if fortunate, in someone's home. They needed to economize their income, as running out of money early would prevent them from taking quests. To undertake quests, they had to deposit a fee in case they failed, which the guild would keep as a fine, along with a loss of rank points. They also needed to stock up on recovery potions and gear repairs, as the guild wouldn't allow them to venture out without proper preparations. Issei, however, bypassed that beginner phase entirely. On his first quest, he subjugated a poison wyvern and earned 15 million eris, an unprecedented achievement. After that, he took on quests of similar and even higher difficulty. In just a week, Issei's rank skyrocketed from F rank to B rank. He could have ranked higher, but to achieve a rank and above, he needed to go to the capital and take a specific test, which he wasn't interested in. He preferred to stay in Axel, completing numerous quests. Some adventurers grew greedy and attempted to rob him or profit by leeching off his success. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly dealt with and incapacitated for years. Following these incidents, he earned the nickname Tyrant Overlord among other adventurers. He never wasted words on those who annoyed him, sending them on an immediate vacation. His reputation soared as a result. Adventurers began to gossip about him, questioning how a no-class adventurer could complete any type of quest with a 100% success rate in just a week. Initially, they dismissed the claims as exaggerated tales. However, after witnessing his feats firsthand, they fell silent, unable to deny the truth. At one point, a guild staff member from the royal capital attempted to contact him about taking the test, but he refused. The staff member tried to persuade him, but after hearing his response, was left speechless. Issei simply wanted to relax. The staff member thought to himself that Issei had completed a staggering number of quests, comparable to first-class adventurers in the capital, all within a week, and yet he claimed he wanted to relax. Only an idiot would believe you. The guild staff had no authority to force an adventurer to take the rank quest, so he returned to the capital to report his meeting with Issei. When Issei entered the guild hall, all eyes turned to him, and the previously rowdy atmosphere fell silent. Whispers filled the air. It's the tyrant. Tyrant Overlord. The last person who tried to provoke Issei was quickly silenced by those around him, who did not want to incur his wrath and face the consequences. Issei merely twitched the corner of his eye and mouth in response. He never sought that title. It was simply the result of the previous fools who had annoyed him. Not that he cared much about it anyway. Luna greeted Issei with a dazzling smile. Her admiration for him was evident. Issei's fame and achievements were unparalleled, and his mysterious demeanor had earned him a notable reputation among the girls. Though no one had seen his true face, the outline of his body, his enchanting wine-red eyes, and his long, silky dark brown hair were enough to brand him as handsome in the minds of every young and mature woman present. Luna was one of his admirers. Issei felt a strange sensation looking at her radiant smile. Ever since the wyvern subjugation, she had become increasingly enthusiastic, often smiling at him in a way usually reserved for someone special. Sometimes, a predatory glint appeared in her eyes as she looked at him. At her prime age, she was searching for a husband and saw Issei as the perfect candidate, strong, hardworking, handsome, and wealthy. She was eager to marry, even contemplating using impulse to entice Issei, but he had sensed something off and declined her offer. Fortunately for both of them, had he accepted, it could have led to complications neither of them wanted. Issei had labeled her as leftover woman after noticing her eager gaze. When Issei inquired about any new quests or information, Luna leaned over the counter, trying to draw his attention while subtly showcasing her figure. This was not the first time she had attempted such tactics. Eventually, Issei chose to ignore her antics and moved on. After obtaining the information he needed, he approached the quest bulletin board, and everyone made way for him as if he were parting the sea. Issei had grown accustomed to this treatment and calmly approached the board. He dismissed the bandit quests and similar tasks until he noticed a peculiar request, searching for team members. Must be a gentle person who can patiently listen to others, not insult or laugh at unusual names, and hopefully become best friends after completing quests together. Preferred class is a vanguard. Ideally, someone around the same age as a recently turned 14-year-old rookie archwizard. Issei was puzzled by the request. While some elements were standard, like looking for a vanguard, the other requirements seemed odd. Just then, he felt an intense gaze upon him and instinctively turned to find its source. His enemy detection skill remained inactive, and he sensed no hostility, but the intensity of the gaze was unsettling. When their eyes met, Issei had a premonition that he had stumbled into something troublesome, but he quickly dismissed it, doubting anything could harm him in this world. He then saw the owner of the gaze, a beautiful young girl with crimson-colored eyes and mid-length dark brown hair tied into twin tails. She wore black robes and a cloak, wielding a silver staff and carrying a short sword at her waist. Her outfit was quite revealing for someone her age. As she approached him, she became flustered but took a deep breath. However, she tripped and fell, exposing her underwear to the nearby adventurers, who erupted in laughter. Upon noticing Issei's gaze, they froze, sweat pouring down their faces, before awkwardly pretending to cough and whistling as they hurriedly left the guild. Issei was initially surprised by her crimson eyes, having never encountered anyone with that eye color since arriving in this world. The sight of her fall reminded him of Asia, as they shared a similar look in their eyes during their first meeting. He shook off the comparison, deciding to stop relating every girl he met to his past loves. He glared at those who had laughed at her, preparing to ask if she was okay when she stood up straight and introduced herself. "My name is Yunyan. Class is Archwizard." The one who would become the head of the Crimson Demon Magic Clan struck a silly pose, her voice booming loudly in the otherwise quiet guild. All eyes turned to her, including Issei's, who was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected declaration. Embarrassment washed over her, turning her face red as she trembled, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she cried out and dashed out of the guild at top speed, leaving everyone stunned in her wake. Issei sighed, feeling compelled to follow her. He couldn't just leave her alone, perhaps because she reminded him of Asia or simply because she seemed too pitiful to be left by herself. After searching for a while, he found her sulking in a cafe, her face buried in her arms on the table. The cafe employee looked on, unsure of how to help. Taking a deep breath, Issei sat across from her and signaled the employee to take their order later. He cleared his throat to get her attention, but she didn't respond. Knocking on the table finally made her look up, her tear-streaked face revealing her surprise at seeing him there. He mentioned her party request, prompting her to snap out of her thoughts. She stood up, excitement bubbling over as she asked if he would be her friend. Issei was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Realizing her mistake, she turned to flee again, but he gently grabbed her hand, causing her to look back at him with teary eyes. He urged her to calm down and return to her seat so they could talk. She complied, and he asked her why she was so eager to find friends. After a moment of hesitation, she shared her story, revealing her desperation for companionship. Issei listened intently, feeling a mix of sympathy and concern. He realized that her naivety made her vulnerable to manipulation by others. After a moment of contemplation, he told her he could accept her request but wanted her to teach him some magic skills in return. He reassured her that he would still be her party member afterward, and as for becoming friends, they would see how things went. Yunyun's face lit up with joy at his response, and she nearly jumped in excitement, though she held back to avoid further embarrassment. Issei extended his hand, proposing a deal, and she eagerly shook it with both arms, exclaiming her agreement, even shedding tears of happiness. They began completing quests together, and Issei discovered that she was quite capable for a newcomer. He wondered why no one had taken her in as a party member before. It seemed as if there was an invisible barrier keeping others away from her, but he sensed no curse when he checked with his magic. Yunyun taught him several magic skills, including teleportation, light of saber, and bottomless swamp. He found these skills impressive, especially teleportation, which would allow him to move silently without causing destruction. Light of saber created a powerful blade of lightning that could slice through almost anything, while bottomless swamp served as a unique area of effect attack. After demonstrating her skills by defeating a group of giant frogs, Yunyun eagerly sought his opinion. Issei smiled calmly, complimenting her efforts, which made her beam with happiness. Their bond grew stronger as they continued to work together, and Yunyun felt elated to finally have a true friend. Issei appreciated her personality as it reminded him of his past and Asia. Yunyun was determined, caring, and gentle, though she was often shy and quick to blush. She sometimes struggled to express her feelings honestly. Issei helped her navigate tricky situations by confronting those who tried to deceive her, earning her the title of the Tyrant Mistress. One of the frauds who attempted to trick her was the same person who had tried to extort Issei on his first day as an adventurer, leading to his swift departure from the town. As they completed quests together, their fame grew, and they became a well-known duo. Luna, feeling envious of Yunyun, often cast jealous glances her way, but Yunyun remained blissfully unaware, too happy to notice. Issei began to see Yunyun as a little sister, becoming protective of her. At one point, Issei inquired about her living situation, only to learn that she stayed in a stable. Shocked, he suggested she move in with him. Initially embarrassed by the offer, she eventually realized it would strengthen their friendship, and so she accepted. When she saw his house, she was surprised by its size and comfort. It was the biggest mansion in town, the one where Kazuma's party lived in the anime. Issei had bought this mansion for a low price, but he soon discovered the reason for its affordability after stepping inside. The place was haunted. When Issei entered the house, he encountered a ghost controlling dolls. The ghost believed she could frighten him like she had done with others, but Issei simply looked at her calmly. Ignoring the flying dolls, he fixed his gaze on the ghost, sending a chill down her spine, even in death. The glowing red eyes of Issei, which transformed into slits like a dragon's, left her frozen in fear. With a calm demeanor, Issei warned the ghost to leave, threatening that he would consume her if she didn't. The threat was effective. The ghost was so frightened that she vanished into the afterlife, and the mansion purified itself. All the dolls disappeared into thin air. In the present, when Issei brought Yunyun into the mansion, she was amazed by its sheer size. She expressed her surprise at the thought of Issei living alone in such a large place. He mentioned that there were many empty rooms for her to choose from, pointing to the middle door as his own. Yunyun felt a wave of nervousness wash over her at the idea of living with someone of the opposite gender for the first time. However, she reassured herself, knowing that Issei was gentle and not the type to act inappropriately. Despite his calm and serious demeanor, he always offered her a soothing smile and treated her with kindness and care. Even when she made mistakes, he remained patient, providing advice and encouragement. Though others seemed wary of Issei, Yunyun didn't mind. She was simply happy to have him as a friend. She admitted he was the best friend she had ever had, despite having few friends before, aside from her self-proclaimed rival, Megumin. Recently, she had begun to see Issei in a new light, realizing that no one had treated her as kindly as he did. Even her parents were not as gentle, and each time she saw his smile, something stirred in her heart. She had never seen his face until that day, as she respected his privacy and never asked him to reveal it. She had once inquired if he was a member of the Crimson Demon clan due to his red eyes, but he had denied it. She believed him, as she had never encountered anyone outside her village with crimson eyes. His eyes were more of a wine red, unlike the crimson of her clansmen. Yunyun also knew that Issei didn't have a special case like many from her village, and although she had her own quirks, she kept that to herself. Gratefully, she thanked Issei for having her stay. He smiled back at her, causing that familiar twitch in her heart once more. He then asked her to take care of him too, to which she eagerly agreed. After they parted ways to their respective rooms, Yunyun chose the one next to Issei's. While unpacking, she caught a whiff of something delicious from outside her room. Following the enticing aroma, she made her way to the dining room, where a table was filled with an array of delectable dishes. Her stomach growled in response to the sight and smell of the food. Just then she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around to ask Issei if he had cooked all of this, she froze in place. For the first time, she saw Issei's face, his strikingly handsome features, perfect physique, and enchanting wine-red eyes, which held both a sharpness and gentleness. His long, silky dark brown hair and fair skin could make anyone envious. Usually, he wore a jacket and hood that concealed his appearance, but now, dressed in a simple black shirt with the top buttons undone, he exuded an undeniable charm that left her speechless. She had known he was fit, but she never imagined he would look this perfect. Her eyes misted over as she gazed at him, and she felt a rush of warmth, fearing she might faint. Issei noticed her expression and grew concerned, asking if she was all right. Yunyun quickly shook her head, turning away to avoid getting lost in her thoughts again. She exclaimed that she was fine and complimented the food, attempting to change the subject. However, Issei was not convinced and placed the food down to approach her. He bent down to match her height, and Yunyun found herself captivated by his handsome face, now even closer. He asked about her flushed cheeks, suggesting she might have a fever, and leaned in to check her temperature by pressing their foreheads together. At that moment, Yunyun reached her limit. Her face turned bright red, and she felt dizzy, ultimately fainting with a small nosebleed. Issei caught her just in time, calling her name in concern. He remained unaware of the reason for her fainting, while Yunyun lay there with hearts in her eyes and a silly smile on her face, lost in her thoughts of him. After all, she was at that age where she began to notice the opposite gender, just like any normal girl her age. It was perfectly normal for Yunyun to react that way, especially after seeing a perfect man like Issei. After a while, Yunyun finally stirred awake, slowly opening her eyes. What she saw left her momentarily stunned, as she found herself looking up at Issei's face at close range. At that moment, Issei had her head resting on his lap while he read some books, enjoying the comfort of the lap pillow position. As she gazed at his calm expression, engrossed in his reading, she felt herself becoming entranced once more. Issei noticed she was awake and smiled at her, relieved that nothing was wrong. He set down the book he was reading and gently patted her head. Yunyun nearly fainted again from the gesture but managed to hold herself back, hastily getting up from his lap, though she felt reluctant to do so. She stammered her gratitude, feeling flustered as she tried to avoid looking directly at him. Suggesting they eat, she felt her cheeks heat up even more. Issei agreed, standing up from the sofa and heading toward the dining table, with Yunyun following closely behind, her heart racing. Their dinner was filled with awkwardness as Yunyun kept her gaze down, her face flushed, while sneaking quick glances at Issei. Initially amused, Issei decided to let her be for the moment. Although the food was the most delicious she had ever tasted, Yunyun struggled to enjoy it fully, lost in her thoughts. After finishing her meal, she offered to wash the dishes without waiting for a response and rushed to the kitchen with the empty plates. Issei watched her in surprise before chuckling at her reaction. He realized she must have fainted because of his face, and for some reason, he couldn't help but tease her now that she was awake. He understood how Akino felt when she teased him, though he didn't mind anymore. He concluded that Yunyun was quite naive and gullible, and this must have been the first time she had seen such a handsome face. Unbeknownst to him, Yunyun had seen many handsome faces before, but none had made her react like this. In the kitchen, Yun washed the dishes, her face still red. Her thoughts were consumed by how handsome Issei was, and she couldn't help but feel her heart racing. Later that night, they both went to sleep. Before retiring, Issei wished her a good night, to which she stuttered a response, hurriedly closing the door to her room. Issei chuckled again at her reaction. The next day, Yun had a delightful dream where she imagined marrying Issei, a goofy smile on her face as she slept. Meanwhile, Issei had already awakened and was meditating in his room to stabilize his aura. He had started learning to conceal his aura, realizing it could give away his location when he wanted to infiltrate certain areas or use his stealth skill. After finishing his meditation, he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for both of them. Not long after he set up the meal, Yun emerged from her room. Issei greeted her, and she blushed again, managing to respond with a shy good morning. As they ate breakfast, Yun complimented Issei's cooking properly this time, and he smiled back, pleased that she enjoyed it. After their meal, they made their way to the guild. At the guild, Issei and Yun went about their respective tasks. Issei approached the quest bulletin while Yun went to resupply some necessities. Although he didn't need supplies himself, he wanted Yun to be self-sufficient, so he allowed her to prepare on her own. Issei noticed a peculiar companion request posted on the bulletin. One request sought a party member to join a crusader and thief, specifically looking for someone brutish and violent. Another request aimed to recruit members for a crusade against the demon lord, welcoming even novices. The third request was for a team that included a beautiful archpriest and a rather impolite weakest class, inviting others to join them on a risky adventure guided by the goddess of water. Issei found the first request strange, especially with its emphasis on brute strength. The second request seemed odd as well. Why would beginners want to embark on a crusade against a demon lord so early in their journey? As for the third request, it was certainly eye-catching, but the conditions for joining seemed rather exclusive. No words were needed to point out the oddities of this world. Issei had come to realize just how strange it was, especially after encountering Yun and now this situation. He began to doubt whether this was truly the world Semiramis wanted him to visit. He discovered that there were numerous cults in this realm, with the most notable being the Eris cult and the Axis cult. The Eris cult served as the national religion of the Belzer kingdom, where people revered goddess Eris as the one who controlled fortune. She was also believed to have a hand in matters of life and death, which contributed to the cult's prominence. Even the currency was named after her, known as Eris currency. In stark contrast, the Axis cult was infamous for its notoriety. Its followers were often regarded as eccentric or outright bizarre. They would go to great lengths for their missionary work, resorting to deceit and manipulation. They frequently slandered the Eris cult, labeling it as evil or crazy, and were known to vandalize Eris churches and harass its believers. This reputation led many to associate the Axis cult with the demon lord, which explained why no one wanted to be involved with them. Issei now understood the danger he had nearly walked into when he first arrived in this world. He recalled the person who had told him that the Axis cult would bring him salvation and the pamphlet featuring their symbol. As Issei pondered this, he heard a loud commotion coming from a nearby table in the mostly empty guild hall. A young man and woman were seated together, their voices rising above the quiet atmosphere. The man appeared to be around 16 or 17, with short, slightly spiky chestnut brown hair and green eyes. He wore an outfit that resembled sportswear, which Issei found unusual since he had never seen anything like it in this world. The girl sitting with him was strikingly beautiful, with a slim figure, long legs and waist-length blue hair partially tied up. Her attire featured a blue color scheme, consisting of a vest, detached sleeves, thigh-high boots, a very short miniskirt, and a transparent underskirt. The man expressed disbelief at the girl's decision to post a particular request on the bulletin board, while she responded with a boastful challenge, suggesting that if he envied her style, he should kneel and ask her to teach him. Despite her beauty, her domineering demeanor overshadowed it. The young man, Kazuma, responded to her with a playful slap to her head, which elicited a yelp of protest from her. Their banter continued, with Kazuma mocking her claims of being a goddess and suggesting that she was more trouble than she was worth. The girl, in turn, pleaded for forgiveness, dramatically collapsing to the ground and clinging to his legs as he attempted to walk away. Issei felt an urge to leave the scene quickly, sensing that getting involved with this duo would disrupt his hopes for a peaceful existence. Just as he decided to exit the guild, a small girl suddenly appeared at the entrance and fell to the ground in front of him. She looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, with shoulder-length dark brown hair, dressed in a classic witch's attire complete with a black cloak and a wizard's hat. Kazuma and the blue-haired girl fell silent, turning their attention to the newcomer. As Issei tried to step around her, she unexpectedly grabbed his ankle and spoke up, suggesting that he should check on her. Since she had fallen. Issei's expression twitched as he forced a smile and attempted to decline her request for help, explaining that he was tired and found her presence somewhat troublesome. In response, the girl clung to his legs, crying out that even if he didn't want to help, he shouldn't label her as troublesome, insisting that she was indeed beautiful. Despite her claims, Issei couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter would lead to more complications than he wanted. She wore an eye patch over her right eye for an unknown reason. Kazuma looked on in amazement at her face. However, what caught Issei's attention were her eyes, which were a striking crimson, reminiscent of Yunyun's. The blue-haired girl also recognized the color and, in unison with Issei, asked about her identity. They both wondered if she was a member of the Crimson Demon clan. The girl suddenly stood up straight and introduced herself with exaggerated poses, much like Yunyun had done before. She declared herself Megumin, an archwizard who commanded explosion magic, the strongest form of offensive magic. The group fell silent after her introduction. The blue-haired girl broke the quiet, expressing surprise at encountering a member of the Crimson Demon clan and noting that Megumin was a top-tier archwizard. She insisted they should recruit her for their team. Megumin then dropped back down, exclaiming that she was hungry, having not eaten for a long time. Her stomach growled loudly, resembling the roar of a hungry beast. Just as they were processing this, another voice came from the entrance. Yunyun entered the guild with a cheerful expression, apologizing for the wait and waving at Issei. Kazuma was taken aback by her beauty and size, drooling at the sight. However, he quickly felt a chill from Issei's glare and looked down, fearing for his life if he continued to stare. Yunyun then spotted Megumin on the floor and was shocked to see her rival in such a state. She rushed over, panicking and trying to shake Megumin awake. Megumin groaned, recognizing Yunyun's voice and expressing her distress over her hunger. Yunyun turned to Issei, pleading for his help. Issei, unable to refuse Yunyun's teary-eyed request, sighed, knowing it would lead to trouble later. At one of the tables in the guild, a feast was laid out, and Megumin was devouring the food with enthusiasm. She ate as if she were a starving ghost, consuming a large piece of meat in one bite. Across from her, Aqua was matching her pace, chugging down food and drink with equal fervor. Issei learned the blue-haired girl's name when she proclaimed her acceptance of his offering, declaring herself Aqua, the goddess of water. She continued to eat without restraint, and Issei was left speechless by the sight of both girls. Yunyun, sitting beside him, shared his astonishment at her rival's behavior. Kazuma lamented the unfairness of the situation, noting that both girls were beautiful yet their antics were off-putting. He dared not look at Yunyun for fear of Issei's reaction, instead wallowing in his fate as he observed the two girls who seemed available in front of him. Issei found himself agreeing with Kazuma's lament, recognizing the beauty of both girls but feeling that their behavior overshadowed it. He appreciated Yunyun even more in comparison. Yunyun attempted to advise Megumin to eat slowly, but Megumin ignored her and continued to feast. Eventually, they finished their meal. Issei suggested they leave, but Yunyun interrupted, excitedly introducing herself and declaring Megumin her lifelong rival. Issei was at a loss for words, realizing the depth of their rivalry. Megumin then introduced Yunyun as the daughter of the Crimson Demon's leader and her self-proclaimed rival. Yunyun protested, asserting their rivalry was genuine. Megumin teased her about having no friends, to which Yunyun proudly introduced Issei as her lifelong friend and party member. Megumin was incredulous, and all eyes turned to Issei. Kazuma felt uneasy, while Aqua and Megumin scrutinized him. Aqua commented on Issei's appeal compared to Kazuma, who protested in frustration. Aqua playfully apologized, and the two began to bicker. Megumin questioned Issei's friendship with Yun, doubting anyone would willingly befriend someone like Kazuma. Yun defended herself, insisting she was not just a meat because of her chest size. Megumin retaliated by teasing her, leading to a playful exchange between them. Issei watched their antics in disbelief, finally explaining that their friendship had developed through a simple deal. If Yun taught him magic, he would join her party, and over time, they had genuinely become friends. Issei found Yun to be an interesting and fun friend. Megumin stopped her playful antics after hearing this, her expression shifting to one of disbelief, as if the world had come to an end. Yun felt touched by Issei's words, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yun thought to herself, feeling a rush of emotions. Megumin, still processing the situation, remarked on how surprising it was that Yun had made a friend on her own, and even formed a party before her. She wondered if tomorrow would bring some kind of catastrophe. This thought reminded her of how she had gathered her own party members. Megumin then insisted that if Yun had been allowed to join Issei's party in exchange for teaching him magic, then she should be allowed to join as well, claiming she could teach him the most powerful offensive magic skill, Explode. Issei cut her off, refusing her offer without hesitation. Megumin was taken aback, questioning why he would deny her. Issei simply stated that she seemed troublesome, his expression blank, as if it were an undeniable fact. Megumin protested, arguing that she was a beautiful girl and an arch-wizard. Issei pointed out that Yun was also an arch-wizard and that he was content with her as his party member, leaving no room for Megumin. At a loss for words, Megumin challenged Issei to a duel, declaring that if she won, she would take Yun's place in the party. Yun snapped out of her daze, surprised by Megumin's boldness. Before Yun could voice her concerns, Issei interjected, firmly stating that he would not replace Yun, emphasizing that she was not an object to be discarded. His expression shifted, and a fierce aura surrounded him, causing Aqua, Kazuma, and Megumin to feel a chill run down their spines. Kazuma thought to himself that Issei was the real deal, fearing for his safety. Aqua noted the intensity in Issei's eyes, sensing a dangerous vibe that was unlike anything she had encountered before. Megumin found his demeanor both intimidating and impressive, feeling a mix of fear and admiration. Yun, on the other hand, was floating on cloud 9, captivated by Issei's words and charm. She felt a rush of affection for him, worried about what would happen if he rejected her. Megumin quickly apologized, realizing that she had overstepped and didn't want to provoke Issei further. She couldn't help but feel envious of Yun for having such a strong ally. Despite her competitive nature, she genuinely cared for Yun's well-being. Issei, recognizing Megumin's intentions, calmed his aura and apologized for his earlier reaction, explaining that her words had reminded him of his past. The group collectively sighed in relief, feeling the tension dissipate, except for Yun, who remained lost in her thoughts about Issei. Issei then asked if they should get going, but when he received no response, he turned to find Yun gazing at him with an infatuated expression. Taken aback, he called her name, prompting her to snap out of her reverie and hastily shake her head, flustered. As they exchanged glances, Megumin, Aqua, and Kazuma watched with interest. Issei, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, cleared his throat and tried to redirect the conversation. Just as Yun was about to respond, Megumin interrupted, pleading to be included in their party. Issei hesitated, taken aback by her earnestness. As he contemplated his answer, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and turned to see Yun giving him a pleading look. With a sigh, he relented, agreeing to let Megumin join, but only if she would follow his commands. He introduced himself as Issei Hayadu. Megumin was ecstatic, and Yun looked at Issei with gratitude, to which he responded with a wry smile. Suddenly, Kazuma's voice broke through, pleading to be included as well, while Aqua was caught off guard by his sudden action. Issei was left speechless, wondering why they were going to such lengths. Kazuma expressed his frustration, stating that they wouldn't get anywhere if they didn't join forces. This goddess struggles to fulfill her role as a priest, and my class is just adventurer novice. As a fellow Japanese, I'm truly pleading for your help. Issei was taken aback by this statement. Kazuma recognized Issei as a fellow Japanese based on his name. It was quite easy to deduce, considering that no other names in this world resembled theirs. Aqua exclaimed in surprise, realizing they were from the same world. She questioned how they could be so different, with one being a seemingly capable individual while the other was a self-proclaimed useless recluse. Megumin and Yunyun also expressed their astonishment at discovering Issei was not from this world. Kazuma, feeling frustrated, insisted that his full name was Sadakazuma and earnestly begged Issei for assistance. Issei felt a chill at being addressed with such a respectful suffix by another man, especially with such fervor. He clarified that he preferred to be called just Ise, and inquired how Kazuma ended up in this world. After some questioning, Issei learned that Kazuma had been brought here after his death on Earth, and the circumstances surrounding it were rather unfortunate. Issei found it hard to decide whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of Kazuma's demise. He couldn't help but feel pity for someone who had to beg and cry simultaneously, especially if his only companion was the useless goddess he had described. With a heavy sigh, Issei wondered if he would age faster due to the frequency of his sighs since arriving in this world. He finally relented, agreeing to help Kazuma. Just as Kazuma was about to celebrate, Issei added that Kazuma needed to follow his commands clearly, just like Megumin did. He then warned Kazuma to keep his eyes to himself regarding Yunyun, making it clear that he would not tolerate any inappropriate behavior. Kazuma shivered at Issei's words, nodding vigorously in agreement. Issei offered a calm smile, though his eyes remained serious, welcoming Kazuma to the team. Yunyun felt delighted that her party was growing, hoping to make more friends. Megumin observed the interaction, agreeing with Issei's conditions, as she sensed Kazuma's less-than-pure intentions. Meanwhile, Aqua remained oblivious, sporting her usual silly expression. After some time, Issei assessed their skills and was left speechless, beginning to regret his decision to accept them into the team. Kazuma was acceptable as a novice, but the skills of the other two were concerning. Aqua had invested all her skill points into performance-related abilities, with only the basic priest skills of purification and resurrection. Megumin, on the other hand, possessed only one skill, explosion magic. While powerful, it left her with no other options once her mana was depleted. Issei couldn't believe what he was seeing and felt a twinge of disdain for his dragon pride, realizing he couldn't take back his acceptance of them. He sighed again, ready to move forward. They approached the quest board, and Issei took on a quest to hunt a white wolf. The others, except for Yunyun, froze in fear at the thought of such a high-ranking quest. Kazuma, feeling the weight of the situation, hesitantly asked Issei if that quest was indeed high-ranked. Issei confirmed it, prompting Kazuma to express concern about their rookie status. Issei shrugged off his worries, and Kazuma resigned himself to fate, his expression reflecting defeat. Aqua and Megumin clung to each other, trembling at the thought of their impending doom. Despite their quirks, they understood the gravity of the situation. Megumin, despite her belief in the strength of explosion magic, knew it would be ineffective against a fast and agile white wolf. Aqua, who struggled against even a giant frog, felt hopeless against such a formidable foe. Yunyun, confused by their reaction, inquired about their fears. Megumin, exasperated, pointed out the danger posed by the white wolf, while Yunyun insisted that Issei was a B rank and they often faced stronger monsters. The others turned to Issei, who was busy registering the quest at the counter. They asked Yunyun again about Issei's rank, and she explained that she often completed quests with him, knowing his capabilities well. When asked about her own rank, Yunyun revealed she was a C rank and close to being promoted to B. Her casual demeanor surprised the others, especially since she had only arrived in town a few weeks prior. Megumin, still in E rank, felt a mix of disbelief and admiration at Yunyun's rapid progress, while Kazuma and Aqua remained at F rank. Megumin exclaimed in disbelief, questioning Yunyun's claim, while Yunyun responded with confusion, unable to understand their skepticism. Megumin insisted on taking a look at Yunyun's card, and Yunyun hesitantly handed it over. The group gathered around to examine it, and Megumin wore a look of disbelief, feeling as if all hope was lost. In the background, Kazuma and Aqua were expressing their surprise. Megumin lamented that, as the genius archwizard, she was ranked lower than this so-called loner. Yunyun protested, claiming she was no longer a loner, unaware that she had just admitted to being one before. Issei then declared it was time to go, and the group reluctantly followed him. Upon arriving at a lush green pasture, they initially felt confident with a B rank and a C rank on their side. However, that confidence wavered when Issei announced that he and Yunyun would not assist unless absolutely necessary. The others were taken aback, questioning his reasoning. Issei explained that he wanted to assess their abilities, and he already knew what Yunyun could do. He challenged them, asking if they were afraid. Aqua was found praying fervently, despite being a goddess herself, while Megumin stood stiffly, muttering reassurances to herself, though she trembled slightly. Kazuma appeared calm, but his legs betrayed him, shaking nervously. Issei observed their fearful demeanor and remarked on it, clarifying that he had never intended to let them die. Kazuma, sensing something was off, asked if Issei had chosen this quest to abandon them. Aqua and Megumin panicked at the implication, throwing themselves at Issei's legs and pleading not to be left behind. Issei, annoyed by their display, insisted he wouldn't abandon them and urged them to let go. Once they complied, he shot a glare at Kazuma, who quickly apologized. After a moment of waiting, Aqua boasted that the wolves must have fled upon sensing her presence. However, as she finished speaking, the ground shook, and Megumin pointed behind her, trembling. The unmistakable sound of wolves echoed in the distance, and both Kazuma and Megumin turned pale. Aqua, trying to maintain her composure, dismissed their fears, but her own body betrayed her as she began to shake. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, heightening Aqua's anxiety. When a loud roar broke the silence, the wolves charged toward them. Aqua screamed and ran toward Kazuma and the others, who also fled, shouting for the creatures to go away. Issei and Yunyun watched in disbelief, and Yunyun attempted to help but was stopped by Issei. The leader of the wolf pack roared, and the other wolves surged forward. Aqua stumbled, crying out in fear. Issei sighed, realizing he wanted to see their capabilities but not like this. He dashed toward Aqua just as a wolf lunged at her, intercepting it with a powerful punch that sent the creature flying, crashing into its pack with a resounding thud. The impact was enough to take down several wolves instantly. Standing protectively in front of Aqua, Issei remained calm. Kazuma, hiding behind a tree, was astonished by Issei's strength, while Megumin, peeking from behind a rock, admired him with stars in her eyes. Aqua, overwhelmed with gratitude, clung to Issei, crying and thanking him for saving her. Issei, taken aback by her grip, struggled to free himself, surprised by her strength. The remaining wolves roared in response to their fallen companions but quickly realized they were outmatched. Issei's presence alone was enough to intimidate them, and they cowered, lowering their heads. Megumin saw this as her opportunity to shine and prepared to showcase her skills. Now they would experience the most powerful magic of all time. After that declaration, Megumin raised her staff and began to chant her magic. She called upon darkness deeper than the night and combined it with her deep crimson energy. The time of awakening had come. Justice, fallen upon the infallible boundary, appeared as an intangible distortion. This was the mightiest means of attack known to man, the ultimate attack magic, explosion. A loud blast echoed in the distance, creating a giant explosion. Issei attempted to voice his concern, but his words were drowned out by the overwhelming sound of Megumin's magic. Megumin, filled with pride, proclaimed the strength of her offensive magic skill. She reveled in its might, but soon after, she felt her magic power drain away and collapse to the ground. The once serene green pasture now bore a massive crater, a testament to the power of her spell. Issei twitched in frustration, while Kazuma looked on in awe. Aqua clung to Issei, and Yunyun applauded her rival. Issei sighed, realizing the gravity of their situation. He pointed out that they were supposed to eliminate the white wolf that was destroying the pasture, but Megumin's explosion had caused far more damage than the wolf pack ever could. He explained that the pasture owner would likely sue them instead of rewarding them, and he speculated on why Megumin had collapsed. She had poured all her skill points into explosion, making it powerful but also draining her mana completely. As they processed Issei's analysis, they noticed Megumin trembling and sweating profusely. Even Yunyun, usually supportive of her rival, could only offer a wry smile, feeling helpless. Issei lamented that taking Megumin into their party had been a mistake. Later, when they returned to the guild hall to submit their report to Luna, they learned they were being sued for 10 million eris each, not as a group but individually. Luna explained that the damage they had caused was far greater than that of the wolf pack, rendering the pasture unusable. Issei and Yunyun remained calm, but Yunyun shot a concerned glance at Megumin, knowing they had the funds to cover the debt from their previous quests. However, when Yunyun offered to help Megumin, Issei refused, insisting they had to face the consequences of their actions. Yunyun relented, not wanting to go against her idol, and even her pleading gaze failed to sway Issei. Kazuma, Aqua, and Megumin were pale and trembling at the thought of their debt. When they sought help from Yunyun, Issei's glare silenced them. They realized they couldn't solely blame Megumin. If Kazuma hadn't been hiding, he could have stopped her. Aqua, in a moment of distraction, clung to Issei, leaving them to accept their fate. Just when they thought the situation couldn't worsen, Luna spoke again. She informed them that someone had been injured by Megumin's spell and was waiting to meet the caster. Startled, they headed to the second floor of the guild and arrived at the room where the injured person awaited. Megumin hesitated, fearing the worst. She expressed concern about the person being critically injured. Kazuma reassured her that Aqua, as an archpriest, could heal any injuries. Aqua, albeit nervously, agreed to help. Issei urged Megumin to go inside, insisting that things couldn't get any worse. As Megumin prepared to enter, her stomach churned with anxiety. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a tall, beautiful young woman rushed in, grabbing Megumin's hands and thanking her profusely. The woman had an air of cool beauty, with light blue eyes and long blonde hair tied back. She wore a mix of black, white, and yellow armor, though much of her body was covered in bandages. Despite her injuries, the woman's face radiated pure joy and joy. Issei couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. No one should be so happy after being hurt. The woman introduced herself as Darkness, an adventurer and crusader, and expressed her desire to join their party. Her enthusiasm left the group taken aback, unsure of how to respond to such an unexpected turn of events. And she had a very high defense parameter, so they should feel free to use her as a shield. In fact, they could use her as a shield to their heart's content. She was eager to join their party. They were unsure how to respond to her words. Issei had a distant look on his face, contemplating whether this was truly the world Semiramis wanted him to enter. He wondered if she genuinely believed this was a relaxing place, filled with special people. In Semiramis's domain, she sneezed unexpectedly. Scathach inquired if Semiramis had caught a cold. Semiramis dismissed the idea, pondering if Issei was thinking of her at that moment and if he missed her. Scathach noted that while it had been a while for Issei, it had only been a few days for them since they last saw him. She urged Jeanne and Jalter to keep up the pace and not be slow. Jeanne responded affirmatively, while Jalter expressed her agreement with a hint of annoyance. Scathach was supervising Jeanne and Jalter's training for the upcoming raiding game, as both she and Semiramis would not participate, believing it would be overkill. Despite their strength, Jeanne and Jalter needed further polishing to be ready for the game, as their current abilities might lead to an early defeat. Scathach was determined that her future sisters-in-law would not embarrass their husband in the raiding game, and Semiramis supported her decision. Semiramis then asked Irene if she liked her new body. Irene acknowledged that it was indeed a nice body and that she would soon gain full control over it for the upcoming raiding game. She expressed her gratitude to Semiramis, who reassured her that there was no need for thanks, as they were sisters. Semiramis was pleased that Irene liked her new form. Irene felt a blush rise to her cheeks, happy with her new appearance, knowing Issei would appreciate it. She touched the mark on her chest, her expression filled with affection as she thought of him. At Sona's place, Sona was seated on the sofa, rubbing her forehead in frustration, while Tsubaki stood behind her, looking concerned. Sona sighed, expressing disbelief at Rias's actions, feeling at a loss for words as her friend. She instructed Tsubaki not to inform Saji of the situation, fearing he would overreact and complicate matters further. Saji was one of Issei's close friends, and if he learned the reason for Issei's disappearance, he might confront Rias and the others, leading to chaos. The gods were also wondering where the Security was, believing he was training somewhere unknown for the upcoming raiding game. They were unaware of the true circumstances, but if Issei did not show up during the game, they would be at a loss for what to do next. Some gods, like the god of destruction Shiva, considered Issei a rival and brother. If he discovered the reason for Issei's absence, he might take drastic actions against Rias and the others. Surzex would not stand idly by if his sister faced danger, especially alongside Akino's father, Barakil. Issei held significant influence over the political dynamics of the four factions, and his prolonged absence could lead to unrest. Sona sighed, wondering where Haidokun was. Back with Issei, after his meeting with Darkness, he decided to disband the party temporarily, allowing everyone to pursue their own paths. Issei and Yunyun remained together, while Aqua, Kazuma, Megumin, and their new companion Darkness formed their own group. Issei and Yunyun continued to take on quests, and eventually, Yunyun reached B rank, just like Issei. One day, Issei visited a cemetery and noticed a woman there. At first, he observed her actions, realizing she was purifying lost souls. She was a beautiful woman with fair skin and a curvaceous figure, her brown eyes and straight brown hair framing her face. She wore a purple dress with a dark purple cloak over it. When she noticed Issei, she was surprised to see someone watching her, but she felt drawn to his aura. As a lich, she was sensitive to life forces, and Issei's was the strongest she had ever encountered. He could tell she was not human from a glance, recognizing her as an undead who had retained her reasoning. She continued to purify the souls around the cemetery, not consuming them like many high-level undead. Issei broke their eye contact first, intending to leave, but the woman called out to him, hesitating as she realized she had done so without a clear reason. Being near him made her feel alive again, a sensation brought on by Issei's life and death aura. As time passed, Issei began to attract souls to him, drawn by the comfort of his aura. However, he preferred not to have these souls linger around him, so he guided them gently to the afterlife, much like the ghost from the haunted mansion. Evil souls, on the other hand, never dared to approach him, fearing they would be destroyed or consumed. Good souls sought salvation, while evil souls wished to continue their misdeeds in the world of the living even after death. Issei often took the opportunity to eliminate any evil souls he encountered. One day, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. A young woman introduced herself as Wiz. Issei remained silent, prompting her to ask if she could know his name. After a moment, he revealed it was Issei Hayato. Wiz, surprised, wondered if he was royalty, as surnames were typically associated with nobility in her world. When Issei denied it, she felt a wave of relief. She found royalty to be rather troublesome. Wiz then asked if she could call him Issei-san, to which he replied he didn't mind. She hesitantly invited him for tea at her place, adding that it wasn't a demand. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a strong desire to spend more time with him, and as she watched him begin to walk away, a sense of desperation washed over her. Issei gazed at her silently, and she grew anxious that he might decline her offer. This was a new feeling for her, as she was usually very meek. His presence was soothing, warming her heart even in her state of being. Eventually, Issei agreed to her invitation. At Wiz's place, she welcomed him, urging him to make himself at home. Her dwelling was a magic shop filled with various items. Although it was somewhat cramped, Issei didn't mind. He wasn't wealthy even in his original world. Despite owning shares in his show, he considered it separate from his personal finances, as he performed for the children, not for profit. Wiz asked him to take a seat while she prepared tea. As she moved to the kitchen, Issei began to observe the items in her shop. Many were unfamiliar, though he recognized a few from his own world, albeit in different forms. He stood up and approached some cursed items, feeling it was easy to erase their curses, as they were typically possessed by evil souls. By channeling a bit of his aura into the items, he purified them. Was watched in astonishment, never having seen anyone purify curses before. She asked if he was a priest, but Issei simply replied no. When she pointed out his ability to cleanse the cursed item, he explained it was just one of his special abilities. Was chose not to pry further, respecting his privacy as she had her own secrets. After a moment, she returned with the tea, apologizing for the wait. Issei noticed it was cold, as she was unable to serve hot beverages due to her undead nature. He assured her it was fine, and a silence fell between them once more. Eventually, Was broke the quiet, explaining that she had invited him to talk about her being undead. She observed his calm demeanor, curious about his reaction to her revelation. Was asked if he was afraid of her, but Issei simply questioned why he should be. She was taken aback by his response. He explained that he wouldn't judge someone based on what they were, but rather on their actions. If she were an evil undead, he might feel differently, but from what he had seen, she was not. Was could only nod in agreement, feeling a swell of emotions. Issei continued, expressing that it was better to be hated for who one truly was than to be loved for something one was not. He believed that changing oneself for the sake of others would lead to false love. Was found herself nodding again, tears streaming down her face without her realizing it. Those were the words she had longed to hear, to be accepted for who she was, not judged for what she had become. She was proud to be the Ice Witch, an adventurer, not merely an unknown undead lich. In her living days, she had held great pride in her identity, but over time, she had begun to forget it, which frightened her. People labeled her as an evil undead despite her efforts to protect them, and she had made a deal with the Demon Lord to safeguard her friends, Brad and Rosary, while becoming one of his generals. Though she had no regrets about her choices, the pain of being misunderstood lingered in her heart. The Demon Lord's army was never to involve innocent civilians in their attacks on humans. She understood the risks of being an adventurer, but she would not allow any innocent bystander to be harmed. As part of her deal with the Demon Lord, she would maintain the barrier around his castle and refrain from attacking the demons, as long as they upheld their agreement. However, she was aware that the Demon Lord still kept a bounty on her head while she remained human, spreading rumors that she was an evil undead and one of his generals. This forced her to leave her home country. After negotiating with the Kingdom of Belzerk, she was allowed to stay, but she was restricted to Axel City. It was there that she finally opened her store and made Axel City her new home. At last, she found someone who truly understood her feelings. Was felt a wave of emotion as she expressed her vulnerability, apologizing for her display of tears. Issei, with a gentle demeanor, reassured her that there was nothing pathetic about being herself. He wiped away her tears with the utmost care, and as she gazed at his kind face, she felt overwhelmed, jumping into his embrace for comfort. Issei embraced her back, gently rubbing her back until her tears subsided. When she realized what she had done, embarrassment washed over her, and her face turned bright red. She felt conflicted, wanting to retreat from the warmth of his embrace yet not wanting to let go. The soothing presence of Issei made her feel intoxicated, and she wished to remain in that moment forever. However, she chastised herself for crying in front of someone she had just met, reminding herself that she was the older one and that he might not see her the same way. When Issei asked if she was feeling better, she nodded shyly, still looking down. He then offered to help her take revenge on Vanir or the Demon Lord, expressing his willingness to confront them. Was taken aback by his confidence, realizing he could easily follow through on his words. Despite her initial surprise, she explained that both Vanir and the Demon Lord were formidable opponents, and killing them could disrupt the balance between humans and demons. If humans lost a common enemy, they might turn against each other, leading to conflict and suffering for innocent lives. Issei listened intently, then gently patted her head, causing her to blush. He praised her reasoning, acknowledging that killing the Demon Lord would only lead to more chaos. He then inquired about Vanir, but was declined once more, explaining that despite his devilish nature, he had never taken a human life and had even helped her gain the power needed to save her friends. Her pride, however, had led her to confront him repeatedly, seeking to reclaim her dignity after being tricked. Issei found her perspective beautiful, leaving Wiz momentarily speechless at his compliment. And when she realized what he just said, her face turned bright red once more. Wiz was in utter confusion and happiness, her eyes spinning from the overwhelming emotions. Issei admired her ability to openly accept her past without blaming anyone. He respected how she embraced both her past and present, something he struggled to do without help from others. He couldn't help but extend his hand to gently slide her face, feeling a deep admiration for her strength. Wiz was at her limit, her face flushed, and she felt as if smoke were rising from her head, imagining an angel guiding her to the afterlife. At that moment, the door to Wiz's shop burst open with a loud crash. Yun entered, looking down so her face was obscured, but her body trembled slightly. Issei snapped out of his trance, and Wiz, still blushing, turned to look at the door. The scene was somewhat awkward. Issei was sitting in a chair with Wiz on his lap. One of his hands rested on her waist while the other cupped her face, creating an NTMT atmosphere. It was then that Issei realized he had made a mistake. Yun had been searching for Issei and after some time, spotted him through the window of Wiz's shop. She was shocked to see her idol, Issei, hugging Wiz in such a close manner. Just as she was about to enter, she overheard their conversation. The revelation of Wiz's past saddened her, but when she heard Issei's proposal to confront the Demon Lord and Vanir for Wiz's sake, she felt a mix of shock and jealousy. It was clear he was willing to go to great lengths for her. Yun found herself captivated by Issei's confident and reassuring demeanor. She never expected Wiz to reject his proposal, and upon hearing her reasoning she realized the truth in it, deepening her admiration for Issei. She felt as if she had fallen in love with him all over again. However, when she saw Issei cupping Wiz's face, it appeared to her that he was about to kiss her, and she couldn't take it anymore. With determination she burst into the store. Back in the present, Yun murmured softly, expressing her feelings of unfairness. She lifted her face, tears in her eyes and a blush on her cheeks, exclaiming that it wasn't fair for Issei to hug only Wiz. In a sudden rush, she leaped into Issei's embrace as well. They collided, and the impact sent all three of them tumbling to the floor. Yun and Wiz ended up on top of Issei, their closeness causing him to struggle with his emotions. It took all his effort to maintain control. Yun declared her desire to be hugged by Issei too, feeling it was unfair that only Wiz received such affection. Wiz was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Issei took a deep breath to calm himself and gently rubbed Yun's head, reassuring her that his affection for Wiz was not inappropriate. Yun looked up at him with pleading eyes, her crimson gaze filled with longing. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Issei leaned in and kissed her. He freed his other hand, which had been pinned beneath Wiz, and wrapped it around Yun, pulling her closer. Yun's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden kiss, but she didn't resist. Initially stiff, she soon melted into the moment, her face turning deep red as joy overwhelmed her. Issei's kiss began softly, then grew in intensity, making her cling to him as if he were her anchor in a dizzying world. Their lips moved together, and she found herself kissing him back, lost in the bliss of the moment. Wiz observed from the side, her mouth agape and her face flushed from witnessing their connection. As the kiss deepened, Issei's hand moved to caress Yun's back, holding her close, and she felt as if she were in heaven, enveloped in the warmth of his affection. It all enveloped her in blissful feelings she had never experienced before in her life. The sound of their kiss echoed in the room, a clear indication of the intensity they shared. Finally they parted, both feeling breathless. A glimmer of saliva lingered between their lips, and a hint of it remained at the corners of Yun's and Issei's mouths due to the fervor of their kiss. They gazed at each other, their eyes filled with longing. Yun's glowing crimson eyes met Issei's wine-red ones, and just as they were about to continue their moment, they noticed another presence in the room. Wiz sat nearby, wide-eyed and mouth agape in shock, her face flushed with embarrassment from witnessing the unexpected display of affection. Their eyes met, and a silence fell over the room. Issei broke the stillness first, greeting them with a casual acknowledgement. After that incident, both Wiz and Yunyun held their flushed faces in their hands, too embarrassed to look at each other. Issei sat calmly in a chair, though a faint blush colored his cheeks as he realized he had lost control and forgotten about Wiz's presence. He cleared his throat, and both Yunyun and Wiz flinched slightly at the sound. He apologized sincerely, expressing regret for the sudden kiss and for putting Wiz in such an awkward position. He bowed his head slightly, conveying his remorse. Yunyun and Wiz, seeing his gesture, panicked and quickly reassured him that it wasn't entirely his fault. Yunyun insisted that she was equally to blame for her impulsive hug, while Wiz added that it was understandable for him to react that way when two girls approached him so suddenly. She quietly confessed her jealousy towards Yunyun, not realizing Issei could hear her. Issei raised an eyebrow, surprised that Wiz felt jealous so soon after meeting him. He understood Yunyun's feelings, having spent time together, but Wiz was a new acquaintance. He wondered about the peculiarities of this world, unaware of how charming he appeared to them. He offered to take responsibility if Yunyun wished it, and promised to do anything Wiz asked, as long as it aligned with his principles. Both girls' faces turned blank before flushing red again, Yunyun feeling happy about his willingness to take responsibility for her, while Wiz contemplated her request. Wiz hesitated before finally expressing her desire for him to take responsibility for her as well, practically shouting the last part and closing her eyes in embarrassment. The room fell silent again. Wiz, feeling nervous after receiving no immediate response, began to doubt herself, muttering about being an unattractive old hag and an undead. Issei sighed and reassured her that he wouldn't judge anyone based on their appearance. He found both her and Yunyun to be beautiful, and he encouraged them to disregard what others might say. Hearts raced at his kind words. To his question about whether they truly wanted him to take responsibility for them, Wiz quickly affirmed her certainty, followed by Yunyun's enthusiastic agreement. Issei cautioned them that there were other women who also had feelings for him, and he wouldn't abandon any of them. He wanted to ensure they understood the situation fully. Wiz and Yunyun exchanged glances and confidently declared their commitment. Issei, taken aback by their determination, remarked on their silliness, suggesting there were better men out there. They both vehemently disagreed, expressing their happiness that he acknowledged his other admirers. They insisted that it was normal for someone like him to have multiple partners, and Yunyun added that it would mean more friends for her. Issei found himself speechless at their responses, especially at Yunyun's last comment. He agreed to their request for him to take care of them moving forward. Both girls cheered in response, and they hugged him tightly, smiling through tears of joy. Issei embraced them back, and they all savored the warmth of the moment in silence. After that incident, Wiz moved into Issei's mansion. As they walked together, they attracted the attention of everyone around them, with Wiz on his left and Yunyun on his right, both clinging to his arms. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Some recognized Issei as the tyrant overlord, speculating about his new companions. Others expressed envy at his fortune, while a few warned their peers to keep their voices down, recalling the consequences faced by those who angered him. They said he went broke because he took too many vacations. That was the reaction from the man. Meanwhile, the girls expressed their opinions. One girl felt envious, wishing to be one of his companions. Another girl questioned what he saw in the two women beside him, claiming she was much prettier. A third girl retorted, pointing out her flaws, suggesting even a gorilla was more attractive. Another girl called out to Issei, hoping to catch his attention. Issei, however, ignored them, while Yunyun and Wiz were too happy to notice. Issei attempted to convince Wiz to close her store, but she refused, stating it was her hobby. He decided not to press the issue further and expressed his support for her endeavors, offering to help with any financial problems since he was wealthy. Issei was the type of person who would spoil his companions, and thankfully, a certain goddess did not end up as one of his partners. From all the quests he had completed, his profits were substantial, even surpassing those of some noble households in the capital. His rough estimate was around 10 billion eris, not counting what he would have earned had he not split the rewards with Yun Yun. Yun Yun tried to give him her share, but he insisted they should split it evenly, and she eventually relented due to his determination. On their way to his mansion, they encountered Kazuma's party. Most of them were left speechless upon seeing the two girls clinging to Issei's arm. Kazuma regarded Issei with respect and gave him a thumbs up. Aqua seemed indifferent, likely still troubled by her debts. Darkness, on the other hand, was lost in her thoughts, imagining scenarios involving Issei. Megumin was the most shocked, noticing Yunyun's affectionate hold on Issei's arm. The day before Issei transformed his body into a dragon, he left a recording at his house, which the faction leaders later discovered. As they watched, Issei's voice came through clearly, and they held their breath. He mentioned that if someone found the recording, it meant either he had died or someone was searching for him. His tone was empty, revealing a lack of concern for his own life. He stated that he was about to do something reckless, and according to his dragon partner, Draig, the chances of success were nearly non-existent. Issei's appearance was alarming. He had long hair, dark circles under his eyes, and his body was frail. He spoke of a plan to remove the evil pieces from his body, a move that shocked everyone watching, as it was akin to suicide. He explained that he felt he had nothing left, having been abandoned by those he cared about. The women he once loved had moved on, and he discovered this in a painful way. He described how he had activated the Juggernaut drive out of despair, but his last shred of sanity had stopped him from fully unleashing it. The revelation of his suffering left the viewers stunned, particularly Scathach, Graphia, Azazel, and Michael, who were deeply affected. Issei continued, explaining how the evil pieces within him had become corrupted, leading to a constant drain on his life force. He named these corruptions and expressed how they robbed him of sleep, filling his nights with nightmares. The recording revealed the torment he endured, as he relived the pain of being scorned and abused by those he once trusted. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew heavy with despair. His eyes reflected a profound emptiness, leaving everyone watching with chills. They realized he had reached his breaking point. He confessed to giving up on sleep, and as the days passed without rest, the situation only worsened. He revealed the physical manifestations of his torment: 3 dark, swirling spots on his chest that left the viewers gasping in horror. Seeing the scene before them made everyone swallow hard. Some even struggled to hold back their nausea. Issei had revealed the locations of the pawn pieces and the immense pain he felt associated with them. He expressed his determination to rid himself of these burdens, stating that he had nothing left to lose. He hoped that whoever was listening would keep this a secret, warning that if the truth got out, there would be serious consequences. As the recording ended, silence enveloped the room. The group was taken aback by the extent of Issei's suffering. Azazel was the first to break the silence, acknowledging the weight of the revelations while assuring everyone that Issei was still alive. He pointed out that the pieces had not mysteriously returned to his body and settled on his desk without reason. Issei had survived what he called a suicide attempt and left the pieces behind. Azazel took on a leadership role, motivating everyone to find Issei and ask him why he had made such a choice. The women in the room, especially Graphia, regained hope, while the men shared similar sentiments. The question of Issei's whereabouts loomed large, prompting the group to rally their energies. They recognized the need to locate him, not only to share important information but also to offer apologies for their past actions. Graphia raised a concern about what to tell Rias and the others. Azazel and Scathach agreed that they should inform them of Issei's departure without revealing the reasons behind it. They felt it was essential for Rias and the others to learn from their mistakes, even if the full truth would be too painful for them to bear. Although many questions remained about Issei's actions, it was evident that the girls had played a significant role in his decision. The group understood that they needed to dig deeper into the matter, even if they could only speculate at this point. Ajuka suggested that they would tell Rias and the others that Issei was gone and that they were unaware of his motives, allowing them to come to their own conclusions about their responsibility. Graphia expressed her eagerness to talk to Issei and clarify matters once they found him. The rest of the group settled into the chairs available, processing the heavy information they had just received. A long silence followed as they contemplated the situation. Later, at Issei's house, Rias and her group arrived to discover his disappearance. It was late afternoon, edging toward evening, when they reached the Hyudu mansion. Reiji, seeing the large building for the first time, asked what it was. The other men shared his surprise, having never seen it before. Zenobia answered that it was Issei's house, leaving the men in disbelief. The girls urged them to hurry and enter, prompting the boys to rush to the door. They passed through the gate just as it was closing, facing a massive wooden door that stood between them and the inside of the mansion. Rias knocked on the door, calling for Issei and raising her voice to get his attention. After several knocks, Aquino suggested that perhaps he wasn't home. Rias dismissed the idea, insisting that he was likely training. When she turned the doorknob and heard the click of the lock, she believed he might have left it open. As they stepped inside, the group noticed the house was empty. Kaneko, revealing her ears and tail, confirmed that Issei was not home, causing the girls to widen their eyes in surprise. Kiba, though a bit taken aback, felt the sense of relief. If he met the men beside him, he was certain he would raise hell. Rias expressed her surprise when she discovered he wasn't home. Irina, tilting her head cutely, suggested that he might have had things to do. The rest of the group shared their suspicions but ultimately dismissed them, convinced he was simply out running errands. However, the absence of Issei left them feeling unsettled and slightly paranoid. Rias decided it was time to start the training. The men swallowed nervously as she announced the plan. She explained that they would gradually teach them the basics of the supernatural world over the next few weeks, speaking proudly of their knowledge. Since there were too many of them to fit in the elevator, they made their way up the staircase to a place Issei often visited, the library of the 5th floor. Upon opening the door, the men were awed by the vastness of the library. Rias declared that they needed some books. She assigned tasks to her peerage. Asia was to find books on the basics of magic, Kaneko was to search for information on sacred gears, and Zenobia was to look for a book that explained the underworld, heaven, and Grigori. Rias emphasized that while they would explain everything, additional information might be necessary. As the others went off to complete their tasks, Rias turned to the men, crossing her arms confidently. Aquino stood beside her, ready for anything. Ken raised his hand, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. He wasn't accustomed to speaking in front of a crowd, but Rias's encouraging nod gave him the confidence to ask about the hierarchy of the supernatural world. Rias was about to respond when Aquino interjected, suggesting she explain Grigori since she was half a fallen angel. With a graceful unfurling of her dark feathered wings, she surprised everyone. She explained that fallen angels are those who have strayed from God's grace due to impure thoughts. The leaders of Grigori, tempted by human women, had fallen after engaging in forbidden acts. Despite their fall, they retained the power of light. Aquino continued, detailing that Grigori was an organization founded by Azazel and the fallen angels who fell with him, known as the Watchers of the Children of God. They took in sacred gear possessors who were alone and trained them to harness their powers, turning them into experienced individuals within the organization. She listed the leaders of Grigori, known as cadre, who possessed strength above the ultimate class. The men absorbed this new information, some closing their eyes in contemplation. After a moment, Ryutaro asked about heaven. Irina eagerly volunteered to answer, her excitement evident as she revealed her wings, astonishing everyone. Hijama gasped in disbelief, prompting laughter from Kaneko and Ravel. Zenobia chimed in, clarifying that Irina was a reincarnated angel, similar to how devils could transform others into their kind. Irina continued, explaining that angels serve the biblical God and possess powers that can harm devils and fallen angels. She described heaven as being divided into 7 layers, known as the 7 heavens, and introduced the leaders, the seraphs, including the archangels Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, who were known as the 4 great seraphs. Finally, Ravel stood up, surprising Rias as she began to explain the underworld. She described it as roughly the same size as the human world but with a much larger landmass, devoid of oceans. Once ruled by the 72 pillars of the Judeo-Christian religion, over half had become extinct after the Great War. Currently, It was governed by the four great Satans: Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. After the Great War, the original rulers perished, leading to the selection of new candidates to inherit their titles and govern the underworld. Ravel concluded her clear explanation, and the men felt a sense of satisfaction, now better informed about their world. Rias spoke up, suggesting that those who wanted to learn more should come to the library and study the books, which would be more beneficial for them. A sigh escaped her lips, prompting Aquino beside her to giggle. Rias then asked if anyone had final questions before they began their training. Only one man raised his hand, and Rias nodded for him to speak. Suji, filled with curiosity, inquired about the strongest battle-oriented sacred gears that Rias had mentioned in the past. Just as Rias was about to respond, Kiba interjected, expressing his desire to answer since he possessed a sacred gear and had encountered most of the Longinus wielders. With a tired nod from Rias, Kiba began his explanation. He thanked her and proceeded to share that the strongest battle-oriented sacred gears were known as Longinus. He noted that these were capable of defeating a god and that there were 13 of them, so he would skip over that part. Standing before them, Kiba exuded an aura reminiscent of a teacher, and the men listened intently, impressed by his knowledge. He explained that the name Longinus originated from the first sacred gear, the true Longinus, the spear that killed the son of the god of the Bible, the first and most powerful deity. Unlike other sacred gears, which could have multiple versions, each Longinus was unique, with only one existing at any given time. They combined powerful abilities that were not meant to be merged. Kiba then listed the names, abilities, and current wielders of the Longinus, emphasizing that there would be no more questions after this as they needed to start training. The men nodded in agreement. He began with the true Longinus, also known as the Holy Spear, one of the 3 holy relics. It was currently wielded by Cao Cao, a hero descended from a figure recorded in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. The spear could destroy anything it touched and control light. The men were surprised and eager to ask more, but Kiba firmly instructed them to hold their questions until after training. Next, Kiba introduced the Zenith Tempest, known as the Prison of Bright Heavenly Thunder, a Longinus capable of controlling the weather and manipulating its elements. This was wielded by Dulio Gesualdo, the trump card of heaven and the strongest exorcist. He took a breath before continuing. Then came the Dimension Lost, or Fog of Extinction, which could block all attacks with its mist and transport anything within it to any desired location. This was wielded by George Faust, a descendant of the original George Faust. Kiba continued with the Annihilation Maker, or creator of the demonic beast, a sacred gear that could create any creature the possessor could imagine, currently wielded by a boy named Leonardo. Kiba chuckled at the expressions on the men's faces, who had not anticipated that a Longinus could be so powerful. He then moved on to the mid-tier Longinus. The boosted gear, or the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, could double the user's capabilities without limit and transfer power to anyone or anything. Kiba smirked, knowing the wielder was Hyude Issei, which surprised the others. Next was the Divine Dividing, or the White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings, which could have the power of anything or anyone, adding it to the user. The current wielder was a demon-human hybrid named Vale, and Kiba refrained from mentioning the last name for obvious reasons. He described Regulus Nemia, the battle axe of the Lion King, capable of splitting the earth with a single swing and manifesting as a 3-meter-tall lion, embodying the spirit of the Nemean lion from Greek tales. This was wielded by Serord Baal, a devil from the 72 Pillars. The men held back their questions, realizing it was best not to ask. Kiba nodded, pleased that they were paying attention, and continued. He introduced the Canis Lycaon, or dog god of the Black Blade, a Longinus that took the form of a large black dog. It could manipulate shadows, create curses, and form cursed blades that could kill with a mere glance. This was wielded by Icus Tobio, a human affiliated with Grigori. He paused to let the information sink in before moving on to the Sephiroth Grawl. He asked if they had heard of the Holy Grail, and the men nodded, acknowledging its fame. Kiba explained that the Longinus was the Grail itself, capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing any injury, no matter how severe. It was currently wielded by Valerie Teeps, a vampire-human hybrid and another of the 3 sacred relics. The men were astonished to learn that the Holy Grail was real. Kiba then mentioned the Incinerate Anthem, or the Crucified Stand of Purple Flames, the last of the sacred relics, which was the cross on which Christ was crucified. It could generate purple flames imbued with holy power that could reduce anything to ash. The previous user was deceased, leaving uncertainty about when another might appear. This was the first Longinus they had encountered without a current host, and they collectively exhaled in relief, feeling fortunate that there was one less threat to worry about. Kiba concluded with the Absolute Demise, or the Eternal Ice Princess, which transformed into a 3-meter-tall doll that protected its user. Legends claimed it could control ice to the point of generating temperatures below absolute zero. Its current host is Lavinia Rennie, a magician and self-proclaimed sister of Valley. The other 2 are Innovate Clear and Talos Karma, but their abilities and hosts remain unknown, as they have yet to be found. With that, the explanation concluded, leaving the 5 men stunned and kneeling. Suji felt heartbroken, grappling with the fear of facing such powerful entities. Ryutaro echoed his brother's sentiment, equally shocked by the revelation. Ken remarked on Hayate Issei's possession of the boosted gear, astonished that such a formidable weapon was in his hands. Reiji deduced that Longinus were essentially broken abilities, and their hosts were extraordinary beings. Despite the weight of the information, Asia tried to soothe them, her gentle smile bringing a sense of calm. Rias then declared that it was time to begin training, leading everyone out of the library and into the training field. Within moments, they were ready to start. Rias assigned tasks. Asia, Irina, and Aquino would teach the basics of human magic. Zenobia would instruct Suji in swordsmanship. Kiba was to guide Ken with technique, and Kaneko and Rias would teach Reiji close combat and demonic magic. Just as they were about to begin, a magic circle appeared in the center of the field. A man in a luxurious robe emerged, his crimson red hair and blue eyes radiating authority. Upon seeing Rias and the others, his expression shifted to one of disappointment and guilt. He was accompanied by a silver-haired maid, whose eyes mirrored his emotions. The man addressed Rias and the group, revealing that he had something important to share. Rias was surprised to see her brother, Scathach Lucifer, one of the 4 Maus, and her sister-in-law, Graphia. The presence of the current Lucifer, a legendary figure, left the men pale. Scathach urged Rias to set aside greetings, as he had something crucial to discuss. He produced a small wooden box from his robe, asking Rias to remain calm. The maid beside him struggled to contain her own emotions as Scathach handed the box to Rias. As she opened it, her face drained of color, and her hands trembled. The contents spilled onto the ground, revealing 8 crimson pawn pieces marked with black spots and cracks. Rias screamed in disbelief, her anguish echoed by the others. Aquino stood frozen, while Irina and Asia covered their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. Zenobia and Kaneko shared the same vacant expression, their eyes devoid of light as they trembled, releasing a heavy aura. Ravel turned away, unable to bear the sight, while Kiba clenched his fists, his aura suffocating. The men attempted to comfort the distraught group, but the overwhelming aura radiating from the girls kept them at bay. The realization of the box's contents weighed heavily on everyone. They recognized Issei's aura without a doubt. Rias cried out for answers, demanding to know how this could happen. Scathach explained that Azazel had visited Issei's home to discuss his training and Longinus, but found only the pieces in a wooden box. Despite the guilt in his voice, he reassured them that they had confirmed with heaven that Issei was still alive and that his Longinus remained with him. The Mao's words ignited a flicker of hope, but questions lingered. Why would Issei put himself in such a dangerous situation? The girls froze, reflecting on their last encounter with him. They recalled the change in his demeanor, the coldness in his eyes, and his noticeably thinner frame. Guilt washed over them, intensifying their emotions as they realized the implications of their oversight. As they processed the situation, Scathach informed them that all 3 factions were currently searching for Issei. If their efforts turned out to be in vain, they would need to seek assistance from the other factions. Scathach stated this truth, his eyes and those of the maid behind him filled with eagerness and determination to fight. His words sparked a flicker of hope in the girls. They felt compelled to offer their help, with Rias practically insisting that her brother allow them to join the mission. However, Scathach firmly declined, explaining that this was an extremely secret mission within the factions, and they would search for Issei on their own. He urged them not to let the situation affect them too deeply, as they did not yet understand the reasons behind Issei's disappearance. They owed it to him to find him and ask him directly. The girls were reminded that Issei was still alive, just missing, and they needed to understand why. Their suspicions weighed heavily on them, and they struggled to find peace with their thoughts. Guilt filled their hearts as they grappled with the possibility that they were somehow responsible for his absence. The declaration that Hyudu Issei was missing in action was made, a strategic choice to protect him from being labeled a stray, which would have made him a target. The men present were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but their lack of knowledge rendered it insignificant to them. Scathach approached Rias and embraced her, reassuring her that Issei was fine and that they would find him. He encouraged her to focus on becoming stronger, leaving the search to him and the others. Rias accepted the comfort of his hug, wiping away her tears. He then announced that the date for the upcoming world-class rating games had been set for less than 3 months away, urging everyone to train hard in preparation. The Devils and Irina responded with enthusiasm, while Scathach smirked at their eagerness. Once he departed, the girls were left feeling broken, their eyes brimming with unshed tears and their faces marked by regret. The 5 men attempted to console them, unaware of the pain their words caused. The girls' thoughts returned to the realization that they were, indeed, the reason for Issei's actions. Overwhelmed by guilt, they cried, and the 5 men moved closer to embrace them. In that moment, they all thought of Issei, and their tears flowed even more freely as the weight of their emotions corroded them from within. Kiba watched with sorrow, suspecting the reasons behind his friend's choices but feeling powerless to help. He turned his gaze to the plain white ceiling, silently wishing for Issei to return soon. As the story continued, a new report on Issei was presented, one that even the reader had not seen before. The room fell silent as he began to read about Issei's condition since the sealing of the beast. Hyudu Issei, the current Sekirei, was noted to have never left Kuo town, attending school and walking around as usual. However, over time, his health had deteriorated. He appeared skinnier, more fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes and a pallor that suggested illness. Some witnesses believed he was gravely unwell, though the exact cause remained unknown. As the report continued, it detailed how his symptoms worsened, with signs of depression and self-destructive behavior. The possibility of a sickness related to the dragon kind was mentioned, igniting anger among those present. Scathach and Graphia struggled to contain their emotions, feeling a deep sense of regret. The report revealed that Issei had attended school for only a single day before disappearing again. Investigations suggested he had temporarily left school, with the exact circumstances of his absence unclear. It was noted that he had purchased clothes from an online store specifically designed for him, but little else was known about his last known whereabouts, which were recorded as the previous Tuesday. When the reading concluded, Scathach asked if there was anything more. Azazel, regaining his composure, confirmed that the report ended there. Scathach's expression shifted to one of rage as he stood, overwhelmed by frustration. Absolutely nothing echoed in his mind as he slammed his hands against the table, shaking it violently and causing part of it to break. Graphia stood behind him, biting her lips so hard that blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her body trembling with tension. Azazel flipped the page of the report and began to read aloud. The words detailed an investigation prompted by suspicions regarding the Gremry peerage's activities during a specific time period. Everyone in the room widened their eyes in confusion, unable to understand the reasoning behind this inquiry. According to the findings, each member of the Gremry peerage, aside from Rosweiss and Gasper Vladi, had been present in Kuo town during that time. Azazel concealed a smirk at the mention of Gasper as he continued. The report indicated that all members of the Gremry peerage had been seen on multiple occasions with unknown males. Over time, their encounters became more frequent, with some staying out all night together. However, the investigation revealed that nothing inappropriate had occurred during these meetings. Further inquiries uncovered that these males were, in fact, the boyfriends of the Gremory peerage members, Rias Gremory, Himejima Aquino, Asia Argento, Zenobia Corda, Irina Shidu, and Tujo Kaneko. Azazel read on, noting that Ravel Phoenix had been seen with a male close to Tujo Kaneko, and witnesses claimed they were competing for the same guy. The report also mentioned Kiba Yudo, who had been tasked with the devil jobs of Hayudu Issei. Due to the overwhelming workload, he had not been seen at the Hayudu mansion for weeks, leaving him exhausted. The report continued, but it seemed to be intended solely for Azazel's ears. He placed the document on the table and massaged his forehead, overwhelmed by the revelations. His thoughts spiraled as he reflected on the situation. He understood why Issei had left. He would have likely done the same in his position. Turning his gaze to Scathach and Graphia, he noticed they were frozen in shock, struggling to process the information. With a sudden crash, Scathach struck the table again, shattering it completely. His frustration echoed in the room, and Azazel noted the raw emotion behind his outburst. Scathach was enveloped in a pale light, and everything around him began to fade away. Graphia turned her back to them, her shoulders shaking, her hands clenched into fists. The turmoil within her was palpable as she grappled with the betrayal of her sister. Scathach's thoughts raced. His sister had cheated on her future husband and had the audacity to flaunt it. Graphia's distress was even more profound. She couldn't comprehend how anyone could betray a man who had sacrificed so much for them. Suddenly, a memory struck Scathach from a recent visit to the Hayudu mansion. He exchanged a glance with Graphia, a silent understanding passing between them. He feared the truth of the situation. Azazel was asked if the males mentioned in the report were the same ones they had encountered. He quickly flipped through the remaining pages to find the information. The first name he read was Minamoto Reiji, a 22-year-old human with the sacred gear known as Perfect Warrior. Azazel noted the rarity of such a sacred gear, which was neither common nor extraordinary. Next was Mishima Ken, an 18-year-old human with the sacred gear Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Azazel recalled that this was a replica of a famous weapon, more common than the previous one. He continued reading, listing three brothers Tsuji, Ryutaro, and Hijama Takahashi aged 18, 18, and 16, respectively, each possessing their own sacred gears, False Gift, Mantle of Chows, and Tome of Magic. As he mentioned that images of the males were included, Scathach snatched the paper from his hands, desperate to see for himself. His heart sank as he recognized the faces from his previous visit to the Hayudu mansion. The realization hit him hard. Rias had brought them to Issei's home. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, imagining what could have happened if Issei had been there. Graphia, unable to contain her anger, crumpled the papers into a ball and, with a flick of her aura, turned it into ice that shattered upon hitting the ground. Azazel noted the loss of the information but felt no less angered or shocked than the others. A voice broke the silence. Barakiels, filled with emotion as he called out to Aquino. The room fell silent, each person grappling with their own thoughts. Scathach felt a growing sense of desperation. He realized that Rias had effectively betrayed Issei, and he had every right to end their engagement. The thought of their parents finding out filled him with dread, knowing they would be furious. The turmoil in his stomach intensified as he processed the gravity of the situation, recognizing that not only had Rias acted recklessly, but the others had followed her lead as well. They all abandoned him as if he were something disposable, leaving him feeling more disappointed than ever before. He cursed under his breath, realizing that this was the worst possible outcome. A warm sensation spread across his throat, and dizziness washed over him. Moments later, he coughed, spitting out blood as he fell to one knee. His body felt unsteady, and his vision blurred. Everyone around him was frightened, but his wife was even more alarmed. She rushed to his side, tears welling in her eyes, her face pale and her lips almost blue. He could sense that she was in a dire state as well. He muttered an apology, unsure of why he felt the need to do so. He suddenly panicked at the thought of Rias discovering the truth. The realization hit him hard. She would believe she was the cause of this. Her mind was already clouded with guilt, thinking it was her fault for reasons they had misunderstood. If she learned the truth, it would shatter her completely, far worse than when Issei was presumed dead. He stood up from his kneeling position, gripping his hair in frustration, nearly pulling it out. They couldn't let her find out. If she did, before they resolved the situation, the consequences could be catastrophic. He expressed his concern about the potential fallout if the wrong people learned of this. His words opened everyone's eyes. They hadn't considered the political implications. Issei held significant political weight, especially with the Norse and Shinto factions. If this information got out, all their efforts would be in vain, and they couldn't even begin to fathom how their own factions or the girls would react. This situation was escalating beyond anything they had faced before. Azazel emphasized that nothing about this should be shared outside their group, and everyone nodded in agreement. He then announced his intention to visit Issei's house, needing to see the situation for himself. With that, he left in a flash of magic. The remaining group sat in silence, each member grappling with their emotions. Some were deeply affected, others heartbroken, and a few were even angry. However, Scathach and Graphia were the most impacted. To them, he was like a beloved younger brother. The weight of the situation turned their worlds upside down. They needed time to think and calm themselves. Acting in haste would only lead to more harm. In the Hyadu Mansion's training ground, everyone had been training relentlessly since regaining their strength. Their days were filled with early morning workouts, school, and more training. While they hadn't improved at the same pace as the Gremmery peerage, they had made decent progress. They could now push Kiba to use his balance breaker sword, the sword of the betrayer, but even then, they struggled to keep up. Once again, they found themselves sprawled across the training floor, exhausted and bruised. Kiba reprimanded them for not being strong enough, but they were merely ordinary humans, not hybrids like him. Their only notable quality was their determination to grow stronger, which was commendable in its own right. Hijama, struggling to stand, asked Kiba to demonstrate his strength. Kiba agreed, believing it would help them toughen their minds and spirits for battle. He stepped back, preparing himself. The other males, weary but curious, lifted themselves to watch. As Kiba inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, a chill swept through the air. Though no visible aura surrounded him, the heavy atmosphere was palpable. Reiji felt paralyzed, unable to move as he glanced around and saw the others were similarly affected. Hijama, more sensitive to magical sources, appeared particularly pale and frightened. Tsuji and Ryutaro were also shaken, one trembling and the other biting his lip, while Ken's wide eyes reflected pure shock. Then Kiba began to move, performing a sword dance that gradually increased in intensity. He twisted and spun, his movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye, wielding his sword with the grace of a master. Tsuji, who practiced swordsmanship himself, felt a mix of shock and admiration. As Kiba sensed the others adjusting to his level of strength, he decided it was time to escalate. With a thought, he activated his balance breaker. A dozen dragon-like knights appeared beside him, moving at incredible speeds. He commanded them to engage him in battle, continuing his impressive display of skill against 12 opponents. After a while, he noticed the awe on the faces of the other males, their mouths agape in disbelief. Reiji realized just how much Kiba had been holding back. Hijama's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the knights, while Tsuji and Ryutaro felt a profound sense of weakness, never having imagined Kiba's true power. Kiba shouted encouragement to them, acknowledging their endurance. They all realized that this was just a glimpse of his true strength. Kiba then declared that he would show them even more, now that they had proven themselves capable of keeping up. They understood this was the benchmark they should aim for. Then Kiba created a magic circle, dark in color and surrounded by an ominous miasma. From the circle emerged a stunning sword, a two-handed BSTRD sword with black and red hues and golden accents on its handle. The blade curved slightly inward before tapering outward at the tip, exuding an aura that suggested it could vanquish any foe, be they human or divine. A pitch-black aura enveloped the sword, giving it an unsettling presence that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. Reiji felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he gazed at the blade. Ken, observing the sword's aura, concluded that it could not possibly be a product of a sacred gear. Tsuji, despite his fear, remained transfixed by the sword, his instincts as a swordsman compelling him to look closer. Kiba acknowledged their reactions, noting their resilience against the aura of Graham and encouraging them to feel proud. He understood that if he swung the sword, they would likely struggle to withstand its overwhelming offensive aura. Therefore, he decided to cease his fight and approach them, striving to suppress the aura of Graham as much as possible. When Tsuji inquired about the sword's name, Kiba explained that it was called Graham, known as the demonic sword of the Emperor. He shared its history, revealing that it was wielded by the Norse hero Siegfried to slay the dragon Fafnir, making it one of the strongest demonic swords in existence, rivaling Kalbrand and Caliban. Tsuji's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing about Caliban, a sword he had read about since childhood in tales of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Kiba confirmed that Caliban was currently in the possession of Arthur Pendragon, a descendant of the original King of Knights. He then mentioned the existence of other legendary swords, known as the 4 strongest holy swords, created by the god of the Bible: Caliban, Excalibur, Durandal, and Ascalon. Curious, Hijama asked who possessed these swords, but before Kiba could respond, a golden magic circle appeared nearby, adorned with wings. An elderly man emerged from it, sporting black hair with golden bangs, dressed in a purple coat and black pants. He casually greeted them with a wave. The 5 young men instinctively raised their defenses, their legs trembling under the weight of the man's formidable presence. Kiba recognized him immediately as Azazel, the former governor of Grigori and the strongest fallen angel. Azazel acknowledged Kiba and then turned his gaze to the others, noticing their fear. He reflected on how even Issei had faced him with determination, contrasting their current trepidation. He inquired about the newcomers, and Kiba, though taken aback, managed to explain that they were sacred gear possessors whom the girls had found. They were training to protect themselves and had volunteered to fight alongside them in gratitude for the training. Kiba felt a pang of guilt for lying, especially when he thought of Issei. He wished he could confess the truth but feared the consequences for both his friend and his master. He was overwhelmed with responsibilities, balancing schoolwork, his own duties, and those of Issei, often sacrificing sleep. The stress and guilt over the situation with the girls weighed heavily on him, making him feel as though he had betrayed his friend. Azazel observed Kiba's conflicted emotions and sighed internally, aware of the truth from the reports. He understood the weight of guilt that Kiba carried, even if it was not entirely his fault. He decided to change the subject, asking Kiba what they had been teaching the newcomers. Kiba explained that they were focusing on the basics, such as body movement and energy conservation, while the girls taught them spells and other skills. Azazel, sensing Kiba's fatigue, offered to explain the holy swords to the group, allowing Kiba a moment to rest. Kiba nodded in agreement, and Azazel turned to the 5 young men, ready to share his knowledge. Azazel began by asking if they were familiar with the swords, to which they nodded. He smiled at them, though he was secretly analyzing their reactions. He explained that there were 4 holy swords created by his father. Among them, Caliban was with Arthur Pendragon, a sword so powerful that it could break space itself, making it the sharpest and strongest. He continued, describing Durandal as the embodiment of power and destruction, capable of cutting through any defense at its maximum potential. The current wielder was Zenobia, which surprised everyone. They hadn't known this fact. Azazel informed them that once a weapon reaches a certain level, it gains wisdom and can choose its owner, which intrigued them. Next, he spoke of Excalibur, which had been broken during the Great War, but was now fixed. It was also wielded by Zenobia, although she struggled with it. Excalibur possessed 7 abilities: rapidly, destruction, mimic, nightmare, blessing, transparency, and ruler. In essence, it enhanced speed and destructive power, changed shape, created illusions, amplified holy elements, rendered the wielder invisible, and had the power to rule over everything. This revelation left them in awe. Azazel then mentioned Ascalon, used by St. George to slay a formidable dragon that had tormented a town. Though it was the weakest of the four swords, it had a dragon-slaying nature capable of inflicting severe wounds with just a scratch. He revealed that Issei Hayaru, the current Sekyudai, wielded it. This information shocked them even more. They couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and admiration for Issei, who was not only a wielder of a Longinus with a dragon sealed inside but also had defeated a legendary being and formed friendships with many gods and mythical creatures. Each day, Issei became an increasingly unfathomable figure in their eyes. Azazel observed their reactions, understanding their envy. He thought to himself about how they questioned how someone so seemingly ordinary could be so special. He found it amusing and wondered if Graphia or Seraphal could explain it better, given their perspectives as women. After a while, he decided he had nothing more to contribute and vanished when they weren't looking. A couple of hours later, the training session ended, and the group dispersed to their homes. The entire peerage was gathered in the mansion, each engaged in their own activities. Kiba was reading a book to calm himself, while Rias and Aquino were watching television, though their minds were likely elsewhere, probably thinking about Issei. The church trio was playing cards, and Ravel and Kaneko sat close together, not disturbing each other. Ravel, like Kiba, was reading, while Kaneko enjoyed some sweets from a pile in front of her. The room was quiet, with only the sound of the television breaking the silence. Suddenly, everyone felt a surge of magic in the living room. A magic circle appeared at the entrance, and two unexpected figures emerged. One greeted everyone with a polite voice, while the other, a youthful voice, excitedly called out to Rias, Aquino, and Kiba. Gasper, the vampire, rushed toward Rias, who welcomed him with a hug, expressing her relief at his return. They had met in the ORC club and decided to come back together, confirming their earlier guess. The second figure, a beautiful Valkyrie named Rosweiss, stepped forward. Rias greeted her warmly, noting how lovely she looked in her new white dress, adorned with purple engravings. Rosweiss twirled playfully, her excitement evident as she hoped Issei would like her appearance. Rias, feeling a bit anxious, asked if everything in the north had been resolved. Rosweiss reassured her that the situation was handled, and the beast would not trouble them for some time. However, Gasper, who had been quietly observing, suddenly asked where Issei was, causing an uneasy silence to fall over the room. Rosweiss, noticing the tension, looked around, concerned about Issei's absence. Almost everyone felt a sense of guilt, and Kiba turned his face away, choosing to ignore the scene unfolding before him. Rias gathered her courage and decided to address the question that lingered in the air. Aquino stood beside her, biting her lips, lacking the courage to speak but providing silent support. Issei had been missing for a week, and Rias's words struck the Valkyrie like a hammer. Gasper, the little damper, felt similarly shocked but struggled to fully grasp the situation. He had always idolized his senpai and had remained by Valerie's side since her hospitalization due to overusing her sacred gear. He believed Issei would be proud of his decision, never expecting anything like this. Emotions swirled within him, and tears began to fall. Rias's voice rose as she exclaimed that Issei had removed his pieces and left. Gasper felt dizzy, his head spinning as dark smoke began to seep from his body. He felt terrible, and even his sacred gear seemed to be reacting to his distress. Rosweiss, though equally affected, understood the gravity of the situation a bit more. She realized that Issei's decision was born from something horrific that left him with no other choice. The tension in the room grew palpable as Rosweiss' aura surged, making everyone feel uneasy, even Gasper. A pale light blue aura enveloped her, dense and heavy, sending chills down their spines. She demanded to know everything, her expression fierce and determined. Rias, feeling the weight of Rosweiss' gaze, began to explain. They didn't know why Issei left, but Rias believed it was connected to them. Her voice trembled with guilt as she spoke, and Rosweiss sensed the truth behind her words. It was clear that whatever had happened was deeply tied to Rias, and it would surely ignite her anger. As Rias recounted the events, both the Valkyrie and the damper listened in disbelief. Rosweiss struggled to accept the reality of the situation, her face paling as she fought against nausea. She placed a hand over her mouth, trying to suppress the overwhelming feelings that threatened to consume her. When her legs finally gave way, she collapsed onto the couch, regaining her composure only to cover her face in despair. Gasper, on the other hand, was trembling, unable to process the information. The girls around them mirrored Rias's emotions. Guilt, anxiety, and hopelessness were evident in their expressions. They were all caught in a whirlwind of confusion and exhaustion. Rias, driven by a morbid curiosity, asked if they were all the same. She hoped she was wrong, praying that the truth would not be as grim as it seemed. But when the girls turned away, avoiding her gaze, it confirmed her worst fears. Gasper, unable to bear it any longer, sprinted out of the room, needing time to think. Kiba instinctively followed him, both of them escaping the heavy atmosphere. As silence fell over the remaining group, a cold voice pierced through the tension, chilling everyone to the bone. It felt as if they had awakened a sleeping beast, and the beast was not pleased. The voice demanded clarity, questioning how they could have pursued other boys under the guise of gaining experience while neglecting Issei. Each word cut deeper than the last, leaving them speechless. Rias stared at them, her expression empty as she processed their actions. Anger surged within her, fueled by the betrayal she felt on Issei's behalf. Tears streamed down her face as she grappled with the reality of what had transpired. She was filled with worry and anxiety for the man she loved, desperate to understand what had driven him to such a drastic decision. She recognized the gravity of his actions and the pain they had caused. She began to analyze the situation, quickly concluding that there were two possibilities. Either he was in such a terrible state that he had completely lost his grip on reality, leading him to make a foolish decision, or something had gone wrong with the pieces, forcing him to remove them. Her thoughts were somewhat accurate, but she never considered that both scenarios could occur simultaneously. Each outcome was already dreadful on its own, and together, they painted a grim picture. The pieces had never malfunctioned, nor could they harm anyone. She doubted he would do something as reckless as trying to extract them from his body. With her hand on her chin, she pondered deeply. The other girl stood still, not moving an inch. Removing the pieces was akin to suicide. No one had survived such an extraction, yet rumors claimed he had. Her thoughts raced faster as she realized she needed more information, even if it meant confronting everyone in her way. Rising from her seat, she exited the room without glancing back at the women. Once she left, the heavy atmosphere lingered. The others understood that revealing the truth would not be easy, and the weight of the situation made them feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Rias searched for someone she sensed was in the mansion, following his aura throughout the building until she reached the top floor. On the terrace, a man was sipping what appeared to be whiskey, leaning against the railing and gazing at the clouds. The orange hues of the sky illuminated the terrace, marking the late afternoon as time slipped away during her conversation with the girls. The man turned as he sensed her presence at the entrance. There, framed by the glass door, stood a beautifully dressed woman. Her eyes sparkled with an indecipherable light, but the expression on her face an unsettling mix of worry, anxiety, sickness, and anger made him feel threatened. It didn't take long for him to grasp the reason behind her demeanor. Deciding to feign ignorance, he greeted her casually, "Oh, Rias, you're finally back." However, she was not in the mood for games. She crossed the threshold and walked through the wooden awning, each step growing heavier. Before he could finish his sentence, she seized him by the collar of his coat and slammed him against a pillar. The impact shook the structure, and he felt the force behind her action. Fortunately, his whiskey glass remained intact at the edge of the railing. "Now you'll answer my questions," she declared, her voice sharp and intimidating. "What are you talking about?" he stammered, fear gripping him. He had never found himself in such a precarious position before. With a chilling tone, she spoke again, her words sending shivers down his spine. Her eyes, devoid of light, seemed to promise pain and suffering, as if she had witnessed the depths of despair. "If you don't answer my questions, I'll start by breaking every bone in your hand. There are 27 bones in a single hand. Then I'll move to your lower arm, where 2 long bones await. Further up, there are 3 more bones, and a broken clavicle is not something you want to experience. In total, that's 32 broken bones. His fear intensified, nearly overwhelming him. The thought of her actually carrying out her threats was terrifying. He had faced beasts and fought in the Great War, but nothing compared to this moment. Now you'll decide. What exactly happened to Issei? She pressed, her voice still cold. I'm sorry. We only know he went missing a week ago. We have theories, but none have been proven, he blurted out, desperate to escape her grip. Seeing his fear, she pressed further. When was he last seen? Around a week ago at Kuo Academy. He went there to request a school absence. He continued to divulge information. Then why did he remove his pieces? And don't give me the same story you told those kids. I'm not foolish. She grabbed his left hand and began to twist his index finger. I can't say that, he protested, panic rising as she applied pressure. Wrong answer. The sound of creaking bones filled the air. Wait, he cried, and she paused momentarily. Spit it out. Her impatience was evident. Okay, but you have to keep it a secret. He was serious, and she nodded in agreement. It started like this. An hour passed as the sky darkened, and night enveloped Kuo town. Rosweiss remained still until Azazel finished speaking. That's all I know. I swear on my father's grave, he exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. He had revealed everything, the messages, the known reasons, the reports, everything. Thankfully, he didn't show her the video, but she heard all the messages he received. She let Azazel go, and he quickly distanced himself from her, taking a good 5 meters away. He had never felt so scared before. Goosebumps covered his skin, and he shuddered violently. After shaking off that feeling, he just stared at the woman in question. Rosweiss was deep in thought. Although much information was missing, she discovered the truth behind his actions. Anger filled her, but even more so, she was angry with herself. If she had been there with him, none of this would have happened. Guilt weighed heavily on her chest as she knelt in front of the pillar, tears streaming down her face. Her entire body trembled. The day that was supposed to be the best of her life, the day she planned to confess to Issei, had turned into the worst. The man she loved was missing, and the women he cared for had abandoned him. Even though she wasn't directly involved, she felt awful. She looked up at the pitch-black night sky, dotted with stars peeking through the clouds. The moon shone with a dull light, and she continued to gaze at the sky until she regained some composure. Azazel, maintaining his distance, asked her if she would blame the others for their actions. She wasn't sure what she could do. They had acted out of fear, but their decision had been the worst possible one. Their punishment was not for her to decide. They were just a group of immature kids who had made a terrible mistake, and the consequences of their actions would come for them. Her words rang true, and Azazel had to agree. However, he was worried about the potential fallout if their suspicions were confirmed. He asked her sincerely to keep the secret until they could figure out a way to minimize the damage. She turned to him and stated that regardless of the outcome, she would stand by Issei's side, even if it meant facing dire consequences. She didn't want to leave him again, not after everything that had happened. Her thoughts drifted to Issei, wishing he would share the entire story when they met. Azazel asked her what she would do now, feeling more relaxed. She resolved to stay and be an adult for once, thinking clearly without her emotions clouding her judgment. The game, he mentioned, would start soon, and she had a gut feeling that they would encounter Issei during that time. She stood up, taking a deep breath of cold air, and decided that the best chance of seeing him was to remain there. She would continue to treat everyone as she always had. It wasn't her place to be harsh. She brushed off the dust and dirt from her dress and walked past the fallen angel, heading into the mansion, leaving the former governor alone on the terrace. He downed his whiskey in one go, muttering to himself about the mess they were in. In a way, the night sky calmed him. Perhaps there was something good about this day after all. In another part of the mansion, Kiba was running from the elevator, chasing after Gasper, who had come to the training field to think without interruption. In the distance, he spotted the damper sitting on the ground, his head covered by his arms and his knees drawn to his chest. Kiba couldn't hear anything, but he knew Gasper must be crying. As he approached, Gasper sensed his presence and looked up with teary eyes. Kiba confessed that he didn't know what to say, his smile reflecting someone who had given up. He admitted that he felt terrible as well, sitting down behind Gasper and resting his back against him. Gasper expressed his feelings of sickness and betrayal, feeling as if he had let down his best friend in the worst way. His voice cracked as he finally spoke his mind, something that had taken him far too long. Gasper listened intently, recognizing the tears falling from Kiba's eyes. The burden Kiba carried was immense, and the guilt they both felt was something everyone experiences at least once in their lives. It was a heavy weight, and sometimes it hurt too much to bear. In another scene, Megumin called out to Yun, unable to believe what she was seeing. Yun finally noticed her and subconsciously let go of Issei's arm, feeling embarrassed at being caught by her rival. Megumin questioned why Yun had been clinging to Issei and pointed out Wiz's presence. Aqua, noticing Wiz, screamed in surprise and rushed toward her, only to be halted by Issei's hand. Issei, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, asked Aqua what she had called Wiz. His grip on her head was firm but not forceful enough to cause harm. Kazuma and Megumin, witnessing the scene, shivered in fear, thinking that Aqua was in serious trouble. Aqua trembled and sweated, feeling suffocated by the pressure emanating from Issei. Darkness fidgeted, sensing the intensity of Issei's aura, a feeling she had never experienced before. Wiz extended her hands toward Issei, breaking the tension. He turned to her, his expression softening as he looked at her with gentleness. Wiz reassured him that she didn't mind being called that by Aqua. Issei, however, expressed that he did mind, leaving Wiz taken aback by his response. Then he continued, expressing his thoughts. Issei declared that he would not allow anyone to refer to Wiz as undead or Dmed undead. She was not just a label, she was Wiz the Ice Witch. He urged her to take pride in who she was, rather than what she was. As Issei released Aqua from his grasp, she slumped to the ground, still shivering and taking deep breaths, managing to regain her composure just in time. Issei reached out to Wiz, pulling her into a warm embrace while gently cupping her face. He reminded her that she was beautiful, the woman he, Issei Haidu, had come to love and choose as a partner. He insisted that she should be proud of herself, for no one had the right to insult her. Those who dared to do so would face consequences. His words were filled with love and care, leaving Wiz's eyes misty and her cheeks flushed. She nodded shyly, overwhelmed by his affection. Issei smiled and kissed her forehead, causing her face to redden even more. Embarrassed yet happy, she buried her head against his chest, and Issei chuckled at her reaction. Yun observed their interaction with a hint of jealousy, yet she felt happy knowing that Issei cherished Wiz. A smile crept onto her face, though she too felt a blush rising. Megumin and Darkness, witnessing the moment, also turned red, captivated by Issei's heartfelt words. Megumin sighed, wishing for someone to whisper such sweet sentiments to her. Realizing that Wiz was Issei's lover, she felt a pang of irritation that Yun had found a boyfriend before her. Darkness, meanwhile, was taken aback by the NTMT scene, feeling a mix of jealousy and longing. She found herself daydreaming about the thrill of battle, recalling the excitement it brought her, even if it came with risks. Kazuma watched in awe, inspired by Issei's words and actions. He made a mental note to remember them for when he eventually found a girlfriend of his own. Aqua, still dazed from Issei's presence, was startled when he called her out. Issei instructed her to apologize to Wiz, giving her a stern look. Without hesitation, Aqua bowed deeply, disregarding her dignity as a goddess, and sincerely apologized. Wiz quickly reassured her that it was fine and that she forgave her. After a moment, Issei inquired why they were all there. The group remembered their purpose, except for Darkness, who was not in debt. They simultaneously bowed their heads, pleading for Issei's help. Understanding their predicament, Issei sighed, knowing they were seeking assistance with their debts. Wiz was puzzled by their sudden display of humility, while Yun understood their plight. Issei asked what they had been doing, and they hesitated, unsure whether to be honest. However, under his intense gaze, they confessed. They had been losing money due to Megumin's constant purchases of mana potions, Aqua's indulgence in alcohol, and Kazuma's struggles to earn money due to his class. Darkness, unable to attack effectively, could not contribute much either. They had been relentlessly pursued by debt collectors, leading them to their breaking point. In summary, their expenses far exceeded their income. Issei felt inclined to leave them to their fate, but Yunyun's pleading eyes made him relent. He agreed to help them complete some quests to pay off their debts, but he insisted they listen to him carefully. Grateful, they thanked him, and Yunyun beamed at Issei, while Wiz marveled at their antics. Later, when they approached the guild to take a quest, Luna informed them that no quests were available due to an anomaly causing monsters to flee the area. They were left without work, unable to pay their debts. The three of them felt disheartened, but Issei and Yunyun remained calm, prompting the others to wonder why they were so relaxed. Issei explained that they had already paid off their debts from day one. Kazuma's group was taken aback, realizing that Issei and Yunyun were high-ranked adventurers. They inquired about Issei's current earnings, and he casually mentioned that he had around 10 billion eris, not counting Yunyun. Their jaws dropped at the staggering amount. Even Darkness, from a noble household, was astonished by Issei's wealth. Wiz was equally surprised to learn of her boyfriend's impressive profits. But she was happy that the man she loved was very capable. Kazuma questioned Issei about whether he was actually from royalty, and the others shared their doubts as well. Yunyun, however, remained confident because she understood how he acquired his wealth. After some explanation, they uncovered the truth. They were all surprised to learn that Issei was the tyrant overlord, a figure well known in the city, especially among adventurers. Even Kazuma's best friend, Dust, warned him not to provoke the tyrant, or he would end up taking an extended vacation, just like Dust had. They felt relieved that they had never crossed Issei, as it could have led to a similar fate. Aqua nearly faced a permanent vacation herself if not for Wiz's forgiveness, and for the first time, Aqua truly felt grateful to someone else. Wiz was a bit surprised but didn't care what others called her boyfriend. She knew his true nature. He was not the brute he was often portrayed to be. He was gentle and caring, the perfect boyfriend. Yunyun was unaware of the Tyrant Overlord title because she had never separated from Issei. Even if she had, people tended to avoid her, fearing the tyrant's ire, so she had never heard of his title or its history. Eventually, Kazuma, Megumin, and Aqua pleaded with Issei to hire them. After some convincing, Issei agreed to let them work as servants in his mansion. When they arrived, they were astonished by its size. Issei didn't need to remind Kazuma not to mess with Yunyun or Wiz. He was not foolish enough to challenge death itself. He had also learned some spells from Wiz, acquiring her ice magic and explosion skills. However, the rest of her abilities were not particularly useful to him. Her Drain Touch was an inferior version of his life and death skills, and he could already absorb mana from his surroundings without needing to touch anyone. Issei modified his newly acquired skills. He infused the explosion skill with his Dragon Aura, evolving it into Dragon Explosion. He was surprised to discover that he could evolve skills simply by infusing them with his aura. By combining ice magic with his life and death aura, he created a Frost Nova spell. When he infused it with his Dragon Aura, he developed the Ice Dragon Breath skill. After experimenting further, he infused physical enforcement with his aura, evolving it. He could now cover his body with his Dragon Aura, which he called Armament Haki, while his enemy detection skill evolved into Observation Haki. He had already mastered Emperor Haki since he learned to control his aura, emitting a pressure that affected others. Issei informed everyone that he was going outside for a while to test his new skills. He traveled to a remote area, far from the city, to avoid causing any disturbances. After some time, he arrived at an empty stretch of land. He tested Dragon Explosion, which resembled Megumin's explosion but featured a dragon made of fire that crashed to the ground. Its power was 3 times greater than Megumin's version. Next, he tried Frost Nova, creating an ice field around him that instantly froze everything nearby, similar to Graphia and Seraphal's ice field but with more intensity. His Ice Dragon Breath allowed him to exhale ice from his mouth, just like his fire breath. armament haki enveloped his body in dragon aura, giving him a pitch-black appearance, akin to gaining a secondary armor. With observation haki, he developed a sixth sense, enabling him to see incoming attacks from any direction, leaving him with no blind spots. He reflected on how fortunate he was not to have tested his new skills near the city, as the aftermath would have caused quite a commotion. The devastation left behind made it seem as if gods had battled there. Then he remembered he had yet to evolve his teleportation skill. He wondered if he could open a dimensional rift like Semiramis. However, when he infused his aura with it, it transformed into something unexpected. Confused by the result, he attempted to use it, only to open a rift that resembled a black hole. Before he could react, he was Issei into it and vanished. Inside the rift, Issei struggled to comprehend his surroundings. It felt like a dimensional rift, but he had unintentionally created a random black hole instead of a safe passage. Frustrated, he realized he needed to find a way back to his world. Just as he pondered his predicament, he heard a sound and turned to see a creature. Its form was unclear, resembling a mass of flesh with a giant mouth, sharp teeth, numerous eyes, and tentacles swaying around as if they were arms. The creature's gaze was fixed on Issei, and he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. The creature spoke in a voice that was a mix of childlike, masculine, and feminine tones. It expressed surprise at encountering another living being and remarked that it was merely more food for it. Issei, sweating and aware of the creature's superior strength, understood he could not defeat it in his current state. He needed to buy time. The creature continued, revealing its identity as the Crawling Chaos, known as Nyarlathotep, an outer god in the Cthulhu mythos. Issei had never expected to encounter such a being in this place. Talk about bad luck. Issei snapped out of his thoughts when the creature suddenly attacked him with its tentacles. He tried to evade, but the creature's movements were too fast. One of the tentacles struck him, sending him flying backward. Thankfully, he had covered his body with armament haki, otherwise he would have been severely injured. He coughed up a bit of blood from the attack, a reminder of how long it had been since he had bled. For some reason, he felt a thrill even though he knew he wouldn't win this battle. Getting back on his feet, Issei launched every magic attack he had at the creature. He unleashed Dragon Explosion, Frost Nova, Saber of Light, and Ice Dragon Breath. Despite his efforts, they were useless against Nyarlathotep. It sustained some damage, but its wounds healed almost instantly. Nyarlathotep found Issei intriguing, commenting on how it had been a while since it had been hurt. Issei wore an excited grin, despite the sweat trickling down his face. He was a battle maniac at heart, though his previous self had been more focused on other interests. The fight resumed, with Issei and Nyarlathotep exchanging blows. Issei enveloped himself in armament haki, knowing that Nyarlathotep's attacks were infused with pure destruction, far stronger than the Gremry clan's version. With each contact, Issei felt himself improving, absorbing bits of Nyarlathotep's elemental power. However, his body was reaching its limit, and he was standing only through sheer will. He didn't have time to transform into his dragon form, which would have given him a better chance against Nyarlathotep. His Ugi didn't have much effect, as Nyarlathotep's form was ever-changing, sometimes resembling Cthulhu, other times a plain old man. Nyarlathotep absorbed every magic attack Issei cast, rendering his efforts ineffective. Then, with a booming declaration, Nyarlathotep announced it was time to end the battle and unleashed a devastating attack that created a black hole-like sphere, threatening to absorb everything in its path. Issei was forced to activate his balance breaker. This was not the same balance breaker he had when he possessed Drake. It was a new one he had developed during training with Scathach. Both Scathach and Semiramis had warned him against using it without mastering it, as its backlash could be fatal. However, he had no choice but to use it now or face certain death. Upon activating the skill, Issei felt his blood boil, and his aura surged to full throttle. His appearance transformed. His dark brown hair turned pitch black, his ears elongated like an elf's, and his eyes became golden with slits like a dragon's. Claw-like gloves adorned his hands, and his body was enveloped in a black and red aura. His dragon wings spread majestically, colored in a striking combination of red and black, along with his dragon tail. He had become the embodiment of a humanoid dragon, and even Nyarlathotep felt a hint of threat from his new form. As Nyarlathotep launched its attack, Issei countered with his own skill, unleashing true Dragon King Hellfire Shot. He covered his arms in hellfire and struck repeatedly at the incoming attack. Each punch generated a barrage of dragon-shaped fire infused with his dragon aura. With a powerful shout, he successfully destroyed Nyarlathotep's attack and even damaged part of its body. For the first time, Nyarlathotep sensed danger. If it didn't evade quickly, it might face defeat. This exhilarated it, as it had never encountered anyone capable of making it feel this way. It had always sought being stronger than itself but had never found one until now. Nyarlathotep expressed its delight, urging Issei to perform the attack again. It was so pleased that its voice transformed into a cheerful tone. Issei wished he could comply, but he was at his limit. He acknowledged that even his best effort hadn't been enough to defeat Nyarlathotep. Apologizing to Draig and everyone else, he reverted to his previous form and lost consciousness. Nyarlathotep, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment. It lamented that Issei could no longer continue but found amusement in the thought of their next encounter. It marked Issei with a symbol that would allow it to track him and grant him the destruction element, facilitating his mastery of it. Nyarlathotep then opened a rift, bidding Issei farewell and expressing its eagerness to meet again. As it vanished, Issei began free-falling once more, landing on an island in the middle of the ocean. After a while, two girls who appeared to be twins arrived at his location. One had an emotionless face and short hair, while the other had longer hair and a more expressive demeanor. They wore matching green sleeveless kimonos with white outlines, adorned with ribbons in their hair, along with white stockings and traditional sandals. Q noticed Issei and pointed out his injuries, while Kinu suggested they bring him to their home for help. Q and Kinu carefully brought Issei's body to their home. After removing his clothes and cleaning him up, they finally saw his handsome face and well-defined physique, causing both of them to blush. Q commented on Issei's looks, expressing her admiration, while Kinu noted that he had a nice body too. They both recognized that he was a dragon, just like them, although Q pointed out that he wasn't a fully fledged dragon, being more of a half-dragon, half-human. Kinu wondered how he had fallen from the sky and who had injured him in the first place. Q suggested they would ask him once he woke up. It took a week for Issei to regain consciousness, and both Q and Kinu marveled at his resilience. They knew that if he were human, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. His determination to survive impressed them. When Issei finally opened his eyes, he looked around and realized he was inside a wooden house. Confused, he wondered where he was. Q rushed in, excited to see him awake, and called for Kinu. They both hurried to his side, asking how he felt and if he needed anything. Issei was bewildered by their sudden presence and questioned who they were and where he was. Q introduced herself, and Kinu did the same, explaining that they were twin sisters and dragons, just like him. They informed him that he was on Fresh Fish Island and that they were the ones who had saved him. Issei struggled to process this information, feeling a sharp pain in his head and struggling to remember anything beyond his name. Q quickly checked on him, urging him to take it easy and not to overexert himself. She reassured him that it was understandable to still be in pain after such serious injuries. As Issei lay back down, Q promised to bring him food soon, noting that it had been a week since they found him. Surprised by the length of time he had been unconscious, Issei expressed his gratitude for their care. Q smiled warmly, saying it was only natural to help someone in need, while Kinu offered a small smile, her more reserved nature shining through. When they brought him food, Issei felt embarrassed at being fed by them, but he was too weak to resist. After some time, he was finally able to walk around on his own, though his memory remained elusive. He confided in Q and Kinu that he had lost his memories, only recalling his name. They believed him and accepted his situation. As Issei learned about the world he was in, he discovered it was known as the world of Eve. Fresh Fish Island was a remote location within this world, part of the Kingdom of Eden, but isolated with only a small village inhabited mainly by elderly residents. The twins enjoyed the tranquility of the island, which was known for its ruins of Mother Eve. Q and Kinnu, both over a century old, shared similar personalities, Q being more outspoken while Kinnu was quieter. As dragons, they possessed the ability to teleport and were functionally immortal. They could transform into their dragon forms, although their full capabilities in that form were unknown. As witches of the Round Table, they were powerful, but their abilities were limited by a treaty. They were also skilled in herbal lore and cooking, often creating delicious meals that had a special quality to them. However, they had not shared all of this with Issei yet, as they had just met. They were drawn to him because of his pure aura as a dragon and his kind-hearted nature, something they had never encountered before in any male dragon. Both Q and Kinnu had decided they would only marry a man they approved of, but they had yet to find anyone until now. After spending time with Issei, they felt increasingly certain that he was the one for them. Once Issei was able to move around, he began helping the elderly villagers with various tasks, from labor work to catching fish for them to sell. He found a sense of relaxation in the small village, with Q and Kinnu keeping him company, preparing meals, washing his clothes, and mending his ripped garments. Issei felt immense gratitude for their kindness and support. At one point, they attempted to teach him how to cook. Issei, however, seemed to be a natural-born chef, easily surpassing their culinary skills. Even though he had lost his memory, he still retained the skills he had acquired, making it effortless for him to learn cooking. Both Q and Kinnu wanted to teach him how to fight, but he effortlessly defeated them in hand-to-hand combat. Their surprise grew, as even though their powers were mostly suppressed at the moment, they were still formidable dragons compared to most. Everything they threw at him, he handled with expertise, leading them to wonder if there was anything he could not do. From swordsmanship to spearmanship, he excelled in all areas. They had yet to test his magical capabilities, but given how easily he managed everything else, they assumed he must be quite skilled in that as well. The only area where he struggled was in potion making. As time passed, they decided to mark Issei as their mate without his knowledge while he was asleep. Issei was unaware that they were somewhat mischievous dragons, having never found their true mate until now. Their frustration had led them to comfort each other, but it was never enough. They both remained untouched due to a special law in their world. They began feeding him special medicines, unaware that these substances had little effect on Issei, as his desires were already at their peak. They also used magic to enhance his capabilities, but again, it proved ineffective. Issei, trusting them completely after spending so much time together, saw them as both elder sisters and women. Then, Q and Kinnu confessed to him simultaneously. Q explained that they had marked him as their mate while he slept. Issei was taken aback. He understood the significance of their words, as they had previously discussed it. This meant they would see him as their husband, bound by a dragon pact that ensured loyalty. If they were to betray him, they would face dire consequences. Other male dragons would instinctively avoid them, as female dragons rarely abandoned their mates. Once the bonding ritual was completed, they would be bound for life. If a male dragon were to die, the female would follow suit, a fate that rarely occurred, as dragons were revered as holy creatures in this world. There had been attempts by human kings to harm dragons, but their countries faced swift retribution. If a dragon chose to marry a human, they would be treated as a special case, forbidden from using their powers to prevent abuse. If the human's country waged war, even if the dragon were to perish, they would not receive help from their kin. Thus, few dragons chose to marry humans, and since Issei was not a full dragon, he was considered human in this context. This revelation left Issei in. He expressed his disbelief, questioning their seriousness. Q and Kinnu reassured him that their feelings were genuine, regardless of his lineage. They promised to love him no matter what and asked if he would accept them. Issei, at a loss for words, felt immense happiness at their choice, as he had developed feelings for them as well. However, he had hesitated to confess, fearing it might put them in danger. After reflecting on their confession, he found his resolve. He agreed to accept both Q and Kinnu as his wives, vowing to protect and love them for the rest of his life. Tears of joy filled Q and Kinnu's eyes, as they had feared he might decline. They embraced each other, sharing blissful smiles. Issei looked at his two wives with love and gentleness, resolved to protect them from any harm. They shared a soft kiss, first with Q, then with Kinu. Issei expressed his love for both of them, and they reciprocated his feelings. However, Q then mentioned that, unfortunately, he could not marry them both at that moment. Confused, Issei sought clarification. Kinu explained that a special law in their world forbade marrying more than one spouse, regardless of gender. They proceeded to teach him about their world's history, including the significance of Mother Eve. The one said to have given birth to the first humans is revered as the mother of all humanity and is considered a goddess. To aid humanity in the harsh world it inhabits, Mother Eve offered numerous blessings. However, these blessings apply only to those who adhere to the mother's two teachings: one must not kill other humans, and one must not engage with more than one partner. Those who break these teachings become outlaws, stripped of Mother Eve's blessings, and face numerous complications in life. They cannot grow plants, receive gold from defeating monsters, or have children, forcing them to live by stealing from others, rendering them as good as human trash. Issei finds himself unable to marry both Q and Kinu at the moment. It remains uncertain whether the rules of this world apply to him, but he is unwilling to take the chance. Having lost his memory, he believes himself to be a true inhabitant of this world and refrains from breaking Mother Eve's teachings. As Issei grows increasingly frustrated, Q and Kinu reveal that there is a way for him to change his situation. They explain that he needs to become a knight. Knights hold a significant role in the world of Evenical. While most humans, poppins, and dragons must follow Mother Eve's commandments to retain her blessings, knights are empowered to operate outside these rules to protect the faithful from both monsters and outlaws. Knights can defeat members of species under Mother Eve's blessing and are allowed to marry more partners than the average person, thus passing on their genes. Knights are ennobled through a sacred artifact. Some nobles possess minor artifacts that can ennoble someone to the level of a standard knight, though these have limited uses. The ranks of knights are divided into several levels, starting with soldiers, who are exempt from the commandment against killing. Soldiers can be trained as knights or pursue dangerous careers where they may encounter outlaws. Base-level knights, the first true level of knighthood, can marry two spouses instead of one and are expected to serve their patron and the nation they represent. 10 knights, the second level, are expected to perform the duties of 10 knights and can marry 4 spouses. 100 knights can marry 6, 1,000 knights can marry 8, and 0 knights, the highest rank, can marry 10 spouses. However, further promotions beyond this rank are currently unknown. Q and Kinu are aware of the requirements to advance to the highest rank but cannot disclose this information. Female knights are rare, as women are often encouraged to be housewives due to the dangers of the world and the low birth rate. Even if they attain the rank of 0 knight, women are not permitted to have multiple husbands, while men can have multiple spouses to ensure they can father children with several partners. Women who are victimized by outlaws become outlaws themselves, as they are seen as having multiple partners, even if forced. An outlawed woman can never have children and is barred from entering cities, regardless of her circumstances. Q emphasizes the need for Issei to become a knight to marry both her and Kinu. Kinu adds that he should seek additional candidates for wives along the way. Issei, curious, asks why he needs to find more than just them. Q explains that they believe he will easily rise to the top of the knight ranks, and strong knights are expected to have multiple spouses. They express pride in the thought of him having multiple wives, as it signifies his strength. Issei, taken aback by their words, sighs and agrees, but only if he can find another woman he can love. Q and Kinu are satisfied with this response, sharing a laugh. The trio spends more time together on the island, with Q and Kinu remaining close to Issei, showering him with affection. Issei enjoys their attention, feeling happy rather than overwhelmed. They even share moments in the bath, where Issei holds back his impulses, aware of their beauty. Q and Kinu recognize the need to be mindful of their actions, understanding that they must not tempt him too much, lest everything they have built together be jeopardized. They wore towels while bathing together, and when they saw Issei's impressive physique, they felt a rush of excitement. They struggled to contain their urges, wanting to be closer to him. Later, when Issei fell asleep, they decided to act on their desires, unable to resist any longer. They quietly entered his room after having given him a sleeping aid mixed into his food, ensuring he would remain undisturbed. Q and Kinu crept into Issei's room, finding him fast asleep, likely due to their earlier actions. They carefully removed his pants, and upon seeing him in a vulnerable state, their excitement grew. They took off their own clothes and positioned themselves close to him, sharing a kiss while their hands moved in unison, all the while keeping their eyes on Issei. Their nearly naked forms were close to him, and they couldn't help but express their pleasure in soft sounds. Their focus remained on Issei, and they felt a rush of emotions just by being near him. They had marked him as their mate, and their attraction intensified whenever he was around. Until they could fully express their feelings, they would continue to feel this heat, knowing that their desires would not fade until they were fulfilled. Issei's face twitched in his sleep, a sign of the comfort he felt after a long time without such affection. Q found his expressions adorable, while Kinu agreed, both lost in their thoughts about him. Q wondered how Issei would react if they went further while he was still asleep, fearing he might resent them afterward. Kinu cautioned her against such thoughts, reminding her of the importance of patience. Kinu's hand moved toward Q, and a spark of excitement coursed through her. Q acknowledged the difficulty of resisting Issei's charm, but they both knew they had to wait until he was ready to embrace their feelings fully. They had been waiting for centuries, and a little longer was nothing compared to their devotion. They admired Issei's qualities, his strength, wisdom, and kindness, which set him apart from others who sought power for its own sake. Kinu expressed her desire for him to embrace his more passionate side, explaining their earlier actions to encourage that side of him. Q playfully recalled how she had tried to stalk him earlier, enjoying the way he struggled to maintain his composure. Kinu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she remembered their playful encounters, and Q felt a pang of jealousy mixed with happiness at the thought of Issei's reactions. They both shared a moment of reflection, appreciating how their love for him made them feel special. As they continued to admire Issei, they found themselves lost in their thoughts about him, their hearts racing with anticipation for the future. They knew that their bond with him would only grow stronger as they waited for the right moment to truly connect. It's somewhat unsettling how deeply they have come to love Issei. Kinu mentioned that a dragon's bond with her partner is for life. They were completely captivated by Issei. Q had thought it was impossible to love him more, yet her feelings had only grown stronger over time. Kinu noted that he accepted them as his wives, and they knew they wouldn't be his only wives. Q believed he would become a remarkable man, loved by many and capable of returning that love. Kinu speculated that perhaps it was their dragon instinct. With so few of them left, they found themselves drawn to a human who could father many children. Q admitted it didn't make much sense how they had fallen for him so intensely, yet they couldn't keep him all to themselves. Kinu accepted that this was simply what Issei would become, and she was glad for it, regardless of how it sounded. Q agreed, stating that even for dragons, love was a powerful force. For now, they needed to be as patient as possible. The twins found themselves increasingly drawn to each other. They had to occasionally share these secret moments. Otherwise, they struggled to maintain control. This was one of those precious times. Q expressed her frustration that Issei was still fast asleep while they were caught up in their feelings. Kinu found his blushing face dangerously adorable, imagining what would happen if he woke up to find them in such a compromising position. The thought only heightened their excitement. Q could hardly contain herself, feeling overwhelmed by her emotions. Their hands explored each other's bodies, and they fought the urge to act on their desires towards Issei. Instead, they focused on one another, their breaths becoming heavier as they surrendered to the moment. Kinu felt the same way, acknowledging the tension that was both thrilling and dangerous. Q's thoughts drifted to wanting to be with Issei completely, wishing to forget everything else. Kinu echoed her sentiments, knowing that giving in would lead to regret. They were caught in a whirlwind of emotions, their hearts racing as they gazed at Issei. The heat of their feelings was palpable, and they struggled to maintain their composure. Q remarked on how charming Issei was, feeling a mix of admiration and longing. Kinu couldn't help but wonder about the possibilities if they were to be with him. They each felt the pull of their desires, their bodies responding to the thoughts of Issei. The tension between them grew, and they found themselves lost in their own world, forgetting the boundaries they had set. As they lost themselves in their thoughts, the twins became more reckless in their actions, their breaths mingling with soft sighs. They were aware that their excitement might wake Issei, but they couldn't help themselves. Q poured out her feelings, confessing her love for him, while Kinu echoed her sentiments, surrendering to the moment. Their bodies moved in sync, each touch igniting a fire within them. The thrill of their secret actions only fueled their desire further. They were caught in a cycle of passion, their hearts racing as they approached the edge of their excitement. The world around them faded away as they focused solely on each other and their feelings for Issei. In that moment, they felt a rush of exhilaration, their hearts pounding as they reached a peak of emotion. The intensity of their feelings overwhelmed them, and they surrendered to the moment, feeling a sense of release as they embraced the passion that had brought them together. Even then, there was still some residue at the corner of their mouths. Both of their eyes sparkled with delight as they felt like this was the most delicious thing they had ever experienced. They both felt a rush of excitement from the taste, and they eagerly cleaned up any remnants, whether it was on the floor, their hands, or even on Issei's body. Afterward, they looked at Issei with dreamy eyes to see if he had woken up from it all. Kinu sighed in relief, confirming that he was still sound asleep. She still felt the lingering sensations of their earlier excitement. Q noted that they had gotten a little carried away and expressed concern that Issei might wake up one day from their antics. Kinu agreed, and after a moment of hesitation, she revealed something she had been contemplating. She believed it was time for Issei to venture out on his own. Q concurred, stating that he was strong enough to handle himself. They both felt they could no longer keep him sheltered. Kinu expressed her faith that he would find companions they could approve of, and Q agreed, affirming that Issei was indeed their Issei. Just then, Issei turned over in his sleep, mumbling names that made Q and Kinu exchange curious glances. They speculated that these might be forgotten acquaintances, and they resolved to ask QD for help in restoring his memories later. Q playfully remarked on how Issei was already charming even in his dreams, while Kinu mused about his potential as a harem king. They shared a light laugh, filled with affection as they looked at him. They wished him luck, confident in his abilities, and kissed his cheeks softly. After casting a cleaning spell to erase any evidence of their earlier activities, they dressed Issei again, leaving no trace of what had occurred. A few days later, Issei announced he would be leaving. Q and Kinu encouraged him to take care and expressed their belief in his potential to become the best knight in the world. Issei promised not to disappoint them and vowed to return soon to truly marry them both. They reminded him to find new companions along the way and to introduce them when he returned. With a sigh, Issei agreed, and they shared a warm hug and farewell kiss. As he departed, the elderly villagers gathered to see him off, offering their well wishes and advice. Issei thanked them and then jumped into the sea, beginning his training by swimming to the mainland. Although the villagers offered him money for a boat, he politely declined, confident in his abilities. Q and Kinu supported his decision, knowing he could handle any minor sea creatures. During his swim, he encountered various sea monsters, but he easily dispatched them with the sword the twins had given him, enhanced by his special abilities. After some time, he grew bored and fell asleep, allowing the current to carry him. Even when some creatures attempted to attack him, he instinctively defended himself, defeating them effortlessly. As he floated on the water, someone spotted him, initially thinking he had drowned. One person ran to alert the nearby city, while another jumped into the sea to help him. She swam to Issei and brought him to shore, sensing no ill intent from him. Once on the beach, she took a moment to admire his handsome appearance, her cheeks flushing at his looks. Remembering that he had just been rescued, she quickly decided to perform CPR, leaning down to give him the breath of life. Issei felt a weight on him and then something soft on his lips, causing him to cough as he regained consciousness. The girl was relieved to see he was breathing again, though she hadn't checked before, as his breaths had been soft. She lost her composure when she saw his handsome face, forgetting to check if he was in danger. His words were interrupted by her sudden voice, and he looked up to see a beautiful girl with blonde hair and dark green eyes gazing down at him. That very girl was sitting on his stomach. Confusion washed over him as he tried to understand his current situation. The last thing he remembered was floating on the ocean while still asleep. Then he heard her speak again. She introduced herself as Rias and asked for his name. He replied, stating he was Issei Haidu, offering her the option to call him Issei or Rias. He then inquired about how they ended up in this predicament and where they were. Rias expressed surprise at his surname, noting that in this world, commoners typically did not have surnames, only royalty did. She quickly regained her focus and explained that they were near Abel Town, and she had saved him from drowning after spotting him floating by the beach. She asked if he was a noble and how he had ended up in the water. Issei clarified that he was not a noble and mentioned he was from Fresh Fish Island, explaining that his boat had sunk, leading to his predicament. He knew that revealing he had been sleeping rather than drowning would only raise more questions. Rias pondered for a moment, relieved that she had found him in time. Issei thanked her with a small smile, appreciating her concern. Rias felt her cheeks flush at his smile. He was the most handsome man she had ever seen, and his enchanting wine-red eyes captivated her. For a brief moment, she imagined he might be an angel, but she quickly dismissed the thought, reminding herself of her royal status and the need to maintain her composure. Rias Eden was a princess of the nation of Eden, the second daughter of Lewin Eden and one of his 2 wives. She had once been third in line for the throne. Devoted to her homeland, Rias had taken it upon herself to investigate the outlaw conspiracy known as the Snake Crest. Despite her royal status, Rias was fiercely independent and often rebellious, traits that made her ill-suited for traditional princess duties. As a child, she frequently escaped her family's harem to play with street children, forming close bonds with her future best friends, Ramius Dryson and Catherine Lapicelle. As she grew older, her family struggled to find a suitable role for her, leaving Rias to carve her own path by pursuing the Snake Crest. Though she had a tumultuous childhood, Rias was particularly close to her sister, Croix Eden, and her father, Lewin. However, she clashed with the Prime Minister, Rochefort, due to her unconventional behavior and his disdain for the monarchy. Rias had little regard for others' privacy, often meddling in family matters, including bursting in on newlyweds with breakfast. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for Hannies, which may have stemmed from their magical invulnerability. Although she had committed acts against them, she had not gone so far as to eliminate them entirely. While not a knight in the traditional sense, her noble status granted her a similar standing. She possessed the ability to fight under Mother Eve's blessing without becoming an outlaw. Trained as a sorceress, Rias wielded both healing and offensive magic, though her mixed focus made it challenging to excel in both areas simultaneously. She cleared her throat, attempting to tease Issei to mask her earlier embarrassment. She playfully lamented losing her first kiss while saving him, claiming she had intended to reserve it for her future husband. Issei responded with a serious tone, stating he would do anything she wished, as long as it aligned with his principles. He mentioned he already had wives waiting for him, which left Rias momentarily speechless. She quickly processed his words, asking if he truly had multiple women waiting for him. Issei confirmed this, and Rias expressed her disbelief, reminding him that Mother Eve's teachings forbade marrying more than one partner, warning that it could lead to losing her blessing and becoming an outlaw. Acknowledged her concerns, explaining that he aimed to become a knight, which would resolve his issues. Rias recognized the difficulty of becoming a knight, noting the strength of the monsters and outlaws he would face. Issei affirmed that he understood the challenges ahead. On the island, there were monsters as well. Issei managed to defeat them effortlessly. He had a strong bond with both Q and Kinu, who encouraged him to become a knight so he could marry them both. It wasn't just that he found it easy, he could take down the monsters with a single strike. Even near the ruins of Mother Eve, where stronger monsters lurked, they fell to his normal attacks without much effort. Q and Kinu were astonished, as some of those monsters would have taken them considerable time to defeat, yet Issei dispatched them all in one blow. They felt a rush of excitement watching him handle the creatures, but they restrained themselves and opted for their usual nighttime activities to manage their feelings. Riche, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and dark green eyes, was taken aback by Issei's strength. She wore a modified princess dress that accentuated her curvy figure. When Issei casually swung his sword, a small gorge was created on the hillside, leaving Riche speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. Issei, relaxed and nonchalant, asked her how she felt about the display. Riche struggled to find her words, astonished that he had accomplished such a feat with just a sword swing. She wondered if his attack was imbued with magic, but Issei clarified that it was simply a normal swing enhanced by his unique ability, which he referred to as haki. Intrigued, Riche had never heard of haki before and was eager to learn more about it. However, after some explanation, she realized it wasn't magic, which dampened her excitement slightly. She acknowledged that with such strength, Issei could become an excellent knight, and she felt confident in his character. As they spoke, distant voices interrupted them. A group of people appeared, pointing at Issei and Riche as they approached. Riche panicked, realizing she was with them, and quickly excused herself, running in the opposite direction. Issei was left surprised by her sudden departure. Soon after, a crowd surrounded Issei, armed with hoes and scythes. Confused by the situation, Issei was startled when one of them exclaimed that he could talk. The crowd parted to reveal a striking woman with red eyes and long white hair, dressed in a dark mini jacket and a black skirt, carrying a giant lance and shield. She questioned Issei about his presence on the shore and the gorge he had created. Issei confirmed that he was indeed responsible for it. The crowd speculated about his origins, expressing disbelief that he could have come from Fresh Fish Island, a small village known for its elderly inhabitants and dangers from sea monsters. Despite their skepticism, Issei remained calm, stating his name and explaining that he had arrived by boat, which had sunk during his journey. The crowd continued to doubt his story, branding him an outlaw. But as they could see, there was no black ring on Issei's fingers. He showed them his hands, confirming the absence of any black rings. A member of the crowd gasped in fear, thinking he might do something threatening by raising his hands. Another voice called out, instructing him not to move. Issei calmly stared at her. The woman continued, acknowledging that there were indeed no black rings on his fingers. However, she warned him that outlaws had been sighted near town. She was there on a different mission but couldn't ignore those in need. Another villager suggested that he must be after their livestock, urging the lady knight to take care of him. Issei expressed curiosity, asking if she was the knight. She introduced herself as Ramius Dryson, a knight of the Kingdom of Eden. Issei acknowledged her title. Ramius, surprised by his reaction, asked if he wouldn't judge her for being a woman knight. Issei replied that he saw no reason to judge based on gender, stating that strength was not determined by it. He believed that a strong woman was simply capable and hardworking. Ramius was taken aback, having never heard such words before. Most people only called her a meathead. She expressed her appreciation for his words. Issei dismissed it, but Ramius cautioned him that even without a black ring, it was still possible that the outlaws had coerced him into committing a crime, as they were known for their underhanded tactics. Issei sighed, asserting that no one could force him to do anything against his will. He clarified that he had come to become a knight. Ramius, still cautious, asked if he was serious about that. Issei confirmed his intent. Ramius then stated that she would have him prove himself. She explained that if he wanted to become a knight, he must demonstrate his strength by defeating monsters in the area and bringing her 100 gold pieces as proof. Issei acknowledged that he understood monsters dropped gold upon defeat. Ramius added that to prevent any cheating, she would hold onto any gold he currently possessed. Issei handed over the gold he had obtained from defeating sea monsters, having donated the gold from the island ruins to the elderly villagers of Fresh Fish Island. Ramius assured him that she would not steal his gold, giving him her word as a knight. Issei felt indifferent about the gold, knowing he could easily gather more by defeating monsters. He sensed purity in her eyes, indicating she was not the type to betray trust. He had regained this ability during his exploration of Mother Eve's ruins on the island, where he had purified lost souls. Ramius informed him that if he managed to collect 100 gold pieces, she would vouch for him and grant him permission to enter the town. Issei agreed. Ramius pointed towards the nearby city, mentioning that Abel was right over there, and she would be waiting. After she left with the crowd, Issei began searching for monsters in the area. He quickly encountered some hanny slimes, which were easy to defeat. After defeating enough slimes, he collected the 100 gold pieces he needed and made his way to Abel City. On his journey, he came across a water fountain with clear water that seemed to radiate a blessing. He decided to drink from it, finding it delicious and refreshing. A random man nearby noticed him and explained that it was his first time drinking from a recovery fountain. He shared that the water had healing properties due to Mother Eve's blessings, but it couldn't be stored in any container, as it would turn into regular water after being removed from its source. The man expressed his love for the water, claiming he became an adventurer just to enjoy it more often. Issei, feeling overwhelmed, quickly left the man to his enthusiasm. Upon reaching Abel City, he spotted Ramius waiting at the entrance. She called out to him, asking if he had the gold. Issei handed her the bag of gold. Ramius examined the contents, spilling them onto the ground to count them one by one. Issei watched in confusion, realizing her method. She began counting, but soon became frustrated and had to start over. Issei, amused, asked her what time it was. Ramius estimated it was around 11 o'clock, continuing to count. Issei couldn't help but feel speechless at the situation. He decided to wait it out, observing the city around him. The architecture resembled that of a European medieval town, built with stone bricks and infused with magical properties, making it quite beautiful for a small city. Ramius continued counting, struggling with the numbers. Issei offered her assistance, reminding her that the next number was 47. She thanked him, admitting that she had trouble with counting. As she continued, Issei couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie with the knight. Issei sighed as he watched Ramius diligently count the gold coins. Her dedication and seriousness were endearing, and he found himself smiling softly at her. He appreciated her hard work, knowing that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Ramius's commitment was admirable, and he was grateful that no other girls were around to witness his expression, as they would surely be charmed by it. After a while, Ramius finally finished her counting. She declared that there were indeed 100 gold coins and assured Issei that he was free to enter the town. She then returned his gold to him. Issei thanked her, and she suggested that if he was tired, he could rest at the inn nearby, which would help him recover quickly. Ramius then asked if he was Issei Haidu. He replied that I was fine and inquired if he should address her as Lady Ramius. She dismissed the title, stating that she didn't care for formalities. Issei agreed, expressing that it was nice to meet her again. Ramius, however, was curious about the whereabouts of the outlaws. Issei remained silent, aware that while the outlaws posed no threat to him, they were dangerous to ordinary people. Those who had become outlaws had lost everything and were willing to do anything to survive, including stealing and harming others. The infamous black ring marked them, a symbol of their inability to cultivate or raise anything. Even their attempts at farming or hunting would yield nothing, forcing them into a life of crime. Ramius vowed to protect everyone in the city, including Issei, which he appreciated but felt unnecessary. He playfully remarked that it would be unseemly for someone as cute as her to be protecting him. Ramius was taken aback, stammering in surprise at his compliment. Issei calmly reassured her that he genuinely thought she was beautiful and cute, causing her to blush. Flustered, Ramius quickly changed the subject, urging him to rest since he must be tired. Issei agreed, and they entered Abel Town, a small community with a few hundred residents. It felt much larger compared to Fresh Fish Island. As he wandered through the town, he noticed middle-aged women chatting and laughing at a restaurant, while a couple of elderly people played a board game. The atmosphere was peaceful and inviting. However, Issei felt uncomfortable as the townsgirls kept staring at him, prompting him to pull his hoodie over his head. He soon spotted a level-up shop and remembered that he was still at level 1, as there had been no such shop on Fresh Fish Island. The twins had advised him to visit one if he ever found it. Inside the shop, He was asked to write his name at the front desk before being led to the back room. The space was filled with various oddities, including voodoo dolls and lit candles. It seemed empty at first, but then he heard a girl's voice welcoming him. She explained that her voice was transmitted through magic receivers, allowing her to assist him with leveling up without him needing to return to a specific shop. The girl introduced herself as Sora and confirmed that it was his first time at a level shop. She offered to show him her face if he felt uncomfortable talking without seeing her. Issei, curious, opened a file she mentioned, which contained numerous portrait photos. Following her guidance, he turned to page 14, revealing a picture of a beautiful girl with shoulder-length pink hair and pink eyes. She wore what appeared to be a magician's robe in black and purple, complemented by a purple habit on her head. Issei looked at her and thought she was beautiful. Sora, pleased with his reaction, acknowledged that she often received such compliments, explaining that it was why many sought her out. She then began to explain how the leveling system worked, emphasizing the importance of listening closely. Issei listened attentively as she detailed that defeating enemies, whether outlaws or monsters, would earn him experience points. The god overseeing the leveling system would then measure his experience to facilitate his advancement. Sora mentioned that if he formed a party, his companions would also fall under her supervision, making things more convenient for everyone. As Sora prepared to conduct the ritual, she chanted a peculiar phrase that made Issei's face twitch in response. A brilliant light enveloped him, and he felt a surge of strength as his level skyrocketed from 1 to unbeknownst to him. The mark of Nyarlathotep began to manifest within him, channeling the destruction element throughout his body. This change was subtle, and he remained unaware of its significance. Sora was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she processed the sudden increase in his level. She struggled to comprehend how he had advanced so dramatically in a single moment. Issei, however, remained unfazed, simply thanking her for the service and preparing to leave. Sora, still in shock, urged him to inform the person at the front desk that it was his first visit, as he could receive a free level shop summon ticket to use for leveling up anywhere. After acknowledging her suggestion, Issei exited to claim his ticket. Meanwhile, Sora remained inside, contemplating her feelings about him. She wondered if she would encounter him again and considered giving him a special picture of herself to encourage him further. She thought about how remarkable his leveling incident was and how it could help her ascend faster. However, she sighed, knowing she preferred to keep her true self hidden behind the curtains. Issei sensed her presence but chose not to address it, respecting her desire for privacy. He then checked the item shop for useful items but decided against trading his current sword, a gift from the twins. The other items seemed peculiar, so he opted to purchase a potion just in case. The shopkeeper's behavior made him uncomfortable, prompting him to leave quickly after his purchase. Next, he visited the church, lowering his hood out of respect. He was greeted by Lauren, a beautiful woman with short red hair and glasses, dressed in a white sleeveless nun outfit that highlighted her beauty. Holding a golden staff, she felt her heart race upon seeing Issei but reminded herself of her duties as a saint, which prohibited her from marrying unless under special circumstances. She composed herself and asked if he was there to pray. Issei replied that he was merely looking around. Lauren introduced herself and explained her role as one of the saints, chosen for her connection to Mother Eve's power. Despite her shyness, her warm smile sparked memories within Issei, reminding him of a golden-haired girl from his past. However, the memories brought him a sense of ache, prompting him to push them aside. As they continued to converse, Lauren reassured him that prayer could help alleviate feelings of anger or sadness. Issei observed someone praying, their body glowing with rainbow-colored light, and noted how refreshed they appeared afterward. Intrigued, he learned from Lauren that the saints were assigned to manage entire regions, which could be quite challenging given the presence of monsters. Feeling relaxed in her presence, Issei expressed concern for her safety, which delighted Lauren. She appreciated his thoughtfulness and affirmed her commitment to her duties as a saint. Issei smiled at her dedication, and her heart raced again at his expression. After a bit more conversation, he decided to leave the church in search of an inn as night approached, and Lauren watched him depart, her gaze lingering on him as he walked away. She often thought about how nice it would be to not be a saint for once in her life, as it would allow her to chase after him and get to know him better. She felt a sense of comfort around him that she had never experienced with any other man. However, she dismissed these thoughts and returned to the church. Issei found an inn for the night. The inn was surprisingly spacious for its affordable price, featuring 5 beds in the room, which would be convenient if he ever had companions to share the space with. The next morning, Issei ventured out to the nearby green pasture of the city and encountered a cow in the middle of the road. A green-haired girl wearing glasses soon appeared, searching for the cow. She was rather plain yet somewhat cute, with an average build not too busty or too skinny. Her attire consisted of a green and white farmer's outfit. Upon seeing Issei, she was momentarily taken aback, but since she was already engaged, she pushed any thoughts aside. She felt too ordinary for someone as handsome as Issei and was devoted to her fiancé. She thanked Issei for finding the cow and introduced herself as Kolpis, a farmer from Abel. She invited him to visit her farm as a way to express her gratitude, and Issei agreed, provided he had the time. Kolpis then bowed to him and led her cow back to Abel. After some sightseeing, Issei decided to return to Abel. Upon entering the town, he encountered a man who had previously surrounded him along with other villagers, including Rias at the shore. The man introduced himself as Rias, a soldier. He mentioned that he would soon take a knight test in the capital, expressing his desire to become a knight to attract more girls, essentially hoping for a harem. Rias cautioned Issei against getting too close to Rias, labeling her as peculiar and noting that knights typically worked in teams. However, Rias was always alone, as those who teamed up with her often ended up injured. People referred to her as the loner knight. Issei dismissed Rias' warning, not believing in the notion of bad luck. He appreciated Rias for her dedication, which made him slightly irritated by Rias' negative comments about her. He chose to remain silent, recognizing that everyone had different opinions and he wasn't one to judge unless someone spoke ill of his loved ones. Rias expressed a hope that the capital would send more knights, perhaps Sir Aikval instead of Rias, believing that Aikval would recognize his talent and allow him to join. Curious, Issei asked who Aikval was, surprising Rias with his lack of knowledge. Rias explained that Aikval was one of the Kingdom of Eden's 3 Zero Knights. Aikval Dryson, born to Tank Dryson and a Zero Knight mother, was raised in the town of Stallion alongside his sister Rias. He had been promoted to Zero Knight after his impressive performance during the Arthur tragedy and had continued to defend Eden from monsters in the years since. Rias wanted to show Issei around the town, and Issei accepted since he had just arrived the day before. Remembering Kolpis' farm, he asked Rias to take him there. Rias was familiar with Kolpis and greeted her warmly upon arrival. He introduced Issei as a newcomer, and Kolpis welcomed him as well. Rias was surprised to see that Issei and Kolpis knew each other, commenting that Issei had good taste since Kolpis was quite charming. Issei simply brushed off the remark, while Kolpis appeared slightly flustered by the compliment. Rias then mentioned that it was unfortunate Kolpis was already engaged to Jeanne, who managed the farm. After some light conversation, Kolpis offered them both a drink of her freshly milked cow's milk, which was known for its sweetness. It was so rich that it needed to be diluted with water to be enjoyed. Kolpis shared her dream of allowing the world to taste her special milk, and Issei encouraged her, affirming that it was indeed delicious. Her face lit up with joy at his words, and she thanked him sincerely. Issei decided to leave shortly after, feeling content. Rias chose to stay behind, hoping to flirt with Kolpis, which Issei was fine with as he had other plans to hunt some monsters. A few minutes later, Jeanne, Kolpis' fiancée, arrived with troubling news about one of their cows falling ill. They needed to find a special type of grass to help cure it. Kolpis expressed her desire to go find the grass herself, but both Jeanne and Rias insisted she should not go alone. When they suggested Rias accompany her, he mentioned that soldiers were needed for such a task. The townspeople were not permitted to leave, and neither was the Lady Knight Rias. It was clear to everyone that the man in charge was nothing more than a coward and a fool. Her fiancé shared the same fearful disposition. Undeterred by their warnings, Kolpis resolved to venture out on her own. After some time, Issei returned from battling monsters outside the town. Upon his arrival, he noticed the villagers were in a state of distress. Curious about the cause of their unease, he approached them to inquire further. Issei learned that Kolpis had gone outside of town some time ago and that someone had witnessed her being taken by the outlaws. He was taken aback by the news. As he approached the center of the crowd, he noticed Rias, Rias, and a young man who appeared to be in distress, slumped on the ground. The young man was murmuring a plea for Kolpis to be safe, leading Issei to conclude that he must be her fiancé. Rias caught sight of Issei. Issei was engaged in a conversation when he was asked to wait until later. He nodded calmly, allowing them to continue their discussion. Rias explained why she had ventured outside the town, omitting the part about the soldier and Rias being prohibited from leaving. He mentioned that she had disregarded their warnings and set out on her own in search of the special grass. Jeanne then urged Rias to rescue Kolpis. Rias dismissed the idea, stating that they had no idea where the outlaws were hiding. Rias, however, deduced from the last known direction of the outlaws and the footprints they had left behind that they were likely in the cave to the west. Rias was taken aback, noting that the cave was known to harbor powerful monsters, making it an unlikely hideout for humans. Nonetheless, Rias couldn't think of any other possible location for them. Jeanne shouted in frustration, urging Rias to rescue Kolpis before it was too late. Rias asked Rias to join her in the mission, knowing that as a soldier, he could confront outlaws without losing Mother Eve's blessing. However, Rias warned her that it was too dangerous and essentially a suicide mission. Rias reluctantly agreed that they needed a plan and reinforcements, but it would take 3 days for them to arrive. Jeanne lamented that if Sir Aikval had been there, he could have saved Kolpis. His voice echoed with anger, causing Rias to shudder at his intensity. Jeanne expressed his frustration, questioning why it had to be his useless sister and the loner knight who were involved. Issei, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. His presence radiated a powerful aura, causing those around him to take notice, especially Jeanne, who felt the weight of Issei's energy most acutely. Jeanne trembled, unable to respond as Issei confronted him. Issei pointed out that if Jeanne thought Rias was useless, he should have been the one to search for the grass instead of Kolpis. He criticized Jeanne for allowing his fiancée to venture out alone. Jeanne stood frozen, unable to defend himself. He had watched helplessly as Kolpis was taken by the outlaws, paralyzed by fear. Rias intervened, assuring everyone that she would take personal responsibility for the situation and urged the citizens to return to their daily lives. Issei, observing Jinyu's reaction, called him trash, causing Jeanne to feel even more humiliated. Issei followed Rias as she left the farm, and upon reaching the entrance of the town, he asked her what she intended to do. Rias was surprised that he knew she planned to go alone. Issei explained that it was obvious, given her demeanor and the direction she had taken. Rias thanked him for his concern but insisted that she would handle it herself. Issei proposed that they go together, but Rias hesitated, reminding him that he was not yet a soldier and could not assist her in combat. Issei argued that as long as he didn't kill anyone, he could help. Rias dismissed his suggestion, stating that the outlaws were accustomed to violence and he couldn't afford to be lenient with them. Issei reminded her of his strength, and Rias acknowledged that while he was capable, her plan was still reckless. She expressed her concerns about entering enemy territory without preparation. Issei encouraged her, stating that helping the weak was a knight's duty, regardless of the risks involved. Rias was taken aback by his approval of her actions, feeling a sense of happiness despite the danger. Issei added that leaving someone in danger, especially a girl like her, would leave him with a bad feeling afterward. Rias blushed at his words, flustered by his compliment. She protested, claiming that no woman capable of slaying beasts could be considered cute. Issei insisted that he was serious and found her dedicated nature admirable. Rias, despite her insecurities, felt touched by his words and smiled, realizing he was the first to call her cute. After a moment of hesitation, Rias granted Issei permission to accompany her, and he expressed his gratitude. She appointed him as a soldier, reminding him not to go easy on their enemies. Issei agreed, but Ramius warned him that the power to kill without consequence was dangerous. If he were to misuse that power, she would take responsibility and confront him. So please don't make me have to do it. Issei promised he wouldn't. Ramius, with determination, held her lance high and focused, generating a soft glow from her body. The light gathered in the lance, and she placed the shining weapon on Issei's shoulder. In the name of Lady Ramius Dryson, she granted Issei Hayadu the title of soldier. A numbing sensation washed over Issei, but it ceased before becoming painful. Ramius expressed satisfaction, noting that everything had gone smoothly. Now, when Issei traveled to the capital, he could take the night test as well. This marked the first step in Issei's journey to becoming the strongest knight in history and beyond. Knights are further divided based on their combat style. While only a few subclasses are detailed, others likely exist, such as the class associated with Baro Rone's Iato style. Baro Rone is one of the 0 Knights of the Eden Kingdom. The noteworthy subclasses include Magic Knight, Defender, Ramius, Sorceress Sorcerer, Riche, Ranger, Giragura, and Tactician, Catherine. As Issei and Ramius conversed, someone hid nearby in the bushes. The observer marveled at Ramius's flushed face, noting how flustered she appeared, especially around a handsome and manly figure like Issei. The observer felt envious, wishing for similar attention. Ramius had made him a soldier, but their conversation seemed to linger. The observer often noticed the lustful looks directed at Ramius from others, yet Issei's gaze was different. His eyes held only appreciation for her, a rarity in this world. In contrast, her sister's fiancé, Prince Felton, often left her feeling uneasy, his smile masked a void behind his eyes. Suddenly, Issei looked directly at her, causing her heart to race. She panicked, thinking he had noticed her, but he quickly turned away. Relieved, she thought about his comment regarding the cute squirrel in the bushes. Not wanting to be seen by Ramius, she decided to take a detour toward the West Cave, hoping to gather information on the Snake Crest organization. As she made her way, Ramius occasionally glanced at Issei, who remained oblivious to her gaze. Eventually, they arrived at the supposed outlaws' hideout. The entrance was unguarded, but Issei detected human scents within the cave. With his heightened senses, he realized they had struck gold, feeling numerous presences inside. Ramius urged caution as they entered the cave, her weapon and shield at the ready. Issei, however, strolled in calmly, not adopting a combat stance. Just as Ramius was about to warn him, 2 outlaws ambushed them. With a swift motion, Issei dispatched them, leaving Ramius in shock. Issei continued forward, unfazed by his actions, and Ramius followed, feeling increasingly outmatched. Each time a monster or outlaw approached, Issei defeated them effortlessly with a single strike, whether it was a punch, kick, or a casual sword slash. Ramius felt numb, realizing her worries were unfounded. She felt foolish for doubting him, especially as he seemed to sense every threat around him without even turning. At a crossroads, Issei paused to check something, instructing Ramius to wait. She agreed, feeling reassured by his confidence. Their mission had become less about rescue and more about a leisurely stroll through the hideout. Issei noticed someone sneaking down the left path and decided to investigate alone. He entered a room where the intruder was rummaging through boxes marked with a danger sign. Approaching her, Issei asked what she had discovered, startling the intruder. She swung her staff in defense, but Issei effortlessly stopped her attack with one hand. He recognized her as Riche, who had also been observing him and Ramius at the town entrance. The squirrel and the intruder turned out to be Riche herself. Issei noticed several outlaws knocked out around the area, indicating they had been caught off guard. Riche expressed her surprise at seeing him, admitting that she had thought he was an outlaw. She felt relieved that her magic skills had prevented her from accidentally harming him. Issei, however, pointed out that she still hadn't answered his question. He contemplated how even a dragon's attack would barely scratch him, provided he was prepared. He decided against sharing this information, not wanting to hurt her feelings. Riche cleared her throat and explained that she had suspected the involvement of the snake crest in the situation. She pointed out that the boxes around them had once contained sparkle bombs, which were created from mini Hannies. These tiny creatures self-destruct when injured, causing significant damage. Issei confirmed his knowledge of them, recalling that they could create explosions far stronger than typical fire magic and were dangerous to handle without care. The boxes were clearly labeled, warning of their contents. Riche then noted the unusual alliance between the outlaws and monsters, which Issei found strange. He had never considered it before, as he had little interest in the monsters, but it did seem odd that they had been working together against him and Ramius. Monsters typically attacked indiscriminately, even targeting outlaws. Feeling uneasy, Riche expressed her concern about the situation and decided to investigate further to uncover the whereabouts of the sparkle bombs. Issei insisted that she accompany him, to which she promised to stay low and avoid detection. However, he remained firm in his refusal to let her go alone. Riche pleaded with him not to let Ramius find her, which piqued Issei's curiosity. He recalled her earlier behavior in town, realizing she was hiding from Ramius. After some hesitation, Riche admitted that Ramius had been sent by the capital to find her and bring her back. She had sneaked out to gather clues about the snake crest. Issei acknowledged her status as the second princess of the Eden Kingdom, which explained her last name. Riche urged him not to let Ramius discover her whereabouts for now. Just then, they heard Ramius calling for Issei, prompting Riche to look at him with pleading eyes. Relenting, Issei warned her to stay hidden from the outlaws, and she nodded eagerly, relieved to continue her adventure. As Issei stepped outside, Riche called him back, asking for his opinion on Ramius. He described her as a dedicated and hard-working girl, which made Riche giggle, suggesting that perhaps Ramius had a chance with him. Issei was puzzled by her laughter but chose to ignore it as he left the room. After reuniting with Ramius, she inquired if he had found anything, to which he replied negatively. They continued their mission until they reached a locked metal door. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the door, presenting a peculiar question about two fictional characters. Issei was taken aback, while Ramius pondered the options seriously. After a moment, Ramius declared that both characters were equal, providing the answer of 50-50. The door then clicked open, surprising Issei. Ramius celebrated her success, but Issei remained blank, astonished by her knowledge of the characters. He sighed and moved forward, while Ramius realized her earlier mistake in discussing the nature of the books. As they progressed through the corridor, Issei swiftly dealt with any outlaws they encountered. Eventually, they reached a large room where they discovered Kolpis being mistreated by the outlaws, her body showing signs of light bruises. Her clothes were mostly torn, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. The outlaws surrounding her laughed loudly at her predicament. She wore a blank expression, having endured so much abuse, and it seemed she had lost all hope. Her fiancé did not attempt to help her, nor did Yares. She felt utterly defeated, wishing for everything to end. The outlaws began to prepare a syringe filled with a dark green liquid, intent on using it on her. One of them chuckled, eager to proceed, while another encouraged him with a sinister laugh. Just as one of the outlaws moved to inject the syringe into Kolpis, a blur rushed toward them, and in an instant, they all fell, their heads severed from their bodies before they could even scream. The last outlaw, cornered and terrified, screamed at the sight. As he attempted to flee, a sword flew through the air, pinning him to the wall, ending his life instantly. Ramius, witnessing the treatment of Kolpis, was pushed to her limits. Just as she prepared to act, she saw the blur again, and all the outlaws were defeated in an instant. Issei stood calmly before the headless corpses, his expression devoid of emotion, but his eyes glowed with intensity. He expressed his disdain for scum like them. Suddenly, Kolpis screamed in horror, believing she was trapped in a nightmare filled with blood. Issei noticed her distress and felt the need to distance himself, asking Ramius to handle her. Ramius agreed, recognizing that Kolpis needed to be kept away from men for her safety. She approached the panicked girl gently, trying to calm her down. Despite Ramius's efforts, Kolpis continued to struggle, knocking over objects in her frantic attempt to escape. In her hysteria, Kolpis accidentally picked up a syringe from the floor and stabbed it into Ramius's arm. Fortunately, she did not inject the contents, but the act was still dangerous. Issei rushed to check on Ramius, who reassured him that she was fine and that there was no longer a threat. Ramius continued to speak softly to Kolpis, who finally began to calm down upon seeing Ramius's composure. Ramius then put Kolpis to sleep with a swift motion, ensuring she would no longer be a danger to herself or others. As Ramius tried to stand, she stumbled, but Issei caught her before she fell. He expressed concern for her well-being, and she insisted she was fine, though she appreciated his care. She suggested he visit her at the inn later that night, and he reluctantly agreed to give her space for now. Issei decided to take a walk outside the town, eventually reaching the shore where he had first arrived. He gazed blankly at the ocean, reflecting on how he had met Riche and Ramius. He felt a deep concern for Ramius and enjoyed their time together. Memories began to resurface, reminding him of his past bravery and the dangers he had faced. As he stood lost in thought, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Riche approached, asking if something was wrong. Issei replied that he was simply thinking, and she inquired about the rescue of the girl. But she carried some trauma, and the good news was that she had not been harmed by the outlaws when they arrived. Riche thought it was unfortunate, but she acknowledged that Issei had done his best. If she had been harmed, she could have become an outlaw too, leading to a life far worse than her current situation. After all, the outlaws couldn't afford to feed an extra mouth, as they could only steal so much at a time. A silence fell between them as they watched the sunset together. Riche found herself captivated by Issei's face rather than the beautiful sky. His expression held a certain irresistible charm, a melancholic allure that made him even more handsome in the golden light. The sunlight illuminated his silky dark brown hair, making her heart race as she gazed at him. In that moment, she wished time could freeze so she could admire his face forever. As the sunset faded, Issei finally spoke, indicating he would head back to town to check on Ramius after what had happened to her. Riche snapped out of her reverie, her concern for her childhood friend surfacing quickly. She asked about Ramius, feeling a wave of worry wash over her. Issei explained that Ramius had been accidentally stabbed by Kolpis with a syringe containing a dark green liquid at the outlaw's hideout, and she was not in a good condition afterward. Riche's eyes widened as she took out the exact same syringe that Ramius had been stabbed with, confirming Issei's fears. Riche's expression turned grave as she dropped the syringe in shock. She explained that the substance was known as Aiden's blood, a drag the outlaws carried with them. It induced a sense of intoxication and security while sharpening the senses. Depending on its synthesis, it could have various effects, but the one they had likely emphasized its PHRDS properties. Issei felt a sense of dread at the implications of the drag. Riche elaborated on the dangers, explaining that it could draw out uncontrollable desires, leading to frenzies and hallucinations. Those affected would lose all self-control, and if Ramius succumbed to the drag's effects, she could end up in a dire situation. Issei's frustration grew as he considered the possibility of restraining Ramius until the effects wore off, but Riche warned him against it. Trying to suppress the symptoms could drive her mad, and she might harm herself rather than become an outlaw. Issei felt anger towards himself for allowing Ramius to be harmed, and even more towards the Snake Crest, who had brought this upon them. Riche expressed her regret, wishing she had not come to Abel, but Issei reassured her that the blame lay with the outlaws and the Snake Crest. He vowed to help Ramius no matter the cost. His eyes shone with determination, and Riche felt a sense of security in his conviction. Riche then revealed that there was a way to save Ramius, though it was unconventional. She urged Issei to spend the night with Ramius, believing that the small amount of the drag in her system could be controlled if she experienced overwhelming pleasure. Issei was taken aback by her suggestion, unsure if he could go through with it. Riche pleaded with him, emphasizing that Ramius had feelings for him and that he could help her. She knelt before him, asking him to make Ramius his. Issei remained silent, contemplating her words. He recognized Ramius's feelings but was uncertain about his own. He enjoyed their time together and reflected on their unique first meeting and the memories they had created. As he considered Risha's request, he felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Ramius rested on his decision, and he knew he had to act. He admired her dedication and hard work the most, the way she kept trying her best no matter what happened. She even counted 100 gold coins one by one just to ensure he collected the requested amount. That was her level of commitment, even though she had a bit of a challenge with counting. Then Issei finally decided what he would do, a decision that would bring him joy every time he recalled this moment in the future. He told Rish to stand up, insisting there was no need for her to kneel before him, reminding her that she was the princess. Rish was surprised and asked if he really meant it. Issei confirmed that he liked her personality, prompting Rish to inquire about her appearance. Issei noted that he found her very beautiful and cute. Rish's excitement was palpable as she asked if he truly thought so. Issei then asked if Ramius had a fiancé, to which Rish quickly replied that she did not. Issei was taken aback by how quickly she answered. Rish explained that they were old friends, and she knew Ramius was not interested in anyone, nor was anyone interested in her. People referred to her as the loner knight, and even other knights kept their distance. Issei was speechless, unable to comprehend why someone as beautiful as Ramius would be alone. Rish reassured him that her appearance was not the issue. Issei understood but felt a twinge of concern for Rish, realizing that asking him to marry Ramius was like asking him to give up on the girls he already loved. He assured her it was fine, noting that the others had even encouraged him to take more wives. Rish was surprised by this revelation, and Issei explained that it was true, and he intended to make them his brides eventually. He just needed to climb to the top of the knight's rank first, which he spoke of as if it were a minor task. Rish acknowledged that based on his displayed strength, he could indeed reach the top rank easily. She felt relieved and asked him to take care of Ramius, framing it as a request he had promised her when they first met. Issei insisted that this request was unnecessary, as he would do it regardless. Rish blushed at his seriousness, feeling happy to still have his promise. After their exchange, Issei waved goodbye to Rish and headed toward Abel Town. Rish reflected on the upcoming marriage, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't quite understand. Despite being the one to suggest it, she felt an unexpected sadness, not yet realizing that she had developed feelings for Issei. Later that night, Issei arrived back at the town and made his way to Ramius's room at the inn. The innkeeper, familiar with their connection, allowed him to proceed without hesitation. Standing in front of her door, Issei took a deep breath, but before he could knock, he heard Ramius's voice from inside. Feeling awkward, he recognized the stuck nature of her sounds. He held back his impulse, wanting to respect her and not rush into anything. After a moment, he decided to knock on the door. When Ramius called out, he introduced himself and apologized for being late. She invited him in, and despite his lingering awkwardness, he opened the door. What he saw nearly overwhelmed him. Ramius was not dressed, explaining that wearing clothes was difficult at the moment. Issei quickly averted his eyes, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks. He assured her that it was fine, though the room was filled with an unfamiliar scent that reminded him of her earlier activities. Ramius mentioned that she had a report to write and needed to take it back to the capital, but as she moved to reach her desk, she stumbled, and Issei instinctively caught her. In that moment, they both froze, caught in an unexpected closeness. Issei felt a rush of emotions, reminding himself to stay composed, while Ramius felt a strange warmth from his touch. She apologized for her lack of balance, and he reassured her that it was no trouble. As they created some distance, Issei asked if the effects of the Aiden's blood were affecting her. Ramius confirmed that she was indeed struggling with it, admitting that her attempts to handle it had not worked. Issei listened, sensing the weight of the situation, and Ramius expressed her frustration at not knowing what else to do. Issei felt a heavy weight on his heart, unsure of how to help Ramius. She seemed troubled, and he wanted to support her in any way he could. Ramius, with a serious expression, asked Issei for a favor. She revealed her struggle with the darkness within her, feeling that if she succumbed to it, she would bring shame to her country. Issei was taken aback by her words, his mind racing with concern. Ramius picked up her lance, and in a moment of desperation, she directed it toward her heart. She spoke of a plan that would end her suffering, but Issei's heart raced with fear and anger. He couldn't believe she would consider such a thing. He expressed his feelings passionately, telling her that he could never bear the thought of losing her. He reminded her of her beauty and strength, insisting that he loved her and wanted to be by her side. As he embraced her tightly, Ramius felt a mix of fear and happiness. She was terrified of the darkness that loomed over her, yet elated to hear Issei's heartfelt confession. After a moment, Issei gently asked if she would be his wife. Ramius hesitated, questioning whether someone like her could truly be loved. Issei reassured her, promising to love her no matter what. Finally, after a moment of silence, Ramius agreed, asking to be his bride. Issei smiled, filled with joy, and they shared a tender kiss that deepened their bond. As they pulled away, Issei whispered to her, hinting at the passion he had held back. Ramius felt a rush of emotions, and Issei lifted her into his arms, carrying her to the bed. In that NTMT moment, they shared their first kiss, filled with warmth and tenderness. Ramius felt a whirlwind of emotions as they explored this new connection, both nervous yet excited. Issei reassured her, and they continued to share soft kisses, deepening their bond with each moment. Ramius felt overwhelmed by the sensations, her heart racing as they embraced this new chapter together. Issei admired her beauty, and Ramius felt cherished in his presence. The connection between them grew stronger, filled with love and understanding as they navigated their feelings for one another. Issei admired Ramius, captivated by her beauty. He found her figure enchanting, a blend of softness and firmness that drew him in. Ramius let out soft sounds of surprise and pleasure as Issei leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. She felt a rush of heat as he explored her with gentle curiosity, his touch igniting sensations that made her shiver. As Issei continued, he moved with care, his actions eliciting soft gasps from Ramius. She felt a delightful tingle that spread through her, making her heart race. Issei's attention shifted, and he traced his lips along her collarbone, leaving a gentle kiss that made her blush. Ramius was taken aback by the intensity of her feelings, her body responding in ways she had not expected. She shyly admitted her desire for more, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Issei smiled at her, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness, making her feel cherished and understood. Ramius hesitated, unsure of how to express the depth of her emotions, but the connection between them was undeniable. Issei felt a rush of affection for Ramius as he admired her beauty. He marveled at the thought of having someone as wonderful as her by his side. Ramius expressed her devotion, saying that her heart and soul belonged to him completely. As they shared a tender moment, Issei's gentle touches made Ramius feel a mix of excitement and anticipation. Each caress sent shivers down her spine, and she found herself overwhelmed by the intensity of her emotions. Issei's attention to her made her feel cherished and adored. He leaned in closer, showering her with affection, and Ramius felt a warmth envelop her as they shared this NTMT connection. The atmosphere was charged with unspoken feelings, and they both knew they were bound together in a unique way. As they prepared to take their relationship to the next level, Ramius felt a flutter of nervousness mixed with eagerness. She looked at Issei, her heart racing, ready to embrace whatever came next in their journey together. Wanting to feel further pleasure, he tried to push deeper, but he noticed Ramius's discomfort. Her expression twisted with pain, prompting him to pause. He remained still for a moment, concerned for her well-being. He asked if she was still in pain, and she reassured him that she was managing. Issei felt a mix of emotions as he began to move, sensing Ramius's anticipation. Ramius expressed her desire for him to continue, her voice filled with longing. As Issei started to move slowly, Ramius felt waves of pleasure wash over her, almost overwhelming her senses. She gripped the sheets tightly, her legs wrapping around Issei's waist, drawing him closer. With each movement, Issei felt a connection deepen between them, the atmosphere thick with intensity. Ramius gasped, feeling the sensations intensify as Issei adjusted his rhythm. Their bodies moved in harmony, creating a rhythm that echoed in the room, amplifying the pleasure they shared. Ramius instinctively matched his pace, lost in the moment, as the world around them faded away. The atmosphere in the room was charged with energy. Issei felt a rush of warmth as he and Ramius shared an NTMT moment. Ramius expressed her surprise at the sensation, noting how comforting it was to feel someone else's presence so close. Issei mirrored her feelings, finding joy in their connection. As their movements shifted, Ramius let out a soft gasp, her reaction revealing a sensitive spot that heightened their shared experience. Issei, captivated by her response, leaned in to kiss her gently, feeling a mix of affection and excitement. Ramius responded with delight, encouraging him to continue. With each movement, the rhythm between them intensified, and Issei found himself lost in the moment, cherishing the bond they were forming. Ramius's reactions were a blend of pleasure and encouragement, urging him to explore further. The connection they shared was palpable, and Issei was determined to make the most of it, fully immersed in the warmth of their embrace. Issei continued to move passionately, the bed creaking under the intensity of their connection. Ramius gasped, feeling overwhelmed by the sensations. She expressed her eagerness, urging him to claim her completely. Issei sensed he was nearing his limit, determined to make their bond even stronger. Ramius encouraged him, her excitement palpable as they both approached a climactic moment together. As they reached their peak, Issei felt a rush of warmth, and Ramius reacted with surprise and delight, overwhelmed by the intensity of their experience. She was left breathless, feeling the effects of their union and the depth of their connection. Issei marveled at the incredible feelings coursing through him, realizing how profound this moment was for both of them. Ramius felt her mind go blank as she lay beside Issei, who was panting heavily. She entwined her legs around his waist, not wanting him to leave. She expressed her feelings, acknowledging that she was truly his. Issei looked into her eyes, filled with love and passion, and declared his love for her. Ramius reciprocated, and they shared a gentle kiss, filled with affection. As they lay together, Issei felt a stirring within him again, and he playfully acknowledged it. Ramius, with a look of excitement, admitted she wanted to continue their NTMT connection. Issei promised to cherish her throughout the night, expressing his desire to be close to her. The next morning, Issei woke up to find Ramius peacefully sleeping on his chest, free from the effects of the previous night. He felt a surge of happiness as he gazed at her, remembering the wild night they had shared. The bed still held the remnants of their time together, so he cast a cleaning spell, restoring it to its original state. He cherished the sight of her sleeping face and gently poked her cheek, causing her to stir and mumble his name in her sleep. When Ramius awoke, she recognized the ring on Issei's finger, a symbol of their bond. Issei greeted her warmly, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her closer. Ramius felt a rush of happiness and blushed, shyly acknowledging the time of day. Issei found her antics adorable and continued to slide her hair affectionately. They both reflected on their marriage, and Ramius showed him her matching ring, though hers lacked a Roman numeral. Issei took her hand, intertwining their fingers, and kissed her hands softly, affirming their commitment to each other. Ramius expressed her disbelief at having a ring, feeling grateful for their love. Issei reassured her of his feelings, tightening his embrace. Ramius, still a bit insecure, questioned whether he truly felt that way. Issei playfully teased her, affirming his happiness and love for her. He made a light-hearted comment about proving his feelings, which made Ramius blush. Though Ramius felt a bit overwhelmed from the previous night, she couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. She questioned whether Issei regretted their actions, but he responded with a playful spank, followed by a gentle rub, reassuring her of his affection. Issei expressed his unwavering love for her, emphasizing that no one could force him to do anything against his will. Ramius was touched by his sincerity, realizing the depth of his feelings. Issei vowed to love her wholeheartedly, promising that his commitment was genuine and unwavering. Issei looked directly into Ramius's eyes, filled with infinite love and gentleness. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she hugged him tightly. She expressed her regret for her earlier doubts, fearing what would happen if he became an outlaw and vanished from her life. Issei reassured her with a gentle embrace, promising he would never leave her behind. They shared a moment of intimacy, their faces drawing closer in the soft afternoon sunlight. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud slam. Riche entered cheerfully, startling Ramius. Issei sighed, having sensed Riche's presence outside the door. Riche asked how they were adjusting to the sunlight, and Issei questioned her about her lingering outside. Riche feigned innocence, but her eyes betrayed her as they darted around under Issei's gaze. Eventually, she admitted she had been worried about whether he would truly sleep with Ramius. Issei teased her about enjoying the situation, prompting Riche to fluster and deny it. Ramius, confused, realized Riche had been the one to encourage Issei to pursue her. Riche confirmed it, revealing that Issei had already liked Ramius before her suggestion. Ramius was taken aback, seeking confirmation from Issei, who playfully raised his hands in surrender. Ramius quickly assured him she believed him, her nervousness making Issei chuckle as he pulled her into another hug, filling her with happiness. Riche cleared her throat, reminding them to focus on their next steps and suggesting they get dressed. Ramius hurried to find her clothes, feeling a bit sore, which slowed her down. Issei stood up to look for his own clothes, causing Riche to blush at the sight of his physique. When he noticed her gaze, he playfully called her a pervy princess, which made her protest indignantly before turning away. Issei found amusement in her reaction as he and Ramius dressed. Despite her embarrassment, Riche couldn't help but steal glances at Issei, her cheeks still flushed. Issei noticed but chose to let it be, enjoying the admiration. He helped Ramius with her clothes, aware of her discomfort. Riche felt a pang of jealousy at his caring nature but was ultimately happy for Ramius, who had found someone who truly loved her. Once they were dressed, Ramius reflected on how close her target had been without her realizing it. Riche, with a mischievous grin, acknowledged she was used to being chased by Ramius. Ramius then asked if Riche was willing to return to her home, to which Riche replied that Issei already knew her true identity. Riche informed them about the dangerous sparkle bombs from the outlaw hideout, which posed a significant threat to the city. Issei pondered whether the outlaws had moved the weapons elsewhere, and Ramius suggested they hurry to the capital to report the findings. Riche insisted she could return on her own, while Ramius felt it was her duty to accompany her. Issei chimed in, noting that he needed to introduce himself to Ramius's family. Ramius blushed at the mention of in-laws and inquired about Issei's parents, only to learn he had lost his memory. Both Ramius and Riche were shocked, but Issei reassured them he was gradually regaining it. Ramius then revealed her home was in Stallion, where her father governed the town. Issei realized Ramius must come from a noble lineage and Riche confirmed it. Ramius clarified that they were not overly wealthy, as their family had earned land through the achievements of their ancestors. She encouraged Issei to act casually around them, but he jokingly wondered if her father would be upset about taking her virginity without permission. Riche suggested her father would be more relieved that Ramius had found someone. As they discussed the importance of introducing Issei to her family, Riche warned that waiting too long could jeopardize their trust. She decided to take a public carriage home while urging Ramius and Issei to head to Stallion. Before leaving, Riche mentioned she had informed Aikval about their marriage, ensuring everything was in order. So he might be waiting in Stallion too. Ramius was shocked to hear about her brother. Issei noted that he was one of the top 30 knights of the Eden Kingdom. Riche mentioned that Aikval Dryson was the 0 knight. Ramius groaned, knowing her brother's tendency to tease her. If there was a chance to poke fun at her, he would abandon his duties for it. She urged Issei to hurry, hoping to finish their task before Aikval arrived so they could avoid him altogether. Issei was speechless, taken aback by her desperation to evade her brother. Riche explained that Ramius had issues with Aikval. Ramius shared that he often criticized her, saying she wasn't fit to be a knight, wasn't ladylike enough, and even compared her to a monster. Riche insisted they needed to leave quickly, as Aikval was getting closer. Ramius playfully threatened Riche for her teasing before dashing out of the room. Issei rubbed his forehead, finding her antics endearing. Unbeknownst to him, his habit of spoiling his wives was beginning to show. Riche directed them to pass through Fort Beraroan to the north to reach Stallion quickly and advised them not to get lost. Issei nodded and followed Ramius as they parted ways with Riche. On their way to Stallion, they discovered that Kolpis had decided to join the Knights and had broken her engagement with Jinyu. Yaris had gone to the capital to take the night test. As they traveled, Ramius kept gazing at her ring, lost in thought. Issei noticed her distraction and asked what was wrong. Ramius admitted that their marriage felt surreal. She couldn't believe she had finally married the man she loved after all this time. Issei reassured her that she needed to accept it, as he wouldn't let her go. He pulled her close and shared a gentle kiss, leaving Ramius flustered. She wondered what he was doing when he took her hand. Issei explained that he was holding her hand like a couple would. Ramius, nervous since she had never held hands with a boy before, felt a rush of emotions. Issei chuckled, teasing that he would be her first for everything. As they walked hand in hand, Ramius felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. She thought about how special this moment was and how nervous she was. She contemplated what to call Issei, wanting something affectionate yet not too embarrassing. Issei noticed her deep in thought and found her cute. When she asked what was wrong, he simply said she was adorable, causing her to blush. Ramius thanked him shyly for the compliment. Issei, feeling embarrassed by her calling him dear, turned away, not wanting her to see his flushed face. He suggested she refrain from using that nickname, which puzzled her until he pointed out how she might feel if he called her the same. Realizing the embarrassment, Ramius fell silent for a while. As they continued, Issei spotted a giant crab nesting in a ruined city. Ramius explained that it was a mega monster called the giant Duraku, which had destroyed the town in the past. The citizens had evacuated in time, avoiding casualties. Issei asked if he could defeat it, but Ramius warned that mega monsters were powerful and not aggressive unless provoked. The knights focused on dealing with regular monsters and outlaws, leaving the mega monsters alone. Even for a zero knight, they were a hassle to take down, and there was no bounty for killing them. So, Issei chose to ignore the giant Duraku for now. Eventually, they arrived at Fortress Beraroan. Issei remarked on its appearance, and Ramius explained that Marquis Beraroan had risked his life to construct the fortress to protect people from powerful monsters. Thanks to his efforts, the strong monsters had been driven away, allowing the residents to live relatively peacefully, or so the stories claimed. The fortress was a testament to the past. There was a rich history in the area, attracting many tourists lately. One tourist turned his back to the river and tossed a coin over his shoulder. Issei observed this with curiosity, wondering what the man was doing. Ramius explained that he was making a wish. Issei was puzzled, questioning if the entire river was a wishing fountain. Ramius admitted she didn't actually know much and felt embarrassed, which made her look quite downcast. Issei, noticing her distress, gently stroked her head and expressed gratitude for her effort, instantly lifting her spirits. They continued past the fortress and eventually arrived at Stallion Town. Ramius pointed out a villa over the lake, mentioning it was her family's second house, currently owned by her brother, though she had never seen him use it. Issei wondered if it would be safe from monsters, but Ramius reassured him that the house had a monster-repelling barrier. Entering Stallion, Issei noted that the houses were more closely packed than in Able Town. The streets were bustling with people, including farmers, merchants, artisans, and adventurers. Ramius led Issei directly to the Dryson residence. Along the way, she questioned why Issei always wore his hood. When he explained that it was to avoid drawing attention due to his looks, Ramius understood, realizing that if his handsome face were visible, they would attract many stares, especially from girls. Upon reaching Ramius's home, she proudly pointed out the large residence, which stood out as the mayor's house. She mentioned that her father should still be home and urged Issei to hurry before her brother, Ithel, arrived. Ramius pulled Issei into the house. Inside, a voice called out that their father had gone shopping for detergent. Ramius sighed, expressing her frustration that such errands could be left to a maid, noting her father's obsession with cleanliness. Suddenly, Ramius exclaimed upon seeing her brother, Iqval Dryson. He was tall and muscular, with a scar over one eye, short white hair, and tan skin. Unlike Ramius's dark attire, Ikval wore white with a red cape and carried two large white greatswords on his back. Issei observed Ikval, noting his strength but sensing something unusual about him. Meanwhile, Ikval scrutinized Issei, unable to gauge his strength, which intrigued him. He felt a slight sweat forming as he attempted to initiate conversation, asking about the ring on Issei's hand. Ramius gasped at her brother's sudden intensity, while Issei remained unfazed. Ashival's curiosity turned to concern as he questioned if Issei had already committed to something serious with Ramius. He dramatically fell to his knees, his earlier intensity fading. Ramius introduced her brother, explaining that he was a holder of the title Zero Knight. Issei was taken aback by Ashival's sudden shift in demeanor. Ramius, confused by her brother's behavior, urged him to introduce himself properly. Ikval, however, focused on apologizing to Issei for Ramius's actions, insisting he would make reparations. Ramius protested, pointing out that this was not a proper introduction. Ikval insisted it was a heartfelt apology, while Ramius argued back, frustrated by his antics. Ikval expressed disbelief that anyone would marry Ramius, suggesting that Issei must have been coerced. Ramius defended herself, asserting that she and Issei wanted to be together. Ikval was shocked, questioning Issei's intentions, to which Issei confirmed his feelings for Ramius. Ikval, still skeptical, remarked on how surprising it was for someone to call Ramius cute. Ramius blushed at Issei's compliment but defended his strength, stating that he aspired to become a knight. Ikval acknowledged this but warned that the number of knights was being reduced due to recent events. Issei inquired about the situation, and Ramius mentioned there was a small opening, confident that Issei could succeed. Ikval, however, suggested that Ramius should give up on becoming a knight, insisting she wasn't cut out for it. Ramius was encouraged to focus on her role as a wife while Ikval insisted on the importance of helping the weak. Ikval pointed out that Ramius often charged into situations alone, earning her the nickname Loner Knight, and questioned her ability to argue against his concerns. Issei observed the exchange, understanding that Ikval was only trying to protect Ramius. He felt a strong urge to defend her, stating that Ramius was a perfect knight. Ramius was surprised by Issei's words, and he continued, acknowledging that while she could be short-sighted, her bravery in helping others was commendable. As her husband, he promised to always be there for her. Ikval, though skeptical, was secretly pleased that his sister had found someone who genuinely cared for her. He teased Issei about Ramius's tough exterior, suggesting that she could be more feminine if she stepped back from her knight duties. Issei countered that Ramius was perfect just the way she was. Ikval then joked about Ramius's lack of domestic skills, revealing that their father still helped her with chores. Issei remarked that everyone had their strengths, and Ikval playfully accused Ramius of being a secret pervert. Issei admitted he was aware of that side of her as well. The conversation took a turn when Ikval mentioned a past incident involving Ramius's hidden stash, causing Ramius to panic and flee the room. As the silence settled, Ikval acknowledged Issei's seriousness and expressed his concerns for Ramius's safety as a knight. He revealed that his teasing was a way to protect her, wanting her to lead a normal life away from danger. Issei understood Ashival's worries and reassured him that he would always look out for Ramius. Ikval, however, felt the need to test Issei's worthiness as a potential brother-in-law. Ramius, returning from her frantic tidying, questioned the necessity of the test, but Ikval insisted that Issei needed to prove himself through a fight. Issei agreed, and Ramius protested, concerned for their safety. Ikval assured her it was a matter of honor, and they prepared for the duel in an open field outside the city. Ramius, still worried, urged them to be careful. As the fight began, Ikval charged at Issei with impressive speed, wielding two greatswords. Issei remained calm, easily anticipating and blocking Ashival's initial attack. The clash of their swords echoed through the field as Ikval unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Issei stood his ground, not moving an inch. Ramius watched in awe, marveling at Issei's strength and resilience against her brother's relentless assault. She couldn't help but wonder just how strong he truly was. Issei felt a surge of pride as she realized her husband was even stronger than her brother, known to be one of the mightiest knights of the Eden Kingdom. Yet, a twinge of sadness crept in, as she feared being a burden to Issei. She vowed to herself that she would grow stronger, determined to stand proudly by his side. Her wish would come true in time. Although she might never match Issei's strength, she would not be his burden. Iqbal was astonished by Issei's power, unable to comprehend the vast difference between them. However, he was thrilled to finally face someone who could satisfy his desire for a great battle, and he continued to engage Issei for another 20 minutes. Eventually, Iqbal dropped to his knees, gasping for air, exhausted from the relentless attacks he had launched. Issei, on the other hand, stood calmly, showing no signs of fatigue, not even breaking a sweat. Rias watched the spectacle in disbelief. It hardly felt like a battle, as Issei had not launched a single attack. He merely blocked every one of Ashival's strikes. Had Issei chosen to attack, the encounter would have ended long ago. Issei inquired if he had passed the test, addressing his brother-in-law. Iqbal could only manage a bittersweet smile as he acknowledged Issei's success, expressing his happiness in having him as Rias's husband. Issei smiled back, grateful for Ashival's approval. Rias, filled with joy, leaped into Issei's embrace, her smile radiant. Issei caught her gently, returning the embrace. Iqbal watched them, a genuine smile spreading across his face, reflecting on the notion that there is always someone stronger out there. He lay back on the ground, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. After a while, Iqbal rose and called for Issei to return to the Dryson residence. As they walked back to Stallion together, Iqbal asked Issei why he wore his hood all the time. Issei explained, but Iqbal remained skeptical at first. Then Issei revealed his face. Iqbal, taken aback, urged Issei to put his hood back on, warning that Rias would attract many competitors if he didn't. Rias protested, confused by her brother's comments. Iqbal insisted, noting Issei's good looks, even admitting that he was more handsome than Baro Roan. Rias sighed, acknowledging the truth in her brother's words but still feeling conflicted. Issei took Rias's hand, sensing her tension. He reassured her that he would never leave her, offering a calm smile to ease her worries. Rias felt her spirits lift at his words. Eventually, they arrived at the Dryson residence. Iqbal playfully tossed something to Issei, who caught it and discovered it was a key. Iqbal explained that it was for the family's second estate near the lake, which he no longer needed since he had a house in the capital. Rias expressed their gratitude, noting that their late mother had received it from the king. Issei hesitated but agreed to accept it, thanking Iqbal once more. Tval, in a light-hearted manner, reminded Issei to take care of Rias, emphasizing that he should never abandon her. Issei vowed that he would never do so, earning a wide grin from Iqbal. Rias cheerfully declared that she would leave her brother in Issei's care. After Iqbal departed Stallion, Rias returned with a middle-aged man, presumably her father. He had a peaceful demeanor, quite different from Rias and Iqbal, and appeared more like a caretaker than a lord. With short white hair and dressed in an apron, he introduced himself as Tank Dryson. Issei was surprised by the contrast between Rias's father and his expectations. Tank laughed, noting Issei's surprise at his appearance. He explained that he had married into the Dryson family, inheriting their temperament from his late wife. Rias urged her father to be more assertive, but Tank chuckled at her remark. Tank then turned to Issei, acknowledging that he wanted to speak with him. Issei respectfully requested Rias's hand in marriage, bowing slightly. Tank instructed him to raise his head and asked if Issei understood Rias's unique position as a knight, living in a world apart from most. Issei affirmed his acceptance, stating that he would soon become a knight himself. Tank raised a brow, questioning whether Issei could accept Rias's unrefined nature, even admitting that she struggled with simple tasks like cleaning her room. Issei confidently replied that he could. However, when Tank made an inappropriate comment, Rias swiftly intervened, putting her father in a playful hold and urging him to stop. Issei stood speechless, realizing the déjà vu he felt earlier was no coincidence. It mirrored what Iqbal had told him just hours ago. After Rias released him, Her father assessed Issei's intentions and promptly approved their relationship. Tank informed Issei about the second house, mentioning that he had completed all the necessary paperwork, allowing Issei to visit whenever he wished. Issei expressed his gratitude, still taken aback by the situation. He thought to himself that he couldn't believe Riche had been right. Tank had actually cried and thanked him. Tank continued, explaining that the house was already furnished, but Issei could request anything additional if needed. Issei politely declined, feeling that it was more than enough as it was, and he could add more later if necessary. Tank chuckled, calling Issei a good man and encouraging him not to be shy, as they were now family. When Issei addressed him as father, Tank's eyes welled with tears again, and he thanked Issei for marrying Ramius. Issei could only manage a twitch of his face and a forced smile in response. Ramius, feeling embarrassed by their interaction, insisted they check the house immediately, pulling Issei by the hand as they headed outside. At the entrance, Tank waved a handkerchief, his eyes still glistening with tears, reminiscent of a parent seeing their children off. Ramius explained that the house was conveniently located south of Stallion, making it easy for shopping. Issei smiled wryly at her eagerness, reminding her that there was no need to rush since the house wouldn't go anywhere. However, Ramius ignored him, wanting to escape the embarrassment of the moment. After a while, Ramius led Issei to the outskirts of Stallion, pointing to a large house near the lake they had seen before. She declared that this was the Dryson's second house and their new home. Issei took a moment to absorb the reality of it. Ramius, feeling bashful, referred to it as their love nest, causing Issei to smirk, which made her fidgety. She felt as if she had awakened something within him. Encouraging him to unlock the door, she insisted that the head of the house should be the first to do so. Issei attempted to fit the key into the lock but struggled, realizing he had never used a key like this before. Ramius explained that it was a magic key, and with a simple will, the door would open. With a click, the door swung open, and Issei acknowledged the magic behind it. Ramius elaborated that the magic keys worked only for the owner, their family, and the royalty they had pledged loyalty to. Issei mused that it seemed counterintuitive for a key to allow royalty entry, but Ramius reassured him that it was merely a concept. No royalty would actually enter their home. Issei felt a nagging suspicion that someone might do just that in the future. Once inside, they were greeted by an old-fashioned yet artistic entrance. Ramius's main house had been more ornate and Eastern-influenced, while this one felt moderate yet comfortable. Issei preferred this style over the fancier one. As he explored the house, Ramius hesitated at the door. When Issei noticed her unease, he asked what was wrong. She revealed that she had heard that newlyweds often had the husband carry the wife over the threshold. Although she didn't want to impose, Issei smiled and picked her up in a bridal carry. Ramius gasped in surprise, and Issei asked if she was satisfied, his gentle smile reassuring her. He carried her inside, where they admired the expensive and beautiful furnishings, clearly a labor of love from Ramius's father. Issei remarked on the size of the house, to which Ramius responded that it seemed normal to her. He pointed out that for common people, it was indeed quite large. Ramius mentioned that she thought it was average for the area and asked about Issei's home on Fresh Fish Island. Issei explained that he lived in a twin girls' house, a simple wooden structure that he found comfortable. Ramius was surprised to learn that he lived with twin girls, whom he referred to as his fiancées. He shared that they had cared for him while he was injured and that he had fallen in love with them during his recovery. Ramius felt a pang of concern, wondering if he would abandon her for them. However, she quickly reminded herself of his promise to her, shaking off her unease. Issei acknowledged that the twins were indeed remarkable but added that they had encouraged him to rise to the highest rank of knights and find new wives along the way. Initially skeptical, he had been proven wrong about finding love again. As he looked at Ramius with a smile, her heart raced at the warmth of his gaze. His gaze, always filled with gentleness and love towards her, made her heart swell with happiness. A painting of a woman in splendid armor, resembling Ramius, hung on the wall. Issei recognized that it was not Ramius, as their postures differed, and her figure was slightly more petite. Ramius revealed that the painting depicted her mother, expressing surprise that it had been left behind. She intended to send it to her father later. Issei noted the striking resemblance and complimented her, but Ramius insisted that her mother was a far greater woman, both as a person and a knight. Issei encouraged Ramius, assuring her that she was perfect as she was and that he believed she could surpass her mother one day. Ramius hesitated but expressed her belief in him. Issei then inquired about her mother's status as a knight, recalling that she had received the house as a reward for her service. Ramius explained that, despite being a woman, her mother was the heir to the Dreisen family and had risen to the rank of Zero Knight. She admitted that her desire to become a knight stemmed from her mother's legacy, inspired by her defense of the weak and her relentless fighting spirit. Issei acknowledged her ambition, and Ramius shared her wish to help the weak and create a peaceful world, just as her mother had done. However, she felt that compared to her brother, she was often impulsive and short-sighted, understanding why the people of Abel kept their distance from her. Issei dismissed her concerns, stating that she had fulfilled her duties as a knight. Ramius then realized that meeting Issei had changed her perspective. She wanted to protect the weak, but she understood that this was just a goal. To achieve it, she needed to grow stronger and sought someone to support her. She expressed her desire to protect Issei, even if he was already stronger than her. Issei assured her that he would trust her to watch his back and was glad to fight alongside her. Ramius felt immense joy at his trust, her face lighting up with a smile. In a tender moment, Issei leaned in and kissed her, and though Ramius was initially surprised, she soon returned the kiss. In their new home, Issei and Ramius continued to learn about each other. Ramius shyly mentioned that she wouldn't object to Issei having more wives in the future, but she hoped to have him to herself until then. Issei understood her unspoken feelings and embraced her tighter, promising that he would never forget her, even if he had more wives. Just as the moment grew more NTMT, a loud bang interrupted them as the door swung open. Riche burst in, cheerfully announcing her arrival and commenting on the cozy atmosphere of the house. Issei sighed, recognizing that Riche had a knack for interrupting their private moments. Ramius was startled to see her. Riche, unfazed, presented a bouquet to congratulate them on their move and marriage. Issei reluctantly released Ramius from his embrace, casting a begrudging glance at Riche for interrupting. Riche, noticing his irritation, offered a sheepish smile. Ramius questioned Riche's unexpected visit, to which Riche explained that she had returned to the capital but came to see them after sharing what she knew with the knights. Ramius was skeptical but Riche confirmed her story, noting the knights were in disarray. Issei sighed, acknowledging that at least Riche had come to congratulate them. Ramius, however, was curious about Riche's true intentions. Riche, realizing she had been seen through, cleared her throat and revealed that she had an offer for Issei. She explained that as a princess, she had the authority to appoint a knight and wanted to offer Issei that opportunity, knowing he aspired to become one. Ramius added that only those of high status could make such appointments, making it a rare chance. Issei was cautious and asked about any potential catches. Riche assured him that there were none, confident in his abilities to pass the test. Ramius supported her claim, mentioning Issei's impressive victory over her brother, one of the strongest Zero Knights. Riche was astonished to learn that Issei had defeated Aikval, realizing the extent of his strength. Issei explained that he had fought Aikval to gain his approval for marrying Ramius, clarifying that it hadn't been a true fight since he hadn't attacked. Issei effortlessly blocked all of Anyu's attacks. Riche was left speechless, realizing that a guy she had just met a few days ago possessed enough strength to easily defeat a Zero Knight without breaking a sweat. Becoming a knight was a prestigious achievement, and appointing unqualified family members would harm the knight's reputation. Issei needed to take a test that only soldiers could pass to become a knight. Riche felt a pang of jealousy towards Ramius for having such a perfect husband, strong, handsome, caring, and kind. She managed a wry smile as she processed this. Ramius expressed his thoughts, noting that he believed the test was over, as Anyu had mentioned some events. Riche confirmed that no one had passed the test, which surprised Ramius. He had heard that they were reducing the number of knights, but he didn't realize the test was that difficult. Riche reassured him that if Issei passed, no one could question his qualifications. She was confident that Aikval would vouch for Issei's strength, and she believed the test would be easy for him. Ramius pondered this, agreeing with her assessment. Riche then handed Ramius a letter of recommendation for a prominent knight in the capital, suggesting Baro as a suitable contact. Issei recognized the name, recalling that Baro Roan was one of the 3-0 knights, just like Ramius's brother. Ramius confirmed Baro's skill and popularity, believing he was the best person to oversee Issei's test. Riche's uncertainty about Baro lingered, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Issei decided it was time to leave, prompting Ramius to express surprise at the suddenness of their departure. Riche playfully teased Ramius about wanting Issei to herself, which Ramius denied, claiming her surprise was simply due to the abruptness. Riche then declared her intention to rest in the house, assuring them that she would lock the door. Issei reminded her to take care of herself, acknowledging her exhaustion and offering her the bed. Riche thanked him for the offer, deciding to use the sofa instead. As she settled in, Issei sighed, calling her a reckless princess before leaving to join Ramius. Once outside, Issei expressed his gratitude to Riche, who was touched by his concern. She reflected on their conversation, whispering Issei's name as she began to doze off. On their way to the capital, Issei and Ramius stumbled upon a flower field, where a peculiar plant with a large eye stood in the center. They chose to ignore it, instead admiring the beautiful scenery. By the cliff, they spotted a particularly radiant white flower, known to bring happiness and recognized as Eden's national flower. Issei felt a sense of familiarity with the flower, recalling that it resembled the one Riche wore in her hair. He picked the flower and placed it in Ramius's hair, surprising her with his sudden gesture. She thanked him, her face flushing with shyness and happiness. Issei smiled, pleased that the flowers suited her so well. As they continued on their journey, Ramius often touched the flower, and Issei watched her with a smile. They encountered an adventurer who mistakenly assumed they were newlyweds, prompting Ramius to blush at the compliment. Issei quickly reassured her that anyone would find her cute, especially him. Ramius acknowledged his words, though she felt that others might not share his view. Issei insisted that they were simply blind to her charm. Ramius chuckled, admitting that while it had bothered her in the past, she was content now because she had Issei to affirm her beauty. Their hearts raced as they exchanged glances filled with unspoken emotions, drawing the adventurer's attention, who smiled at their connection. As they wandered through the field, a sudden fog enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Ramius recognized it as the fog labyrinth, a mysterious phenomenon in the kingdom of Eden. Issei noted how quickly the weather had changed, and Ramius explained that the cause of the fog was unknown. Many found themselves lost and passed out while searching for the exit. Issei looked back at the path they had come from, but it was already shrouded in fog. His dragon's eye couldn't help much, as this was no ordinary fog. He decided they had no choice but to proceed carefully in search of a way out. Ramius suggested they hurry and, feeling anxious, proposed they hold hands to avoid getting separated. Issei noticed her fidgeting and trembling, realizing she must be scared. He smiled at her, reassuring her that it was okay to come closer if she felt afraid. Although Ramius insisted she wasn't scared, her eyes betrayed her as they filled with tears. Issei gently placed his hand on her head, promising to protect her. Relenting, Ramius moved closer and held onto his arm. As they walked toward the center of the labyrinth, Issei felt something soft against his arm, which startled him momentarily. He took a deep breath to calm himself and continued forward. Along the way, they encountered ghostly figures, but they dissipated from Issei's aura whenever they drew near. Ramius, still feeling a bit scared, flinched at sudden eerie sounds, gripping Issei's arm tighter with each occurrence. Eventually, they reached the center of the labyrinth, where a ghostly figure awaited them. Ramius heard a soft crying sound and pointed it out to Issei, who confirmed it was coming from the ghost. Although Ramius felt uneasy at the sight of the ghost, she steeled herself, not wanting to be a burden to Issei. As they approached, they could see a ghost girl with short brown hair adorned with a white ribbon, wearing a white shirt and a green vest. Her green eyes lacked focus, and her lower body was obscured by the fog. The ghost girl cried out, expressing her sorrow. Ramius wondered if they should attack, but Issei sensed no ill intent from her and suggested they wait. He had never encountered a soul so attached to the living world before, making it difficult for him to help her move on. The ghost revealed she was searching for a flower to make people happy. Issei and Ramius recognized the flower she sought, and Ramius hesitated, knowing it was a gift from Issei. He would never force her to give it up, preferring to confront the ghost rather than make Ramius uncomfortable. Just as Issei was about to refuse the ghost's request, Ramius interrupted, saying it was just a flower and that if giving it to the ghost would help her find peace, she was willing to do so. She smiled at Issei, expressing her happiness just by having him by her side. Moved by her words, Issei smiled back, agreeing to her decision and promising to find another flower for her later. Ramius then offered the flower to the ghost, still feeling a bit afraid. The ghost, unsure but hopeful, accepted it gratefully, thanking Ramius and expressing that now she could be happy too. As the ghost vanished like a mirage, the fog lifted, revealing a calm and sunny landscape. Issei and Ramius felt the gentle breeze on their skin. Ramius noted how happy the ghost seemed, to which Issei replied that it was all thanks to her. Ramius modestly claimed she hadn't done much, but Issei smiled at her bashful demeanor. Where the fog labyrinth had been, a beautiful expanse of blue sky now stretched above them. A group of travelers waiting on the other side of the fog saw Issei and Ramius as the mist cleared. They expressed their gratitude for helping them pass safely, and Issei credited Ramius for their success. The travelers thanked her profusely, leaving Ramius flustered by the unexpected attention. Issei watched her with a smile, enjoying her embarrassment. Once the travelers had moved on in their carriages, Ramius admitted she had never been thanked by so many people before and felt quite embarrassed. Issei acknowledged her feelings, understanding the impact of their adventure together. But it feels nice, right? Ramius hesitated, feeling a mix of emotions. Then they walked down the now fogless road to the capital. The Kingdom of Eden, the capital. Issei and Ramius finally reached the capital. As expected, it was the largest city in the kingdom. The roads were bustling with people, and whenever a carriage passed, the crowd parted to let it through. A water canal ran through the city, with many people paddling canoes. The buildings stood tall and strong along the pedestrian roads, arranged beautifully. Numerous shops lined the streets, including blacksmiths, supply stores, DLVRY guilds, and adventurer guilds. However, the most striking structure was the castle and the royal district, where the king and royalty resided, perched atop a magnificent mountain. Even Issei was impressed by the city's beauty. As night approached, they decided to spend the night at an inn. They chose to sleep in the same bed, embracing each other, knowing they needed to wake up early to meet Baro. In the morning, Ramius expressed her desire to visit her mother's grave. She felt a bit embarrassed asking Issei so soon after their arrival but was determined to go alone to share the news of her marriage without feeling shy. Issei, understanding her feelings, agreed to let her go by herself, reminding her to be careful and to send his regards to her mother. Ramius blushed deeply but promised to convey his message. Issei, finding her antics endearing, pulled her into an embrace and gave her a gentle kiss. Ramius was taken by surprise, her eyes widening in shock. As people around them began to stare, she closed her eyes, feeling flustered but also warm in Issei's embrace. After a moment, Issei released her, encouraging her to go. Ramius left, still fidgeting as she recalled the kiss. They agreed to meet at the castle entrance, and Issei wandered around the town, eventually visiting the church. There he encountered Laurent again. They exchanged pleasantries and caught up on each other's lives. Laurent was surprised to see the golden ring on Issei's finger, realizing he was married, and she congratulated him. Though she felt a twinge of jealousy, she accepted her role as a saint, knowing she could not marry a commoner. After their conversation, they parted ways, with Laurent seeing Issei off as she had done in Abel Town. As Issei walked down the street, he heard a familiar voice along with a distressed girl's voice coming from an alleyway. Curiosity piqued, he approached the sound. In the alley, he saw a shadow emerging, and before he knew it, they collided. He instinctively caught the girl to prevent her from falling. She apologized, flustered and in a hurry. The eyes met. She was momentarily captivated by Issei's handsome face, which had taken on a more mature aura since their last encounter. The girl felt her heart race, overwhelmed by his presence. Issei, noticing her reaction, asked if she was all right. She quickly snapped out of her daze, bowing her head in apology once more. Just then, a man's voice echoed from deeper in the alley. He recognized Issei and expressed surprise at seeing him. Issei acknowledged him as Rias, who seemed uneasy in his presence. Issei sensed a hint of jealousy in Rias' demeanor but chose not to dwell on it. They exchanged pleasantries, and Issei inquired about Rias' presence in the capital. Rias claimed he was waiting for a request at the Adventurers Guild and had offered to protect the girl traveling alone. However, the girl interjected, indicating that he was mistaken. Issei had already asked Tawa to be his guard. Initially confused, he soon noticed the pleading look in her eyes. He understood that Rias was not a good person, and leaving Tawa alone with him could be dangerous. Issei didn't consider himself a hero, but he couldn't just stand by when someone needed help. Tawa whispered her apology, asking for his assistance once more. After hearing her plea, Issei decided to intervene. He told Rias that Tawa was with him, applying a bit of pressure to assert his point. Rias, sensing Issei's determination, reluctantly agreed to leave, harboring a hint of resentment as he walked away. Once Rias was gone, Tawa expressed her gratitude, acknowledging how persistent he had been. Issei advised her to be more careful in the future. As he turned to leave, Tawa called out to him, asking him to wait. She introduced herself, revealing her name was Tawa. Tawa wore a modified sailor uniform, paired with blue shoes and black socks. A blue beret adorned her head, and her short light brown hair framed her green eyes. She carried a brown backpack on her back. Issei introduced himself as well, and Tawa's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if he was of noble descent. He quickly clarified that he was not. Tawa then requested if he could walk with her for a while, expressing her desire to avoid running into Rias again. Issei mentioned that he needed to head to the castle to meet his wife, but Tawa revealed that she was also going to the castle library. Agreeing to accompany her, Tawa felt a rush of happiness at the prospect of walking alongside Issei. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning he was married, she kept her feelings to herself. As they walked, Tawa shared information about the city, explaining how to use the castle as a landmark and detailing the important facilities surrounding it. Issei was impressed by her knowledge and learned that she was a tourist who enjoyed collecting stories, which was why she was headed to the library. Tawa was a professional storyteller from the city-state of Hamlet, specifically from the hospital town of Horatio, run by her father, Senator Laertes. Sponsored by the Big Bucks Company, she traveled the world sharing stories and advertisements, especially to children. Her storytelling skills not only entertained but also educated, as she had helped her future husband, Astor, learn about various countries' histories. During her travels, she often assisted her father by fulfilling tasks like collecting food orders from the kingdom of Humpty. Tawa's ability to connect with people, especially children, made her a beloved figure, and her engaging storytelling attracted large crowds. Eventually, they reached the castle. Tawa expressed her gratitude once more, feeling a bit sad about parting ways with Issei. He responded kindly, and she waved goodbye with a smile as she entered the castle. Issei watched her go, a small smile on his face. Inside the castle, Ramius was waiting for Issei, looking concerned about his tardiness. They needed to meet with Baro. Issei apologized, explaining he had been helping someone. Ramius accepted this and they proceeded to Baro's office. They were led to the commander's room in the castle's night sector. Baro greeted Ramius warmly, noting her usual standoffish demeanor compared to her brother Ashival's friendly nature. Ramius introduced Issei as her husband. Baro, a handsome man with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail and light green eyes, wore a white suit with a red cape and carried twin swords at his waist. He recognized Issei and mentioned that Aikval had spoken highly of him, expressing joy at having a little brother. Ramius teased that her brother should learn to keep quiet. Baro remarked that Ramius seemed less cold than before, attributing this change to Issei. Ramius blushed slightly but agreed. Baro acknowledged Issei's achievement in defeating Aikval, expressing surprise at the humility in Issei's response. Issei downplayed the victory, stating that Aikval had gone easy on him. Baro chuckled, noting that he had heard the full story and appreciated Issei's modesty. He fought with all his strength, and it was said that Issei could calmly block his attacks. Issei remained silent, but Ramius confirmed the rumor. Ramius stated that Issei's brother had attacked him with all his might, yet Issei had successfully defended against it. Baro expressed his interest in fighting Issei himself but mentioned he was currently busy. He noted that Aikval was unavailable but offered to relay a message if needed. Ramius interrupted, stating they were there to see Baro and presented him with a letter of recommendation from Riche. Baro acknowledged the letter, recognizing that even Riche faced challenges. He mentioned that he would have appointed them as knights himself if he could, as their strength was already acknowledged by Aikval. However, he reminded them that rules were in place, and shortcuts were not permitted. He agreed to oversee their night test, clarifying that it was unofficial and that passing it would not guarantee an appointment as a knight. Issei confirmed his understanding, and Baro explained the conditions of the recruitment test. An unusual phenomenon known as the fog labyrinth had appeared around the capital, and their task was to determine and stop the cause of this anomaly. Ramius expressed familiarity with the fog labyrinth, and Issei acknowledged it as well. Baro noted that it seemed they were already acquainted with the situation. Ramius revealed that they had encountered the fog labyrinth on their way and had already resolved the issue. Baro requested details, and Ramius proceeded to explain what had transpired within the labyrinth. Baro expressed his surprise at their impressive capabilities, stating that they were well suited to be knights. He sighed, reflecting on the fortunate coincidence that they had passed the test without prior knowledge of its content. Issei shrugged off the luck, and Baro declared that he would vouch for their talent, even though it was unfortunate that this was not an official test. Curious, Issei asked why it mattered, and Baro revealed that the soldiers sent on the mission had panicked upon encountering a ghost, even turning on each other. Ramius empathized, admitting that facing an unknown foe had shaken him as well. Baro noted that Issei and Ramius had remained calm, prompting him to wonder why. Ramius attributed their composure to Issei's presence, but Baro teased her about the bond they shared. He explained that many failed the test by spreading rumors about the fog labyrinth's dangers, despite it being mostly harmless aside from disorienting people. He clarified that while monsters existed, the ghost had never harmed anyone. Ramius inquired about the ghost girl, and Baro recounted that years ago, a girl had lost her life on a foggy day, leading to sightings of her spirit searching for a flower. Although giving her the flower would temporarily appease her, they had been too occupied with monsters to fulfill that task recently. Ramius questioned why Baro hadn't included that as part of the test, to which he replied that it wouldn't truly challenge the candidates. Knights needed to confront more than just monsters. They had to discern threats from other humans as well. He emphasized the importance of critical thinking in identifying true enemies. Issei realized that Baro had wanted to see how participants would react to the ghost. Baro confirmed this, noting that simply reporting the ghost's benign nature would have sufficed, but he was impressed that they had also given her the flower. Ramius corrected Issei, claiming he had been the one to retrieve the flower. Baro laughed, concluding that their kindness was commendable, though it was unfortunate that they had to let such promising candidates go. Baro then prepared a document as proof of their strength, suggesting that few would dare to challenge someone who could defeat a Zero Knight. He advised Issei to show it to anyone who doubted him. Issei expressed his gratitude, and Ramius thanked Baro for his time, acknowledging his busy schedule with outlaws. Baro mentioned that while there had been sightings of outlaws, the situation had not escalated to the point of requiring immediate action. However, Issei and Ramius sensed something was amiss, recalling Riche's warning about the knights being mobilized due to sparkle bombs. Ramius brought up the incident in Abel, where a young girl had been kidnapped, and although she had been rescued, it weighed heavily on her mind. Issei shared her concern, and Ramius felt a sense of urgency, stating they needed to leave immediately. Issei agreed, thanking Barrow once more before Ramius took his hand and led him outside, knowing he understood her worries. Outside the castle, Ramius expressed her frustration at Riche for misleading them. Issei concurred, noting that Riche had claimed to inform the knights about the sparkle bombs, which clearly was not the case. Ramius emphasized the danger of sparkle bombs in the city, which could lead to numerous casualties, and insisted that the knights should have been mobilizing everyone available. Issei expressed his irritation at Riche's actions, while Ramius pointed out that their target was the mastermind behind the outlaws, who were merely a group of bandits unable to acquire sparkle bombs without outside help. Riche had likely withheld information to prevent the knights from going on high alert, which could compromise their plans. Ramius resolved to assist Riche, determined not to let her come to harm. Issei offered to join her, stating he had unfinished business with Riche as well. Ramius thanked him for his support, and together they set off to confront the situation. With the support of his friends, helping her seemed like a straightforward task. They decided to make their way to the old outlaws' den they had discovered during their last adventure. Issei nodded in agreement, and together they set off toward the den.